Don't forget to like and subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. There is also a link in the description to my Patreon. It has Naruto fanfiction that cannot be posted on YouTube. There is some free content on there. So, you don't have to be a paying member to enjoy listening to excellent fanfiction.
Chapter 70 End of Suna Invasion. Caius snarled as the injury in his shoulder all but vanished as the flesh knitted back together. The two kunoichi who had interrupted his fight with Lee stood about 20 feet away in front of him, one of them already having an arrow knocked on her bow. Well, little Miss Hinata, I expected to see you again. And who is your friend here? Hinata, Tenin, what are you two doing here? Lee demanded as he looked past Caius at them. Honestly, Lee, you're so hopeless sometimes, Tintin said as she unsealed several more throwing weapons and a chain to use as well. Did you really think that I would let you just run off on your own to handle a foe that had a lot of sway on the entire battle? Even if you got here long before we did, we were able to catch up with you. And apparently Hinata wanted to settle a score with the guy controlling the corpses, which is why she came with. Hinata blushed slightly and said, that's not it. It's just that I failed to defeat him before and wanted to prove to myself that I had gotten stronger so Naruto wouldn't have to worry about me. Well, isn't that sweet? Caius said as he pulled out a scroll and released about 30 more of his special corpses and had a tentacle write the instructions in his blood on it. But I'm afraid that you won't be fighting me. As it happened before, you will tire yourself out tearing my creations to shreds and be finished easily. Just because you have a friend this time will not change the fact that you can't beat me. Now if you excuse me, I have a fight with another brat that I would like to finish. The creature stalked towards Hinata and Tintin, the latter of whom asked, just what is that monstrosity anyway? She was referring to Caius's new twisted form. I don't know, Hinata said as she activated her Byakugan and reached for her seemingly empty quiver. The seal in it responded to the presence of her hand, and an exploding sealed arrow came into the quiver. She then channeled some chakra into her hand, and the seal released several more, which she quickly grabbed and fired in rapid succession, blowing about 4 of the creatures to useless pieces. He looked nothing like this when I fought him before. Lee, did he make some kind of modifications to his body? She shouted the last part to the taijutsu master as Lee steeled himself and opened the 3rd and 4th gates and turned red-skinned, veins popping as he did. He placed some kind of parasite on the back of his neck that caused him to mutate. Lee shouted as he kicked at Caius, who easily deflected the blow. Lee then managed to throw a punch that slammed right into Caius's cheek and knocked his head to the side. But Caius merely wrapped a tendril around Lee's waist and used it to slam the boy headfirst into the ground, blasting out a crater. Lee, Tintin shouted as she unsealed some more exploding spike balls and got rid of a few more of the things. Hinata was then able to sneak a Rasengan arrow past the corpses and sever the tendril that held Lee as Caius suspended the lad upside down. Caius snarled and regenerated the tendril, but Lee had already gotten away. Tintin then unsealed an axe and proceeded to hack and cut at the corpses as Hinata continued to unseal a nearly endless supply of exploding arrows and expertly placed them in places where the maximum effect would be had. The blast helped whittle the herd down quite a bit. Meanwhile, Lee had opened gate number 5 and kicked Caius into the air again. He then proceeded to use his amazing speed to attempt to pummel Caius in midair. Caius merely smirked as he sprouted wings and righted himself, knocking Lee down to the ground. What he did not realize was that Lee had managed to wrap him up in his bandages and use them to keep from falling all the way. Caius tried to tear the bandages off, but before he could, he took a brutal kick in the gut from Lee, who yanked himself back up to the flying Caius and used the momentum in combination with his insane strength with 5 gates open. Lee used the kick to push himself to the side of the building, which he then used as a springboard to get above Caius in the air, while using his bandages to swing Caius exactly beneath him and then yank him up. Reverse Lotus. Lee shouted and smashed his fist and foot simultaneously into his foe's gut, and Caius was blasted hard into the ground with earth-shattering force. However, when the dust cleared, Caius was still standing, with only mild damage from the attack, the only sign he'd been hurt at all being a slight trickle of blood coming from his mouth before stopping. Lee mentally cursed. All of his strongest moves were only doing minor damage to his opponent in this state, and even that regenerated. Not only that, but his body was beginning to give out on him already. His last wind would be opening the Gate of View, and hopefully hitting Caius with Asakujiku and doing enough damage to tip the scales for Hinata and Tintin when they finished the cannon fodder. Come on, and hit me with your best shot, Caius said as he grew 2 additional arms as well as a spike tail. It was clear he was shape-shifting to mimic Drachmus to a certain extent. 6th gate, Gate of View, open. Lee shouted and ran right at Caius, shouting, Asakujiku. Caius began backing up as Lee began pelting him with a flurry of punches that ignited the air and hit with enough force to stun a Bijou. Caius deflected as many blows as he could, but eventually, Lee's punches smashed into his torso at a rapid pace, and Caius was thrown back through several buildings, smoking as he went. Lee collapsed and panted, adding a few groans of pain occasionally. Caius growled in discomfort as he got up, smoking craters in his flesh where Lee's fists had hit him already closing, though slower than his other wounds had healed, likely due to the fact that the wounds were more severe. Lee looked up at Caius with blurry vision and forced himself back to his feet, but almost passed out from the effort. Caius snorted and stalked towards Lee, intent on finishing the youth off, before his right side was peppered with several exploding tag kunai and a few Rasengan arrows. He snarled as he whipped around, wounds already healing as he saw Hinata and Tenten walk past the dismembered cannon fodder. I have enough arrows to take care of your horrible shields, Hinata said as she pointed another Rasengan arrow at Caius. She fired it, and it struck her foe in the chest, only to fall uselessly to the ground after Caius formed a carapace over the targeted area. Gaara checked the seal on the area. He had trapped the Sandaime and nodded with satisfaction. The Kazekage would not be getting out without very good outside help, nor would the Edo Tensei user be able to summon him again. He turned to where his father and Orochimaru were supposed to be fighting and ran in that direction, praying that his sand clone would get to the chamber where they stored the pot Shikaku had been kept in and move it to somewhere more secure before the enemy could get to it. Orochimaru hissed as he once again narrowly avoided a wave of golden dust that threatened to bind and seal him. He sent a few earth bullets at Hikaru, who shielded himself with gold before leaping away from a few snakes that had tried to bite his feet while he was distracted. Orochimaru summoned a few large snakes, ones big enough to swallow a man, and they struck out at Hikaru in midair, but only got mouthfuls of gold dust as it turned out Hikaru was a gold clone again. You will have to do better than that. The Yondaime shouted as he sent a slash of gold at the three snakes and decapitated them with that one attack. Kukuku, as if you were doing any better against me, though I have to admit, you are proving much more difficult than the last time we fought one another. He then noticed there was a slight sparkle in the air. It seems that your gold dust is lingering in the air a bit. Figure out what you are in for yet? Hikaru asked as he blazed through several signs, and Orochimaru's eyes widened. Lightning-style atomic storm. All of the gold particles in the air suddenly became supercharged with a great deal of voltage. It should be noted that gold is the third best conductor of electricity, the second being silver and the first being copper. As such, with all the gold particles in the air around Orochimaru, the next thing the Snake Sannin knew, he was in the middle of a devastating personal lightning storm, his Edo Tensei body actually being shredded by the jutsu. After the jutsu ended, the damaged Sannin landed in a heap on the ground, his snakes already helping to regenerate in addition to the Edo Tensei factor. As this happened, gold dust pinned him and crept up his body, making it look like he was going to be sealed for sure. As the gold dust crept up Orochimaru's body, Hikaru pulled out a scroll with a sealing tag kunai in it. This ends here, Hikaru said as he prepared to throw at the moment Orochimaru was completely encased. Don't be so sure, Orochimaru said with a smirk, once only his face was still visible. Then he shed his skin immediately before the dust could cover his mouth and dashed at the surprised Kazekage, his Kusanagi blade extended from his mouth and aiming for his foe's heart. Hikaru would have once again perished at Orochimaru's hands then, and there had it not been for the fact that regular sand wrapped around Orochimaru's wrists and stopped his forward lunge, as well as forcing the Kusanagi blade to point another way in order to prevent Orochimaru's hasty extension of the blade from finishing the job. The snake hissed and turned to see Gaara standing on a sand cloud and staring intently at Orochimaru. Before Orochimaru could comment, Hikaru attacked with some more gold dust and forced the Sannin back. The Kazekage cursed his lack of foresight at the moment. He had completely forgotten about that disgusting shed skin ability of Orochimaru's. If he got another chance, he would have to make sure to cover Orochimaru's mouth before anything else to prevent it from happening again. Ha! It has been far too long since I could go nuts like this. Zabuza shouted elatedly as he cut a few of the corpses Caius used to bloody ribbons. Hey, do you think Zabuza-sensei is enjoying himself a bit too much? Jinyamaru asked as he smashed in the front leg of a chimera with his main spike ball and chain. He gets like this when he hasn't had a chance to kill something for too long, Haku said, freezing a few of the corpses to keep them from moving. Jinyamaru dashed over and shattered them with a punch, while Haku used Ice Style to freeze the chimera's remaining feet to the ground and used an ice spear to impale the snake-headed tail that the chimera tried to strike him with in that moment in retaliation. Where's Kin at? Jinyamaru asked. She is one of the people that Naruto-san evacuated with his clones and Hiraition, I believe, Haku said. She should be safe. Naruto's clone, meanwhile, was fighting 3 of the remaining chimeras with Gamma Bunta, Gammakin, and Gamma Hero around to assist him. A few nameless Edo Tensei tried to harry the blonde, but he stabbed them with Seishin Horida, and every time he did so, the jutsu was cancelled out. Naruto had made this blade with the Rinnegan for the specific purpose of defeating Edo Tensei. Similar to Itachi's Totsuka blade, anything Seishin Horida stabbed that had a soul had said soul extracted and sealed within the gemstones on the hilt. A user of Human Path could actually communicate with the soul sealed in it, giving Naruto access to a good amount of knowledge should he need it. Any souls captured by a clone blade would be transferred to the original as well. The souls could later be released by anyone who knew how to work the seals on the hilt and return to the pure realm. But Naruto had no intention of doing so with some of his more powerful foes until both Caius and Kabuto had been dealt with, so the souls of the blade's victims would not be abused again. The monumental creatures continued to clash until 2 of the chimeras were impaled and pinned together by a very large Susanoo arrow. The remaining chimera then had to worry about the fact that a Susanoo-covered snake came out of nowhere and sank its fags into him, and the 4 Amaterasu blades impaled it, and it was soon burned to less than a crisp. "Took you long enough, team," Naruto said. "Anything interesting happen?" "Not really, but there is someone I need sealed before an enemy can reclaim him. Care to have a clone follow me?" "No problem," Naruto said as he made a low-powered clone. Sasuke made a clone of his own to assist with the battle here, and the original led the way for Naruto's clone. Gaara's sand clone reached the chamber where they stored some of the village's most important treasures and cursed. The door there was already ajar, and the pot was missing. The clone punched the wall in frustration and cursed. "Kankuro, do not let that iron sand touch the Black Warrior in any way," Chiyo warned. "That sand's magnetic properties will render puppets useless." "Yeah, got it," Kankuro said with a gulp as he guided Black Warrior out of the way of the giant black cube that Sasori used to try to crush it. "It is pointless, Sasori said. "This is the favorite of my collection." He was hard to finish, but that made him more than worth it. The cube came dangerously close to cornering Kankuro and Black Warrior, but Sakura was able to kick the cube aside. Chiyo, meanwhile, used the mother and father puppets to try to catch Sasori off guard, and managed to sever a few puppet strings. The Kazekage faltered, and Sakura hit it right in the chest with one of her more powerful punches. Unfortunately, the Kazekage was reinforced with some of Drachmas's metal as well, so Sakura could only manage to put a few scratches on it. Even so, the blow sent the Kazekage right back at Sasori, who momentarily toppled with his puppet. It would have been a bit comical seeing him frantically trying to avoid getting too badly tangled if this had not been a life or death situation. With a snarl, he was able to right himself in time to knock Black Warrior aside with his tail, and sent some iron sand at it in retaliation for the attack, only to find that Kankuro was very stupidly running right at him while controlling Black Warrior. Sasori smirked and sent his tail to impale Kankuro, who dodged and cast a few quick signs. Next thing Sasori knew, it was Black Warrior running at him, and Kankuro was covered by the father puppet using a chakra shield to defend him from the iron sand that had been after Black Warrior. While that would disable the puppet, Kankuro had used the substitution jutsu perfectly to get Black Warrior close to Sasori. Several cords came from Black Warrior and basically tied it and Sasori tied together. Sasori snarled at the awkward position, but he was still able to control the Kazekage with little issue. It would not take too long for him to get free before Sakura and Chiyo would be able to land a blow on him, because they were too busy dealing with the iron sand at the moment. What he was not counting on was one of Black Warrior's hands disassembling and revealing a seal meant for holding chakra. Sasori's eyes widened. It looked like one of those prototype seals for a specially made cannon to fire a beam of chakra at an enemy. While it was clear that it would not work the way it was supposed to, because not even Sasori had ever been able to figure out the method of making the cannon work, and this design did not look any better, it was what it was going to do that concerned Sasori. Because this design exploded with many times the force of a well-made tag. Boom! Deidara stood on his mount with his visible eye wide and his hand making a seal quivering. "What the? I can't move, and my chakra isn't cooperating." He shouted in fear as he noticed the spider bomb he had planted on Alex fall off like a puppet whose strings were cut, though Deidara's mount was still flying. "What'd you do?" Alex casually stood on his mount and said, "In case you forgot, my power allows me to control my blood." He showed Deidara the blood claws again. "Surely you can figure out the rest." "But how am I? Wait, are you saying that when you cut me a second ago?" "That's right. Some of my blood is now in your bloodstream, and I was able to cut off the flow of chakra with it that allows you to detonate your clay, though I am still making sure your chakra moves in a way that allows your mount to continue flying." "Why would you do that?" Deidara said as his hands began to move against his will, forming clay bombs. "Because with your body now under my control, you can help me take care of that far faster," Alex said, pointing to where a chimera and a few corpses were still wreaking havoc, even with a few shinobi there to try to hinder them. Get to it. With that, Deidara helplessly threw bombs into the midst of his allies' forces, and Alex was also using his blood to rend several foes apart. Sasori snarled as he leapt back, smoking from the explosive force. During the diversion the explosion had caused, his strings had been cut from the Kazekage, and before he could reassert control over it, Kankuro beat him to it, and now his own puppet was being used against him, though it was clearly trial and error on Kankuro's part to figure out how the iron sand worked. Meanwhile, Sakura had ran at Sasori, using the substitution jutsu to replace herself with the smoldering remains of Black Warrior, and smashed her fist right into where Sasori's heart was, and the metal casing cracked, having been weakened by the recent blast, and a few chips fell out, but the casing held enough for Sakura's fist to do no more than draw some blood from the organ. Seems I have little choice but to use my entire collection against you, Sasori said as he removed a piece of his chest and unsealed 100 puppets, strings attaching themselves to the weapons from the revealed cavity. Performance of 100 puppets. Holy shit, that's a lot of puppets. Kankuro shouted in fear of Sasori's abilities. He knew that with only the Sandaime Kazekage under his control, impressive as the puppet was, he would be overwhelmed fast. Chiyo saw this, and pulled out a special scroll of her own, giving a nod to Kankuro to take control of the mother and father puppets. He did so, and Sakura formed a few seals, causing 5 mud clones to rise from the ground. Chiyo then unsealed 10 puppets, and Kankuro's eyes widened. Those are the Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets. A slightly impressive force, Sasori mused as he looked at the 13 puppets on his opponent's side, and the 6 Sakuras. But you are still outnumbered nearly 5 to 1 if you count the puppet masters on your side. Time to finish this. What happened next was total pandemonium. Kankuro and Sakura were basically doing their best to fight off all of the puppets that came their way. Kankuro finding himself being drained of chakra rather fast as he inexpertly spammed iron sand from his stolen puppet and used the mother and father to cover the original Sakura and the Kazekage, while Chiyo was using her 10 puppets to the best of her ability to take out as many of Sasori's as possible. 3 of her puppets formed a vortex that sucked in a good number of enemy puppets, but more kept coming. It was clear that while Sasori could only control 100 puppets at a time, he was clearly not above unsealing others to control as he lost them, and there was no telling when the battle would come to an end. 2 puppets tried to attack Chiyo, but the one she kept close by smashed them to bits. A single one of her puppets in the middle got mobbed by 5, and was disassembled as a result. 3 of Sakura's mud clones managed to take out nearly 20 of the puppets, but were defeated. The original was also quickly tiring, though she was managing to avoid every single attack aimed her way. Regardless, it was not going to last long at this rate. Sakura, we need to hit Sasori himself if we are to win. Kankuro shouted, and she nodded. Chiyo agreed as well, and sent a puppet with one eye to Sakura, and it opened its mouth to give Sakura a sphere, which she took and ran at Sasori, while Kankuro sent his puppets to cover her. After a bit more fighting, Sasori had about 30 puppets attempt to block off Sakura, but she had other ideas. While Kankuro used his borrowed puppets to buy her a few seconds, she raced through signs. Earth-style Terror Shield. The large stone slab rose up, and she kicked it right at the mob between her and Sasori. Though the effort winded her, and took up most of her remaining reserves, she was able to then grab onto the mother puppet, who then made a chakra shield that she could use as a springboard and got close enough to hurl the orb right at the surprised Sasori, who was caught dead on and ended up pinned to a wall of a building in the center of a complex ceiling matrix. Ha, we got him! Kankuro shouted as he withdrew the puppets he controlled in response to the puppets Sasori controlled falling in a heap. Chiyo also sighed in relief. She resealed her collection of fabled puppets. Guys, wait, his flesh piece is missing. Sakura shouted frantically. Chiyo's eyes widened, and she turned around in time to see a puppet rising with said piece in his own chest and run at her with katana in hand. She would not be able to dodge in time. Then she felt a tug from behind as Kankuro reacted fast and yanked her back with his puppet strings. But in the process, he relinquished control of the Sandaime, and none of the other puppets or Sakura were close enough to intervene. As a result, Sasori was able to dash at Kankuro, who was too slow in backing up. He feebly raised his left arm in an attempt to ward Sasori off on reflex. He was rewarded for his efforts with Sasori swinging his sword savagely and severing Kankuro's arm clean off and deeply cutting his chest. Kankuro screamed in pain as he fell back and tried to stem the blood flow from the stump of his arm. Sasori pressed his obvious advantage, only for Chiyo to recover in time to rush between Sasori and Kankuro and block his next attack with a chakra shield from her right arm, which Kankuro dimly recognized as an artificial construct. So you modified your own body as well, even if it is only an arm, at Granny? Sasori said. It seems that you and I are more alike than you care to admit. Perhaps, Chiyo said as Sakura rushed up behind Sasori and knocked him heavily to the ground with a sweeping kick that took his legs out from under him. Before he could react any further, Chiyo took control of mother and father and had them stab into the gaps of his heart casing that Sakura had opened, impaling the puppet master's last tie to physical humanity. Sasori's eyes widened and Chiyo looked down at her grandson sadly. But we are also different in what matters. I came close, very close indeed, but I have yet to fully abandon what is really important. You, however, abandoned as much as you could. I am sorry I had to kill you, my own grandson, but after all the things I have done in my long life, the current generation have a lot of mistakes of my generation to clean up. The least I can do is remove at least some of the mess and make things better for them. And I will live the remainder of my days to try to leave this new generation a better world than what I would have initially given them. As long as you lived, you would have made such a dream harder to attain. What has gotten into you, Chiyo? Sasori chuckled weakly. This is not like you in the slightest. To think, you used to be so stubborn, only caring about your own nation and nothing else, and then not caring at all after I left. What changed? I simply saw the potential in the next generation, Chiyo said sadly. Potential you had, and wasted on your mad desires and goals. You failed to understand what true art was in the end. Sasori gave one last laugh before he lay still. Sakura looked up from the task of healing Kankuro she had busied herself with earlier and said, I was able to staunch the bleeding, but I also had to remove a good portion of poison. We will need an antidote to do the rest. Then let's get him to a safe place until we can get one prepared, Chiyo replied as Sakura put Kankuro over her shoulder. Caius continued to laugh as more and more projectiles that were sent at him were deflected by his shell, and he whipped a tendril around to smack Tenten aside as he turned to face Hinata, who decided to forego the bow at this point and rush in to use her Hurricane Fist. Caius narrowed his eyes at this point, knowing full well that a good hit from that taijutsu style would shred both his physical body and his chakra network, and he would not be healing from the damage if that was to occur. So he could not afford to let Hinata get close to him. He sent several tendrils at her, with the intent to impale her before she could get near him. She stopped her charge as the tendrils surrounded her and began to spin fast. Hurricane Kaiten, she shouted, channeling her wind and water chakra into the rotating dome and causing all of Caius's tendrils to get painfully shredded. However, Caius still smirked, and the moment Hinata stopped spinning, several tendrils he had burrowed burst from the ground and impaled Hinata through the back, having caught her in her blind spot. The smirk slid from Caius's face when Hinata disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Where's Dash? He started to ask, but has got his answer when Hinata landed on the ground behind him, having used the Kaiten as a diversion to leap in the air while Caius's vision had been obscured by the dome her clone had risen. She must have made said clone when he had knocked Tenten aside. Before he could do anything else, Hinata roared as she slammed her palm right into the parasite on the back of Caius's neck, bursting the creature almost instantly with her chakra. Caius's perspective went completely white, and he began twitching violently as pain beyond anything he ever experienced racked his body before he fell dead. Hinata wasted no time in taking all scrolls from Caius and shredding them with wind chakra, ending the undead part of the invasion, though they still had to worry about his Edo Tensei. Hinata then immediately rushed to Lee and sent a clone to Tenten to tend to their injuries. As she started to heal Lee, her eyes widened as she saw 9 coffins rise from the ground around Caius. 8 Edo Tensei formed a barrier while the 9th was a Shikokyo, who used the secret clan techniques and soon had Caius brought back, and weakly rising before a 10th Edo Tensei, arrived with some kind of antique pot and handed it to his master. Caius then made a seal to recall his Edo Tensei before stepping into a dimension door. Isaac woke up feeling like shit and looked groggily at Toby, who was also coming to after what Alex and Dadar did to them. Oh God, please tell me that we didn't do it last night, Isaac said in a horrified tone as he and Toby's gazes met. Toby merely stared at him for a second before shivering unconsciously, and he disappeared with Kamui before any more brain cells could be killed by their interactions. Naruto and Sasuke cursed as they arrived to where Izuna lay, only to see a coffin rise from the ground and reclaim Madara's brother. Great, this means we will have to fight him again, Sasuke said as Naruto sheathed his blade with an angry look on his face. Itachi, Azumi, Kushina, and Baki stood with several sand shinobi panting as they saw the Edo Tensei they had been fighting reclaimed by the coffins that Kyusist. While Itachi had sealed many with his Susanoo, more had kept coming until now. The battle for Suna had ended. I suppose you are now at my mercy, Alex said to Deidara, who was now quivering in both fear and his futile attempts to move now that the invasion was over. Alex thought for a second and said, "It will be better to take you prisoner. You are too dangerous to release, and I would rather not fight you as an Edo Tensei." So killing you here and now is also out of the dash. He got no further as a vortex suddenly appeared and an arm emerged and grabbed Deidara, pulling him though and away from Alex before the Chihanshu could react. Gaara and his father both panted as a cornered Orochimaru looked with amusement at his coffin that came to reclaim him. It seems that I will be leaving now, but I would rather not do so under another's control, Orochimaru said as he formed a seal that Gaara had seen Madara do once before. Gaara's eyes widened as Orochimaru laughed and said, "Release." The coffin shattered as the summoning contract was severed. He then quickly formed several seals and shouted, "Summoning Jutsu." Gaara cursed as about 5 very large snakes appeared to attack. By the time he and Hikaru were able to kill all of them, Orochimaru had already fled. Caius stepped out of the dimension door rift to the area he and Drachmus had agreed to rendezvous if things had gone south during the invasion, and muttered to himself, "Drachmus had better have killed a few of the bastards for me, because that was an outright fiasco on our parts." He rubbed the back of his head where the parasite had stuck its needle into his neck before he had been killed by that Hyuga girl. He looked around the canyon he had come out in and did not see Drachmus anywhere. "Strange," Caius said. "He should have been here by now, and he is not the type to go for a stroll while waiting on me." Did he actually lose to someone? His eyes then fell upon the ground, where he saw an Akatsuki robe that Drachmus had removed and sealed in anticipation of the battle to keep it from getting damaged. There was also his Akatsuki ring there. Seems he found some reason to abandon us. Caius asked, seemingly to himself, and actually getting an answer from another voice in his head. "It is of no concern. If he does not return to us, he will die, either if he tries to interfere with our plans, or if he cowers and we hunt him down after I regain my body and reclaim all that is mine." "True, but he was a valuable asset all the same," Caius replied to the voice in his head, which seemed to have the form of a mixed Sharingan and Rinnegan in the mind of the Shikokyo. The eye was a solid red, and had concentric rings, the 3 innermost rings having 3 tomo in them. With or without Drachmus, my aim will remain the same. After all, I still have you and Raisin as my loyal servants. Everything will still go off without a hitch as long as I have Raisin at least. For that, I still need you as a revival contingency in case our enemies manage to kill him. If Drachmus truly does turn out to be important enough for us to need him for my goals, all that is needed is for him to be killed and brought back with your jutsu." "Yes, there's that, Shinju-sama," Caius said with a smirk on his face. He then opened the dimension door to return to Raisin and report the initial failure of the Ichibi's capture, but the success of getting a good portion of the creature's chakra. After all, the Ichibi was the weakest Bijou, so it was the best choice for having an incomplete portion of chakra for, even if the whole thing was preferable. He stepped through the door, the invasion of Suna over. Chapter 71, The Butterfly Effect. "So you guys are going back to Amigakure then?" Naruto asked on the outskirts of Kyomogakure. Konan was currently supporting Nagato with one of his arms around her shoulders. A paper coffin with Yahiko's corpse was floating next to them. "Yes, but we will return to fight soon enough," Nagato said. "First I will need to regain the muscle memory of my legs, or I will be little more than dead weight in combat without my paths. Of course, if it weren't for you helping to heal me, I would still have to face the fact I would not walk again." "It was no issue," Naruto said with a grin. "And you still managed to give me Itachi and be a rather hard time when we fought in that same state. Even so, the fact that I was unable to dodge Itachi's Susanoo blade was my undoing in that fight, or rather our enemy's undoing." "True enough. Get well soon." Nagato nodded before he removed his arm from around Conan's shoulders to reach for a scroll he had in the folds of the robe he had donned before they left the cave. He then focused some of his chakra into the scroll and a map of the elemental nations with several locations marked on it. "Here, I marked the locations of all the hideouts on this. It may help you find the Jinchuriki that were captured on time to help save them." "Neat trick," Naruto said as he took the scroll from Nagato. "I should have enough time to find them, especially if you won't help them seal the Bijou. They need a Rinnegan for that, right? Be careful then. Obito may just come after yours." Both of his siblings' students nodded. "As soon as you're done attempting to rescue the Jinchuriki, please come to AIM," Konan said as she once again supported Nagato. "Yes, we have much to discuss," Nagato said before his expression became a bit sadder. "And if you would, could you also possibly bring—" He trailed off. "Yeah, I think I will take Ero Sennin with me when I come. And now that you have your own memories back, I think the risk of him getting himself killed to reach you is gone, so we can restore his memories as well." "Ero Sennin?" Both Nagato and Konan chuckled at once. "Yeah, Fukusaku told me the name fits too," Naruto laughed. They then spent a few seconds enjoying a good chuckle at their teacher's expense. It was still rather chaotic in IWA, as several shinobi milled around trying to figure out what to do. Jiraiya and Minato headed for the hospital R of the village, Minato carrying Inoki over his shoulder. Both were wondering whether the aged Tsuchikage would recover from the severe Jinjutsu-induced trauma. Jiraiya then paused and said, "Strange." "What is?" Minato asked. "I just had the strange urge to strangle 3 students of mine, and you aren't one of them." It's probably nothing." Minato deadpanned at the statement before he said, "Regardless of your strange senses, we need to track down the Akatsuki right now. Summon a few toads, and try to get them to pick up a trail." Jiraiya nodded and summoned 3 small toads that headed out at a rather fast pace. "Gramps!" A voice shouted, and both Jiraiya and Minato looked up in time to see a black-haired Kunoichi drop out of the sky, as if she had just flown. Minato also noted that there was a strange sealing matrix on her cheek, but he pushed that thought aside. The Kunoichi landed next to them, and Minato set Inoki down. He then sighed as he thought about how to explain to Inoki's granddaughter what happened to him. "Are you seriously still reading that smut? Even when we were on the road?" Celia demanded of Kakashi as they walked along the road to Kyumo, on the mission to get A and B their memories back. Hate and Yugao were their backup. The relationship between Hate and Yugao had gotten to the next level by this point, as they were happily married and Yugao had only just been allowed on active duty again due to having given birth to their child a few months ago. It was a girl with her father's hair color and named Haruka. It was a bit difficult for them both to leave their daughter for a mission, but Tsunade, who was acting Hokage in the absence of Minato and Itachi, made certain that Haruka would be taken care of. Hate was in much better health than ever before. After Tsunade had cured his chronic bronchitis, he no longer woke up in the middle of the night coughing all the time. As a result, he had a bit of a livelier appearance, and the bags, or as Yugao called them, luggage, under his eyes were long gone. Kakashi chuckled as he said, "What can I say? It's just a part of who I am. And besides, you should know that I perform better with the inspiration." He giggled perversely and buried himself in the book again as Hate developed a sudden relapse of his coughing. Strangely enough, at the same time as Yugao coughed as well. Celia developed a tick mark as she imagined the teasing she would get from those two later on. Despite her best efforts to cure Kakashi, he proved to simply be incurable of his desire for Aika. She had finally given up after she figured out that their bedroom activities were more enjoyable after he had something to reference and new ideas. Even so, she would have preferred if her silver-haired boyfriend was not so open about what they did when they were alone. "They'll be announcing their engagement soon," Yugao whispered to Hate, who started coughing again to try to hold back his mirth. Celia went bright red, but otherwise gave no indication that she heard her fellow purplet. As long as neither of them made a Cyclops and Triclops comment, she could ignore the ribbing. "What in the dash?" Kakashi demanded as they came to the top of the hill and got a glimpse of a lot of smoke coming from the village they were going towards. "What do you think is going on?" Hate asked as he reached for his katana. Either the rakeage finally snapped and lost his temper due to the paperwork his station has him doing, Celia said in mock thought, causing Yugao and Hate to sweat drop and Kakashi to chuckle. "Or the village has been attacked." "We had better check it out then," Yugao said, and with a mutual nod between them, they hastened their pace to the village. "Let me get this straight," they said to Darui, who had given him a report just a few moments ago. He cricked his neck and took a deep breath, still trying to recover from what the blonde brat with the odd eyes had done to him, in addition to the damage his own jutsu had done to him. "This phenomenon, as you called it, has revived every single person who died today?" "Yeah, despite the mass property damage, we have yet to hear of a single casualty," Darui said. "Well, this is rather strange. I wonder who has that kind of power within their range." "One guess as to who said that." "B. So help me, if you don't stop your stupid rhymes for the moment, I will give you an iron claw that will make all the others you have received up to now feel like a fluffy pillow." A growled in irritation, causing B to cover his head with his hands with an expression of fear evident. Darui laughed for a moment before he donned a serious expression. Annoying as his manner of speech is, he does bring up a good question. Who could have revived all of the people in the village? "I can answer that for you," a familiar voice said, causing all three to jump and look at the blonde that had made himself known. "You!" A roared as he tried to charge at Naruto, only to be held back by B. "Let me go, B!" A demanded as he managed to twist enough for his left hand to find its way to the top of B's head, much to the younger man's dismay. "Good grief, this is a pain. Could you please hurry up and explain?" B asked Naruto past the pain his brother was inflicting upon him via Iron Claw. "I ran off the guy who was attacking your village," Naruto said with a calm grin, though he was internally wincing with sympathy for B. His mother had used that same technique on him once, when he let it slip that he used the transformation jutsu in the previous timeline for A. Unique purpose that worked wonders on Jiraiya. And if he had a stronger grip than that, which was likely considering his brute strength and practice with it, then Naruto was very glad it was not him in pain right now. A pause before he released a rather relieved B and was released himself. He was still far from calm, but he should not be at the level of rage where he would attack first and ask questions later anymore. Explain. Now, he said. Looks like things got wrapped up around here, Sasuke said as he and the Naruto clone checked the damage from a vantage point on top of a building. Yeah, Naruto's clone replied. In that case, I should probably make some more clones to get all the people I Hiroshin out of the village back here. Sure you have enough chakra for that? Sasuke said. You were just a clone after all, and you started this battle with a quarter of your original's reserves. And it took half of your original's chakra to get all those people out of the line of fire. So your original went to another fight with a quarter of reserves as well. Not only that, but the clones that Naruto made only had enough for one Hiroshin each before dispelling. So those trips were one way. I don't think that you will have enough chakra to bring all the people back to Suna. True, my reserves are at only about less than 10%, but I will only need one clone per safe spot. I put them in to bring them back, while I needed more clones to take them to said safe locations while they were scattered in a panic. Plus, I have not tapped into Kurama yet on either end, so any amount I lack would be easily given by him. So how many of these safe locations do you have? 10 of the Snake Team's bases we hit 2 years ago, and a few spots in Konoha, Naruto said. I took all the people who were from Konoha back there, and all the others to Orochimaru's former bases, where I left a few kunai behind while we were there. So you took Akari and my team back to Konoha? Nah, they were taken to one of the hideouts, because I wanted to bring her back here, so you could explain what happened here. Plus, I felt she wasn't done enjoying her time in Suna. Speaking of her, were you surprised to see her used with style? Sasuke asked with a smirk. I bet you were more surprised than I was, team, Naruto replied. Sasuke snorted and said, please, Dope. Any member of your family could grow a second head, and I would not so much as bat an eyelash. I've learned to not let anything about you guys surprise me. Yeah? Naruto asked with an evil smirk. I bet that you will faint like an academy schoolgirl when you see the surprise I have in store for you. No thanks. I have no intention of encouraging another near disaster by winning a bet against you. Look what happened when Akari lost a bet to me. I'm sure that this invasion is what resulted from that. Yeah, I think that we just predict bad things when we lose bets, not make them happen, and the same when Bachan wins them. Sasuke looked thoughtful about that for a moment, and finally said, fine, I'll take the bet. 100 Ryo says I am not bothered in the slightest by whatever the hell you're going to pull. And you have the same saying that I faint like an academy schoolgirl, was it? You got it. Naruto grinned as they shook on the bet. So check this out. His eyes changed into the purple with concentric ringed form of the Rinnegan, and Sasuke froze in his tracks. So I awakened the Rinnegan, and it has helped me kick some ass already. And you know what a real kick in the teeth is? Apparently it got activated because of my Senju blood from the Uzumaki side of my family, and that got mixed with your blood when you had to give me a transfusion over 2 years ago. So I really have you to thank for this. Sasuke fainted like an academy schoolgirl. Seems that I underestimated Orochimaru, Kaya said at a hideout where Raisin had been waiting for him. Derek was also there, along with the unconscious Yujito. Caius gave the 2 rings he held to Raisin, one of them being the ring Drachmus had left behind, and the other being the one Sasori had, and was recovered by one of Caius's Edo Tensei before he had recalled them. I should have suspected that with all of the effort he had put into using the Edo Tensei jutsu, he would have known the seal to release it. Well, this complicates things a small amount. It is of no matter, Raisin said. Orochimaru is among the more insignificant pieces on our board at the moment. While it is true that he himself is a formidable foe, he has no support at the moment. We will keep a close eye out for him for now, but do nothing until we have a better idea of how this will impact our plans. What concerns me now is the supposed betrayal of Drachmus. That is true, Lord Raisin, Caius said. I am well aware that you actually had a bit of a soft spot for him, but he will now be our enemy if he chooses to fight us instead of fighting with us. Raisin frowned behind his helmet at Caius, saying that he had a soft spot for Drachmus. It was true that he and the part demon had had similar early lives, and as a result, Raisin had taken Drachmus in, though the main motivation was the use of the warrior's power. Drachmus defecting was a blow against him in more than one way. We will wait to see what he does and take appropriate action once he makes a move, Raisin said. The most concerning thing of all is that the Kyuubi brat apparently got to pain after I had left, and Zetsu dropped the Jinchuriki off at this location, Derek said as he prodded Yujito's still form. And we cannot use the 9 Phantom Dragons sealing technique without a Rinnegan bearer to extract the Bijou and put it in the Geto Mizo, so the fact that we now have 3 Jinchuriki only gives our enemies a reason to come after us. True enough, but Raisin said thoughtfully before he turned to Derek and said, tell Kabuto to release Madara. It is high time we set his piece on our board. With his Rinnegan, we will be able to seal the Bijou with only a slight delay. It is unfortunate that Pain and Conan took their rings with them, so we are down to 8. But we should still only need a little over 3 days for an extraction. And since we were using a hideout that Obito had kept secret from Pain, just in case, it should be a while before we are found. This is by far one of the most devilishly complex seals I have ever laid eyes on, Minato said as he examined a slightly reluctant Kuratsuchi's cheek where the sealing matrix was still clearly visible. She was a bit uncooperative at the time Minato brought up that he could take a look at it once she had mentioned that it took away her lava and dust-style bloodlines, due to the fact that she had wanted to be at her grandfather's side as he was being treated for mental trauma of the most extreme level known. Minato was already wondering if he would have to bring Tsunade here to help, even if IWA would take a greater blow to its pride as a result of such actions. After explaining to the girl that her presence would do Inoki no good, she had complied with his request to examine the seal. I can only tell a few things from it, and two of them I already guessed or knew from what you told me. What I already knew was that the seal is meant to transfer your Kikei Genkai or Kekei Tota to a different user, and what I guessed is that it's linked to another seal, most likely the one on the man's chest that you told me about. How many bloodlines do you think he can take? The seal was in the shape of a triangle when I saw it, and each point had a circle at the end of it, Kuratsuchi told Minato at the question. The circle over his heart held a design, which I guessed represented Storm Style since he used that against me in our brief fight. But that design then migrated to the circle on the right side of his chest, and the one that held the Storm Style design before had the Dust Style design on it after he took it from me. The bottommost circle remained empty. So if he took a third bloodline, the bottommost circle would likely hold Storm Style then, while the circle Storm Style left would gain Dust Style and any other abilities that come with it, and the one over his heart would be filled with a new one, Minato mused. Question is, what happens if he tries to take a fourth? Would it simply not work, or would he lose Storm Style and gain a new one? What have you figured out from examining the seal that you didn't already know or at least guess? Just 3 things. I will start with the least concerning of them and give you the most last. First of all, the seal needs specific conditions for it to work. What the guy needs to steal a Kekei Genkai is skin contact with a bearer of one. That is the trigger for the stealing of the bloodline. And from what I could tell, it is involuntary and automatic once the trigger is achieved, meaning if he laid hands on a bearer of a bloodline he had yet to possess, he would end up taking said bloodline regardless of whether he wanted it or not. We may be able to use that against him later if he loses bloodlines after taking more than 3, but giving him a set we could handle easily. Second thing is that there's another function that will be triggered if he dies. What the function is, I cannot say, but I can tell that it won't be a pleasant surprise if we get the chance to find out. That's only the second most concerning thing? Kuratsuchi asked skeptically. What is the most concerning? The seal design seems to be loosely similar to the Uzumaki designs, which makes me wonder about the origins, Minato said. Whoever made this either found an old Uzumaki sealing technique and modified it, or he had been well versed in the Uzumaki style, as well as a bit of his own personal style, and made this seal with it. Whatever the case is, the user is clearly on the same level of Fuinjutsu as I am, if not better than me. That means there is no telling what the man or woman who made this is capable of with the art. A few hours later at Kyumo, after a brief explanation from Naruto and B and 8 getting their memories restored by Celia, after getting the 3 Jonin who were not aware of the time thing distracted by Kakashi pretending to perceive a threat, it had arranged a private meeting with Naruto, Celia, and Kakashi, the only other person present being B, despite Darui's protests. So let me get this straight. We are currently in the past and fighting for a second chance to defeat Madara and bring peace to this world. But there are people from another dimension, the same one as the guy who helped us turn back time in the first place came from. And they're complicating things, it was saying to the 3 in front of him, his brother standing behind him, speechless for the first time in a while. Have I got all that right? In a nutshell, yes, Naruto replied. Groaned and laid his head on his desk and said, I need a drink. Not to worry, bro. I'll get you that drink before you have time to blink. Be rapped as he crashed through the wall to try to find a place that sold booze that was not destroyed when Nagato attacked. There was a perfectly good door there. A's secretary, Mabui, shrieked after B from the room he had burst into. Naruto cackled at his old friend's antics before he set seals around the area of the hole in the wall, causing a barrier to form and once again making the room private. So with Yujito captured by the Akatsuki, we had better to get a finding her, Naruto said. They won't let the lack of Nagato's Rinnegan stop them from sealing the bijou for long. Not if Kabuto can still summon Madara. That is a very good point, Kakashi said. Any intel you can spare to help us find her on time would be helpful, and I suggest sending as many teams as you can to locate her. I'll get all the shinobi I can together, though I also have a responsibility to make sure the mess that your friend Nagato caused gets cleaned up, said Naruto before he leaned forward. Now let me make something clear when it comes to that guy. I don't fully trust him yet. He came to my village and killed several of my people. He revived them, yes, but that was something he was practically obligated to do after being the one who offed them in the first place. And there is still mass property damage to fix, though not as bad as what he did to your village. And he also has much to answer for that he did before he even came here to be certain. He is shown to be capable of such things in the previous timeline as well. For now, I will give him the benefit of the doubt, but I will not hesitate to end him if he takes so much as a single step backwards around me. It won't come to that, Naruto said with conviction. Ero Sennin will become gay before Nagato makes the mistake of losing hope again. Ero Sennin is Jiraiya, by the way, he said when a quirked an eyebrow in confusion to the nickname. I snorted at that. All right, I will trust you for now, I said. You have earned my respect before, and it is clear that you are stronger now. Any further conversation they had was then cut off when we burst into the room through another wall with a bottle of sake in hand, completely ignoring Mabui's screeching. Naruto was about to place more seals on the crater, but I waved him aside. Anything else we have to discuss is no longer a complete secret, as getting Yujito back is our priority. Mabui, I shouted. The secretary was in the office immediately, entering through the door. There was a perfectly good hole right there, Naruto snarked, getting a chuckle out of Kakashi, B, and Celia, a cough out of A, and a glare out of Mabui. Mabui, give me Masato and Itsuki immediately. I have need of them and see in the field if we're to find Yujito on time. Mabui's eyes widened as she turned to the shinobi from Konoha. Are you certain about that, Lord Reikage? She asked. We'd be letting Leaf Shinobi in on one of our greatest secrets if they worked with those two. Is fine. The secret would come out soon anyway, since I intended Itsuki to take the next Chunin exams, and at this point, I don't think Konoha would do much about it because I got some new intel that may cause an alliance between us. Mabui reluctantly nodded and set off to get a courier to find the two shinobi they had requested. Who are Masato and Itsuki? Kakashi asked. I never heard of shinobi of that name from Kyomo, not even after the alliance was formed last time and we pooled our resources. Masato is vaguely familiar, but that's because due to different circumstances just under 13 years ago in this timeline, we recruited him this time instead of killing him, they said. He is originally from the Hyuga clan's branch house. Wait, what? Naruto asked in surprise. As you know, it is no great secret that Kyumo has desired to be a Kugen all those years ago, but I was unwilling to do something too drastic that could cause war between our nations, so a few of my counselors took matters into their own hands, and that was what led to the incident. As for how that pertains to Masato, a few months after said incident in both timelines, some of our shinobi encountered him on the same mission. Because I still wanted to be a Kugen for Kyumo, my shinobi had proceeded to offer Masato the chance to join Kyumo and no longer have to kiss up the main house snobs or worry about any of his children he may have getting that abomination of a seal. Where the timelines diverge, it would seem was the fact that Hizashi survived this time. I would guess that he had rejected the offer last time due to a grudge against Kyumo for the death of Hizashi, and since the mission he was on opposed ours, resulted in him dying in the resulting fight. But since it is clear that you ensured Hizashi survived this time around, he lacked that grudge and was more open to the suggestion. So he came to our village under the conditions that he would not be forced to fight against Konoha, unless they instigated a war on Kyumo, nor was he to be forced into having children, though he did so anyway. That makes a lot of sense, Kakashi said. So I take it that Itsuki would then be the oldest child of Masato, then? You wouldn't be willing to share that drink, would you? Naruto asked, a little overloaded himself. It seems that we have much to discuss once our task is done. Madara's image said to both Obito and Raisin on one of the fingertips of the Geto Mizo. Raisin and Zetsu were the solid people there, and Obito was the person other than Madara who received one of the two rings. The other four members of the Akatsuki who bore rings, Kabuto, Kisame, Haiden, and Zurue, were there in holographic form. Derek had had little trouble releasing the hastily applied seals that Minato had placed on the bottle he had sealed Madara in. The seals were high grade to be sure, but done on so little chakra that the challenge was removed. But for now, we should begin the task of sealing the bijou within the Jinchuriki, Madara said as he started the 9 Phantom Dragons sealing jutsu and began to extract the Nibi from Yujito. Chapter 72, Locating Yujito. I really hate you so much right now, Naruto, Sasuke said as the original, who had returned to Suna a few minutes earlier, gave Akari the camera that the clone had used to take pictures of Sasuke unconscious and foaming at the mouth as an apology for taking her away from the battle. The clone had made a single shadow clone for each hideout he had taken the spectators to, and had each one go to the designated place, where the clones then linked hand with everyone there and Hiroshin them back to the Sand Village. There were a lot of people disgruntled about the interruption to their day and being brought to such bad-looking areas, but nothing too serious. Akari gleefully checked out the blackmail material she now had against her teacher and said, "All is forgiven, big brother." The Rinnegan? Itachi said with a rather amazed look on his face, while Kushina was chuckling with pride on what her son had accomplished. Everyone in Suna who was aware of the time travel thing was present in the building, with the exception of Gaara and his father, who were busy making sure order was restored in the village, and Zabuza and Haku, who were busy checking to be sure no enemies had stuck around. We can catch up and discuss new developments later, Naruto said. Hinata, can you heal me as much as you can? I'm a little lower on chakra than I would like, and I don't want any of my clones to draw on Kurama too much until I actually have to fight. And I need to make some clones right now. What? Hinata asked in confusion. The Akatsuki managed to capture Yujito, the Jinchuriki of a Nibi, and I have to find her before they are able to extract the Nibi from her, Naruto said simply. I have a map of all the hideouts Nagato knew the Akatsuki were using here. There are 9 in total, and 2 are close enough to Kumo for them to get to there in time, even if they started the extraction immediately. The rest are close enough to points that I can have clones Hiraishin to and go to the hideouts from there. The latest hideout being found about 2 days from now. Hinata nodded as her hands glowed, and she put them on Naruto's shoulders. Are you going to go in without backup? Sasuke asked Naruto as the blonde sighed with relief, his dull aches fading a little. Not if you guys accompany me, Naruto said with a smirk. That sounds reasonable, Itachi mused. Sasuke, Hinata, and I will come along to help you. It will be our team back together. We did not have that many missions before the Chunin exams 2 years ago, did we? And what about me? Kushina and Akari said at the same time. Kushina, you can take Sasuke's team, including Akari, back to Konoha, Itachi said. When it looked like they were both going to argue, Itachi held a hand up and said, you need to get Akari back to Konoha and the rest of her team. And Akari, my decision that you won't come on this mission is final as well. You're too much of a target for the Akatsuki to potentially manipulate Naruto with, and you are still a Genin, even if you're almost guaranteed a promotion after the exams. Once you're a Chunin, I will have to let you participate more in this kind of thing. Akari grumbled, but then said, fine, Hokage-sama. I likely won't have that title anymore by the time we get back to Konoha. Itachi chuckled. If your father has finished his training and returns to the village, then I will give the hat right back to him. Right then, it's time to start searching for Yujito, Naruto said, forming the seal. 21 clones formed, 3 for each of the hideouts Naruto intended to have checked out. They flashed away. All right then, he said as he looked at the teams he had gathered. 2 of the 8 shinobi he had gathered were masked AMBU, one of which would be joining the team, led by Darui, and had Misato and the 11-year-old Mitsuki on it. The other team would be led by C, who also had Samui and J, and would be getting the other EMBU to assist them. Here are the locations I need you guys to find for me, I told the teams, giving each of them a scroll. The Akatsuki have captured Yujito, and I intend to get her back before they can extract the Nibi from her. Both of your teams will be going to a separate location. Darui's team going to the base that is a few miles further from Kumo, because his team is a little faster. Are you certain that we are a match for the Akatsuki Reikage-sama? Darui asked. I am sorry to question your orders, but we may well have a tough fight on our hands. That's why I am taking another measure, he said. Those mission scrolls I gave you are not just to tell you where to go. There's a blank part of the scroll that you can write in that will show up on a counterpart scroll I have, so you can request my aid. But how will you get to the location on time if we do end up fighting? Jay asked. Mabui's ethereal transmission jutsu. Are you crazy, Lord Reikage? C demanded. That jutsu could very well kill you. It did not kill my father, and that was due to the toughness of his body, they replied. My body should be tough enough to take almost no injury, considering he went through without so much as a scratch. After all, with the endless training I have done over the past 2 years when a yellow flash sent me that warning, I should be close to that level by now. Just trust the Reikage, Darui said as he looked like he was going to argue further. It would be way too drab for a guy of his level to die from some transportation jutsu, of all things. At any rate, we better get going. We've wasted enough time as it is. One more thing, he said. Both of your teams will be accompanied by 2 Konoha shinobi each. They are also enemies of the Akatsuki, so they should cooperate with us. All the same, keep a close eye on them. Yes, sir, C said. About a day after the search had begun, 3 Naruto clones found a cave that was marked on Nagato's map. After a few minutes of reaching inside, with Sage Mode senses, the lead one cursed. Empty. Darn it. After a few minutes of poking around the base to be sure they were not missing anything, the clones dispelled to let the original know that the first Akatsuki hideout was a bust, as were the second and third ones a few hours later. No luck with this one, C said as his team exited the base they had just raided. Hopefully Darui will get to his and find the enemy in Yujito. Celia, can you open a dimension door there? Kakashi asked Celia in an undertone. Unfortunately, the jutsu is not a very accurate one, Celia said. It works best if you're using it to go to a place that you have been to before, or if there's a strong enough chakra signature for you to home in on. That's why Felix was able to come out in this dimension exactly where he wanted to, because he was using Sage Chakra to enhance his sensory skills, and he was following the Juubi's chakra. But because the enemy seems to be masking their chakra signatures to a point where you would have to get close to sense them, a dimension door would be more likely to land us on the other end of the elemental nations, and I have not been anywhere closer to the place we need to get to than we are here. And here I thought it was an ideal jutsu for traveling, Kakashi said with a low sigh. It is, but like I said, you have to have the ability to accurately navigate based on either familiarity with territory or dimensions you're traveling to, or be following something guiding you, or it is less ideal. Back in Suna, Hikaru sat at his desk, trying to set the piles of paperwork ablaze with just his glare. Gaara stood on the other side and said, "You asked to see me, Kazekage-sama?" While in the office, Gaara knew better than to simply address the man as his father. "Gaara, I'm going to retire as Kazekage by the end of the month," Hikaru said. "What? Why?" "Because I am rather tired of the job for one thing, and even with my gold clones, the paperwork has gotten to me again," the older man replied. "Secondly, I am no longer 100% certain that I'm suited for the job." "What brought this on?" "Simply put, the fact that you really have long surpassed me. The only reason I did not make you Kazekage sooner than today was because you still had to deal with the mistrust of the villagers. But ever since you have begun using that sand radar of yours to help the economy of the village, there has been more support for you. What really proved that you were meant to be my successor, though, was the fact that you were able to defeat a former Kazekage of our village. And it is thanks to you that the sand aim was sealed. Meanwhile, I would have likely been skewered by Orochimaru without your aid. Besides, last time, I gave you nothing but misery and pain, something I've strived to make up for over the past few years. After giving you nothing but a broken heart last time, I'm glad to at least be alive this time to give you the title of Kazekage, something you more than deserve. Sunagakure will be in fine hands once the hat is on your head again." "Father," Gaara said, so overwhelmed he forgot to be formal. Then for some reason, he smirked as a thought crossed his mind. Naruto, who was busy trying to look over the map and figure out likely places Obito could have set up shop without Nagato's knowledge, just in case they did not find Yujito anywhere Nagato marked, suddenly gave a violent sneeze. "Funny, why was I just thinking 0 for 2? He shook his head of such silly thoughts and got back to his task. Kankuro was released from the hospital after the worst of his injuries had been given treatment by Chiyo and Sakura, and the poison had been purged from his system. His stump of the left arm was currently wrapped in bandages. Neither Chiyo nor Sakura could reattach the severed limb, due to Sasori's poison having damaged the nerves at the point of the cut. Reattaching lost limbs was a difficult business at the best of times, and Sakura, while a better medic than Chiyo in some respects, had simply not yet advanced far enough in that field, and Chiyo was unable to work around the damage the poison caused. "Kankuro, are you alright?" Temari asked, as the middle child of the Sand's siblings re-entered their home. "Yeah, I will live," Kankuro said as he sat on a chair, only to yelp as it was yanked out from underneath him by some chakra strings that came from Chiyo. "Now what do you think you're doing?" The old lady chuckled. "Now that you're out of the hospital again, I would have thought you would be eager to get back to your training." "What's the use?" Kankuro grumbled as he got back up. "My maximum potential efficiency as a puppet master has been cut in half. I'm down an arm. Remember? Now, Kankuro, that is no excuse, as you should have seen during our fight with my grandson," Chiyo said as she detached her right puppet arm, causing Temari to comically shriek and jump back. Sure, the Kunoichi had killed several times in battle before, but seeing someone's arm just fall off in front of her with no seeming cause and no adrenaline in her system to sharpen and refine her senses was totally new to her. "As you should already know, I lost an arm myself at some point, but as you can see, there are ways around that problem for a puppet master," Chiyo continued as she reattached the artificial limb. "And here is your temporary new limb." She unrolled a scroll and unsealed a puppet arm that she tossed to Kankuro. "Due to this incident, the next stage of your training will be teaching you how to manipulate your new limb, and later, your puppets through it. And before you ask, no, there are no fancy weapons or tools built into it. That arm is simply for the purpose of your training. After learning to use the arm as if it was your own natural one, it will be up to you to design one for combat purposes. That will ensure that you are intimately familiar with the final product you make, and have a few surprises for any enemies you have." "Right," Kankuro said. "By the way, how am I supposed to attach this thing?" Chiyo chuckled and said, "Well, while you were under the anesthetics, once I realized that reattaching the arm Sasori severed was beyond me, though that Sakura girl was able to cure the poisoning in your body before it did too much else to you, I took the liberty of building the parts that the new arm attaches to into what remained of your actual arm. You haven't noticed because of the bandages and the light materials I used. If I didn't know better, Granny Chiyo, I would say you planned for me to lose my arms at some point." Kankuro grimaced as he unwrapped the bandages. "What can I say? A good shinobi tries to prepare for anything," Chiyo replied. "Hey, any luck yet?" Minato asked Jiraiya. "No, not yet," the sage replied. "None of the toads I sent on the trail of that snake boy are getting any results. He's probably even better than my old teammate at covering his tracks. I'll give him that. He turned to Minato, who he noticed had the comatose Inoki over his shoulder. Hey, what are you doing with Itsuchikage? Well, I'm going to take him to Konoha to get treatment from Tsunade, Minato said. Really? Do you have permission from the village council? No, though I tried. Apparently, they're taking advantage of the fact that Inoki here is in no condition to lead the village, and that his son Kisuchi is out on a mission since before the Akatsuki attacked. And they're trying to cement their own positions of power while they can. So while this may cause a bit of political shit for us, the sooner Inoki is back up, the less damage the idiots here can cause, and the more of his own authority he will be able to save. I think he will appreciate that, and help keep the peace between our villages for it. Even so, I'd be willing to bet that you are planning on letting Itachi deal with it before you take the hat back from him. Aren't you? Jiraiya deadpanned. The devious grin on Minato's face was answer enough. A growled as he read both Darui's and C's counterpart scrolls and learned that the hideouts they had checked had been empty. He sighed as Naruto Hiroshined into his office about 10 minutes late. Rod asked for news. Hopefully the boys' part of the search would turn out better results. Conan, let us stop here for a moment. You need to rest after supporting me for so long, Nagato told his friend, who nodded and set him against a tree before she sat as well. Nagato gave his legs a brief test and thought on how best to compensate until he got his muscle memory back. But then, that was not all that high on the priority list at the moment, since that would just take time and trying to move around as normally as possible. Nagato sighed. He was currently thinking hard on how best to deal with the Akatsuki now that he was against them. The trouble was, he was still uncertain of several of the variables in play here. For one thing, Raisin was now likely a bigger threat than even Madara, and whatever he wanted the Juubi for, it could be nothing good. The Geto Mizo was powerful enough as it was, without any of the chakra from the Bijou, but after chakra from each Bijou was sealed into it, it would be virtually unstoppable. Nagato's eyes widened, and he slapped his forehead and said, I am an idiot. Something on your mind, Nagato? Conan asked. Yes, I just thought of a way to throw a wrench into our former friend's plans, Nagato said with a grin. All I have to do is summon the Geto Mizo and keep the Akatsuki from using it to seal the Bijou. Excitedly, he cast a few seals and slammed his palm on the ground. In a burst of smoke, nothing happened. Conan and Nagato's sweat dropped, and the former said, Any other bright ideas? Clearly the moron who cosplays as Madara thought you might pull such a stunt and took measures against it. Likely some kind of seal that keeps your chakra's signature from summoning the statue. It was worth a try, though, no doubt about that. Nagato hung his head and said, All the same, I got nothing but a sense of where. Ugh. Shit. What is it now? Conan demanded. I had a brief moment where I could vaguely make out the general area the Geto Mizo was when I tried to summon it, but it is not anywhere I marked on the map I gave Naruto, Nagato said, causing Conan to pale. I have to let Naruto know about this right away. He quickly summoned his drill-beaked bird underneath him, and it gave a few flaps, causing it to rise about 10 feet. For some reason, Conan developed a tick mark then. And why didn't you summon the bird when we were still heading for AIM, and save me the trouble of carrying you for the past day and a half? Nagato paled and said, Because I simply didn't think of it until I was suddenly in a hurry? Please don't kill me. Nagato could have sworn a demon materialized behind Conan, and the redhead thought, why did it have to be that time of the month now? The PMSing woman was muttering several things under her breath, though Nagato was clearly able to catch the words. Just you wait. And 6 billion exploding tags, Nagato's sweat dropped and quickly flew off in fear for his life. Damn, none of the hideouts have any trace of Yujito, and it has already been just over 2.5 days, Naruto growled as the last of his seeking clones was dispelled upon reaching a hideout and finding it empty. Sasuke, Itachi, and Hinata looked concerned as the blonde hung his head. And I already flashed to Kyumo, so Old Man Rakage told me already that his teams came up empty as well. Looks like they thought ahead and made sure they had a few places that Nagato was not aware to seal the Bijou. Now what? I have no idea how we would find Yujito at this point, to be honest, Sasuke replied. Looks like she is sunk unless a miracle occurs, and I don't think even Dobe's luck is on the level we need to get one here. Wait, what's that? Hinata asked as she turned on her Byakugan and saw Nagato's drill-beaked bird coming for them, with said Uzumaki on its back. You may have just jinxed us for the better team, Naruto said. Assuming Nagato has a solution for our conundrum, Itachi said as the bird landed, and Nagato slid off, his legs encased in some kind of metal supports made from his Azura path, no doubt. He walked over to them. Nagato, what are you doing here in Suna? Naruto asked, and how did you get in unnoticed? I came in through the area a certain friend of yours that controls Sand guarded and convinced him that I was here on benevolent purposes, Nagato said. At any rate, I came to tell you that I know where at least one of the Jinchuriki is. I tried to summon the Geto Mizo to keep the enemy from using it, but some force stopped me, likely a specialized contract seal that keeps me in particular from summoning the statue. But I was still able to get a read on its position during the failed summoning attempts, and I know that it is currently in the process of having a bijou sealed into it. Who? Naruto-sama. You do have a lot of good luck at times, Zenko said, causing Naruto to smile. So where is the hideout that was kept secret even from you? Naruto inquired. Here, Nagato said as he pointed to a spot on the map that was fairly close to a hideout Naruto had hidden a kunai. Perfect, I can get there in a few hours at most, unless if I use Kurama's chakra, Naruto said as he got to his feet with a grin. Thank you so much for having downright amazing timing, Nagato. With that, he flashed away. Looks like we have a few hours before he sends a clone or two to get us there to help him, Sasuke said. Will you be joining us, Nagato? Itachi asked. Of course, Nagato said. It is my fault that the Nibi has been captured after all. I have only partially made amends for what happened in Kimo, to be honest. Guess all we could do is wait then, Sasuke said, and Hinata nodded. How much longer do you think this will take? The image of Kisame asked. No more than 4 hours, I would estimate, Kabuto replied. We already have most of the Nibi's chakra, and its mind is starting to get absorbed as well. So far, it seems that we have remained undetected, so we should be able to finish the process uninterrupted. One of Zetsu's clones appeared. Urgent news. The Namikaze brat is heading this way, and will be here in less than 2 hours at the rate he is coming. You, in your big mouth, you ass. Haiden shouted at Kabuto. At least his big mouth is not as foul as yours, Haiden, Zurue said in amusement. Enough, Madara said. Do we have any means of stalling the interruption? Raisin cleared his throat before he stated. Yes, as a matter of fact, I think we do. If Zetsu would be so kind as to retrieve Derek for us, he has a few means of delaying the boy, and he might just help us capture him as well. Indeed? Madara asked before he nodded. Very well then, make sure he is retrieved. After just under a couple hours of running, Naruto heard a rumble in his mind. Naruto, I can sense Matatabi's mind now, but it is growing weaker by the second. Hurry, Kurama shouted within his host's mind. Kura. Ma, is that you? Matatabi said weakly in the telepathic link Kurama had been able to establish. Please, hurry or Uejito won't make it. Even if you stop me from being fully absorbed. Hurry it up, Naruto, Kurama shouted in the blonde's mindscape, and Naruto hastily made a shadow clone, and it flashed to the locations of Sasuke, Hinata, Itachi, and Nagato. Felix was also there, and waiting, having decided he would fight with them as well. Come on, we have to go get Yujito. She is almost fully gone from what they're doing to her. Naruto's clone shouted as the group grabbed him, and he flashed straight back to the original. We are less than a mile away now, the original said to his 5 helpers as they rushed in line behind him, Nagato falling behind slightly despite the Azura path supports on his still recovering legs. Before they could get more than a third of the remainder of the way there, they encountered Derek, who was sitting in a clearing in their path and surrounded by what looked like over 100 storage seals on the ground. They froze, and Naruto growled, "Move now." As if I would just because you asked, rather rudely, Derek said as he got up and snapped his fingers. A plume of smoke appeared over each of the storage seals, and from each one, a humanoid machine with some kind of animation seals over parts of its body and a few other special seals. They all had a range of weapons, from war hammers to battle axes to bows to claymores to twin swords, etc. Each one had a build that represented the best body type for the weapons they carried. But why don't you try your hand against my automatons first? I assure you, they are higher quality than what that grave robber Caius is capable of, even if I don't have as many of these as he does corpses. Looks like we have to fight our way through, Sasuke said as he drew his swords, and Naruto gave a grim nod as Hinata put an arrow to her bowstring, a determined expression on her face. Felix drew Elemental Infinity with a serious expression. Here they come, Itachi said as the first wave charged. Chapter 73, The Final Rasengan. Sasuke blocked an automaton's claymore with his hawk sword and momentarily staggered at the level of raw strength the thing possessed, but he was able to shift the blow so the swing missed entirely, and he landed a kick on the thing's torso, knocking it back, and before any of the other machines he was fighting could land a blow on him, he plunged the hawk sword forward while blocking a hit from behind with his snake sword. His eyes narrowed as his hawk sword stopped short of its target, repelled by a sort of energy field. They have some kind of chakra shielding, Sasuke shouted as he leapt away from his opponents, his Sharingan activating as he went. I noticed, Hinata shouted as she dove underneath an axe and fired an exploding arrow into the midst of a few of the automatons, blasting at their shielding, but failing to do any damage. First blood, figuratively, went to Felix, whose famed blade slashed right through said shielding as if it was not there, and bisected two enemies at once. He then had to leap back, as the top halves still clawed at him, and the bottom halves kicked at him, and they are as persistent as Caius's corpse too. Felix shouted. Itachi glared at a few of the machines, whose shielding burst into the black flames of Amaterasu, before giving out and letting the machines themselves start to burn. Azura Path, propelled Rasengan Barrage, Naruto shouted, forming his 4 extra mechanical arms and creating 6 Rasengans before using chakra boosters to thrust right at a group of machines, and did severe damage to 7 of them, shielding and all. Earth-style Swamp of the Underworld, Nagato shouted, and 6 machines sank into the resulting bog Nagato had made. Sasuke traded a few more blows with his foes before he channeled lightning chakra through both his blades and cut through their shielding, though his weapons met more resistance than Elemental Infinity had, and cut 3 of the things to pieces. Hinata flung several away from her with a Hurricane Kaiten, putting gashes in the bodies of the machines, but they got up and charged again, only to have holes punched in them by her Rasengan arrows. Naruto created 50 shadow clones, and they each latched onto a machine and activated Preta Path, absorbing all the chakra from their animation seals and other important functions of the things, causing them to fall to the ground. Useless. Naruto grinned and turned to Derek, who seemed impassive that over half of his small army had just been dispatched by the blonde and his friends. Looks like your toys are not all you crack them up to be, Naruto said. Fool, do you really think that each of these storage seals only had one of my creations stored in them? Derek asked, and Naruto froze as he looked at the 100 storage seals. How many each? Naruto asked. 5 more in each seal, Derek said, as said seals released 2 more each, making the total number of enemies at the moment close to 250. Naruto grit his teeth in frustration. If it weren't for the fact that he knew he should save as much chakra as possible for whichever Akatsuki members were at the cave in person, and any other tricks Derek had up his sleeve, he could demonstrate that 2 could play the numbers game. I believe it is time for us to call for reinforcements, Itachi said as he unfurled the scroll Naruto had entrusted to him earlier, and quickly wrote on it as Nagato covered him using Azura Path and the chakra cannons he could make with it. Felix joined in and cut down several of the machines with his blade. No word yet? Kakashi asked, as the latter impatiently looked at the scroll whose counterpart was in Naruto's hands, willing for words to appear. He was about to say something irritably back to Kakashi, but smoke rose from the scroll as words written in the counterpart scroll formed on his scroll. I quickly read the contents and said, "They found Yujito." Mabui, said Secretary ran in and shouted, "Prepare the ethereal transmission jutsu at once." "Why, yes, sir," Mabui replied nervously. I had already discussed the matter with her. "I'll find Celia and anyone else who is back and can go to the battlefield on short notice," Kakashi said to as the Raikage stormed out of the room. I nodded and hurried after Mabui. OSD Himoji plays. "Hey, Naruto, any chance that you would share some Hydra DNA so I can make one to use with Animal Path?" Nagato asked as he watched the acid from the severed necks of said summon meld away at 8 machines at once. One automaton with a claymore thought it would be a good idea to try to swing a blow at the blonde, and Naruto had summoned his Hydra at the last second, and the blade ended up severing all 3 heads, and the machine and its companions got covered in the acid blood as the Hydra regenerated 6 heads. "Maybe, but it would cost you," Naruto said with a chuckle. "I'll keep that in mind," Nagato said as he summoned his drill-beaked bird and the multi-headed dog. Naruto then summoned his 5 velociraptors and the 5-element dragon, and the summons began to mow through the enemy. Itachi and Sasuke had both already brought out their Susanus, and Hinata was batting several automatons away with a Rasengan. Felix had created his dragon ruler of all elements and was busy cutting down more machines as his dragon trampled the small army. "They're taking out my automatons far too quickly for comfort," Derek thought in irritation. "I may just have to bring out the trump card already." There was a bright flash, and it came out of said light and hit several of the machines in one blow, sending them flying back, causing Derek to have to jump back himself to avoid getting hit by his own soldiers. "Sorry if I'm late to the party," I shouted as he kicked another machine. "Don't worry, we saved some fun for you," Naruto replied as he sent a Raisin Shuriken into the midst of more machines. A Susanoo arrow blasted through 2 machines behind who turned to see the source, and spotted Sasuke already preparing another one to fire at another row. A's eyes narrowed on reflex upon seeing the man who once tried to kidnap his brother, but he turned away to deal with the bigger concern of Derek and his army. Derek growled in frustration, but calmed down and prepared to release the 3rd wave, this one of 300 machines and a little something extra. The air shattered, and Celia, Kakashi, and Darui stepped form the rift, Seilai having homed in on A's now familiar signature. He was all we could find on short notice, Celia said as she unsealed her arm blades and turned to the automatons. Her headband was off at the moment, and her third eye opened. All three of her eyes widened after she had surveyed the automatons and had a general idea of what they were and settled on Derek. No way. He has the Tamashi Kensukami, too? She could see the chakra gathered in the pattern specific for that implant in his forehead. How to get a hold of it? That is not important right now, Kakashi said as he unveiled his Sharingan and cast a few hand signs. Water-style Water Dragon Bullet. As the jutsu washed away a few of the machines, Naruto and Nagato summoned more of their animal path creatures. Naruto his tiger and gorilla, Nagato his crab and panda. Come on already, bring out the next wave, so we can mop the rest of them up, Naruto shouted to Derek. And OST. Very well then, Derek said, and he snapped his fingers, unsealing the remaining 300 automatons, bringing the number of still active machines up to just over 400. But why should I stop there? The man asked as he took out a scroll. This here is one of my specials. Unless it is one of these things that is obscenely huge, I'm not the slightest bit worried, Naruto said. Derek simply smiled and unsealed. Exactly what Naruto had described. It was a four-armed automaton that wielded a scimitar in each hand, and it was about twice Kurama's full size. Naruto, one of these days I swear I'm going to sew your mouth shut with ninja wire and for good measure channel fire chakra into it while I am at it. Sasuke deadpanned at the blonde, who honestly could not blame his teammate there. I just had to say it, didn't I? Naruto said agreeingly as he wept anime tears. Let's take it out in one shot, Sasuke said. Fair enough. Wind-style giant raisin shuriken, Naruto shouted as he formed said jutsu. Wow, that is not the slightest bit drab, Darui said as he blasted a few machines with laser circus before going toe-to-toe with one. Yeah, well, wind is Naruto's best element, even if he has the potential to use all five thanks to the Rinnegan, which I was rather surprised to hear he had awakened, Kakashi said as he impaled two automatons with a single Raikiri. If he ever gets into Kimo's bingo books, he'll likely be called the Tempest of Six Paths or something like that, Darui said, kicking his foe away. Kakashi groaned. Please don't let him hear that. His head already has plenty of reasons to get swelled at the moment. OST heavy violence plays. Meanwhile, Naruto threw the giant raisin shuriken, and Sasuke intercepted it with an Amaterasu arrow, causing the raisin shuriken to be set ablaze as it slammed into the giant machine, only for the flames to be spread over the chakra shielding of the giant automaton and burn a few feet away from the metal of the thing. After a few seconds, several seals on the surface of the machine activated, and Amaterasu was sealed within them. That, my friends, is one of the four masterpieces me, Drachmus, and Caius have all worked on together, Kinzoka Kaijin, Derek said. It is made of metal forged by Drachmus, and its mind is formed of several of the souls Caius has under his control. And I should also mention that its shielding is constantly replenished by the natural energy around it, as are its other main functions. It's powered with Sage Chakra? Naruto echoed as he grit his teeth. This thing's going to be one tough nut to crack. We just need to keep hitting it until we deplete its energy stores faster than it can replenish them, Nagato said as he summoned the rhino and the ox, while Naruto nodded and summoned his mastodon and the mirror-shielded triceratops. All four summons charged Kinzoka Kaijin and slammed hard against the shielding, only to get knocked back. Naruto hastily summoned a giant bird that was almost twice Gamabun's size, easily the sheer largest of the summons he had shown so far, a huge eagle known as a rock. The giant bird took flight and slammed its talons down on Kinzoku Kaijin's head, but was repulsed by the shield again. The bird righted itself and got back up from the drill beak bird and the five-element dragon, who laid explosive eggs and fired a burst of lightning, respectively. The attacks impacted the shielding, but failed to penetrate. Naruto entered Sage mode for a moment and paled. Kinzoka Kaijin was absorbing Sage energy at a rather alarming rate, but what really worried the blonde was that it had enough in reserve to hold off a Bijou for a long period of time. Tame did not have. If only he could use his biggest summoning, but he needed a large body of water for that. Looking to where the fighting continued against a large number of smaller machines, Naruto shouted to Sasuke, who had rejoined that fight. Hey Sasuke, get your ass over here now. I need some help here. Sasuke blasted away 5 of the automatons with his Amaterasu and got to Naruto's side. What do you need? That thing has way too much chakra for the shielding for us to hit it with, and Nagato's and my summons aren't doing much damage to the reserves it has. The way it's going, it would take us the better part of the day to get any damage in, and we don't have that kind of time. If we're to beat this thing, we need to match it with some of our most powerful attacks. If I went Bijou mode, do you think you could use your Susanoo to armor me up and enhance the Bijou bombs I'm going to have to fire? If we do that, won't everyone here potentially get caught in the crossfire? Sasuke asked as he looked at all the people fighting with concern. I already thought of that, Naruto said as he made several shadow clones, and they each ran to a fighter and placed a Hiration tag on them. The fighters were momentarily surprised, with the exception of Hinata, who already had a tag on her so Naruto could defend her should it be required, but they kept fighting regardless. Should a blast go off that they could potentially get caught in, I will make a clone and have them flash the bystanders out of here. At any rate, we have to take this thing out and quick. Sasuke nodded, and Kurama's chakra form flared into being around Naruto, whose eyes had changed from the normal Rinnegan, the innermost ring now being scarlet and the pupil slit. It will be fun to be out again after so long, Kurama said with a grin as Sasuke joined Naruto inside the protective chakra. Here goes, Sasuke muttered as he formed the Susanoo around Kurama, creating something similar to what Madara had put on the fox once before, but with a ballistae formed on his head. A few slots opened on Kinzoku Kaijin's body, and flames burst from said openings, bathing the Hydra and the dog with enough fire to almost instantly roast them into dispelling. Gotta give the mortal credit for making something like that, Kurama said as he began to form a Bijou bomb, which was impaled by the Susanoo arrow that Sasuke had prepped. It has enough size and firepower with some variety to handle the summons that you and Nagato have brought without too much trouble. Let's clean his clock, Naruto said as Kurama fired the Bijou bomb arrow. The Susanoo arrow not only gave the already formidable attack a better penetration power due to having a point, but also sped the attack along. The attack hit Kinzoku Kaijin in its torso, and sparks rose from the point of impact before the bomb detonated. Naruto and Nagato dispelling the summons that they still had engaging Kinzoku Kaijin, and a row of Naruto clones ran to the site and activated Pretapath to absorb the chakra that would have otherwise potentially harmed everyone else there. Did we get him? Sasuke asked as he activated his Sharingan to try to view the chakra through the smoke. Not bad at all, Derek thought. The attack placed too many demands on the Sage Chakra reactor, and it was unable to pump enough of the reserves at once into the shielding to stop the attack entirely. But then, that's why I made the metal out of Drachmas's work. The dust cleared enough for the two friends to make out Kinzoku Kaijin, which had a small crater about 3 feet deep in the spot the Bijou bomb had gone off. No way. We did that little damage to the stinking thing? Naruto growled. Of course, brat, Kurama snorted. You and I both know just what Sage Chakra is capable of. After all, we both witnessed firsthand the Juubi of all things, and there is no greater example of the power of natural energy than that. Kinzoku Kaijin dashed forward and swung its blades down at the transformed Jinchuriki, and the force of Sano arms complete with blades intercepted all 4 of the automaton's attacks, just as the ballista fired again at point-blank range. The shielding protected Kinzoku Kaijin, so Kurama immediately lashed out with all 9 of his armor tails. A shockwave ensued with each impact, and Kinzoku Kaijin was slowly forced backward despite the shielding cushioning him. That was until the enormous automaton slammed its 2 right elbows onto the top of the Bijou's head, shattering the ballista and the rest of the armor there, and causing the fox to bellow in pain. Sasuke immediately activated Amaterasu and coated the entirety of the Susanoo armor with the flames before Kurama retaliated with a tackle, further burning away at the Sage Chakra reserves. But the Naruto clone in Sage mode could tell that they were not chipping away fast enough. Time was already running out for Yujito, if the weakening of Matatabi's mind and his own was anything to go by. Then the automaton had more slots in its body open, and chakra cannons fired off at point-blank range into Kurama, penetrating his Susanoo armor and causing the fox a bit of pain. Hey, how much longer do you think this will take? Kisame asked interestedly as the Akatsuki continued to drain the chakra from Yujito. 30 more minutes before we have the entirety of the Nibi's consciousness. After that, it is only a matter of draining the dregs, Madara's spectral image replied. That is if none of us slows down or is forced to break off the process. We are not going to finish this Goliath off in time to get to Yujito at this rate. Naruto growled as he landed back on ground, his chakra cloak fading as he tied to figure out a way to defeat the thing within 10 more minutes tops. Sasuke landed next to him with his Susangan, and he drew his blades to fend off a few of the remaining smaller automatons that attacked the two. Even if Naruto fought in full Bijou mode for a little longer, the thing's chakra barriers and general durability were proving to be quite a problem indeed. What do you expect, Dobe? Sasuke said as he knocked away a destroyed automaton, and was defended from one trying to blindside him. Not that it would have worked anyway, by Hinata. The thing is huge, and with those chakra shielding advantages these things have, it is going to be problematic breaking one of that size. Naruto ground his teeth as Felix directed his dragon ruler of all elements into engaging Kinzoku Kaijin to get Naruto some breathing room, but not making much progress against it in the process. They needed something big, something that had even more destructive potential than one of Kurama's Bijou bombs, something that could finish the mechanical giant in a hurry. If they weren't so pressed for time, they could just continue to chip away at it, but that was not an option. Felix, did you finish that jutsu? Naruto shouted desperately. No, Felix shouted, trying to add the final element, without I blowing up is still too much for me. Naruto cursed, and Sasuke asked, what are you talking about? Both Naruto and Felix are trying to create a Rasengan with all 5 elements, but Felix has not been successful, Hinata said, and he is closer to making it work than Naruto is. Believe it or not, I am actually better than Felix when it comes to making a multi-element Rasengan in a stable form, but he still has full mastery over the 5 elements, and I am still struggling with water and lightning. But if we were to help you, Hinata started and Sasuke nodded. Don't be stupid, Naruto shouted. It could blow up in our faces the first few times we try it. I would only practice this until I master it in an AOS room. Sasuke looked at Naruto with an expression of surprise, followed by one of frustration. Do you have any other ideas? He asked. I'll think of something, but the 5-element Rasengan is out of the question at this point in time. How do you know that? Sasuke asked. It may work, but the risk is too high. It is almost guaranteed to get us killed if we try it at this point. Sasuke snapped, do you want to save Yujito or not? He shouted as he grabbed the front of Naruto's jumpsuit. As Naruto's eyes widened in shock, Sasuke continued, I thought you of all people would take any risk to save someone who has gone through the same pain as you. I never thought you would hesitate. Don't tell me that this whole time travel thing has changed you more than it has me. You are practically the definition of stupid risks. And for you, they always paid off. What happened to the idiot I used to know? One who refused to give up. Naruto lowered his gaze as he contemplated Sasuke's words. You're right, he said as he took Sasuke's hands off of his jumpsuit and gave Sasuke a cheesy grin. What's been getting into me? I guess not even I am completely unshakable, but as long as I have friends like you guys, I will be able to remind myself who I am. So, let's get started, shall we? That's more like it, Sasuke said with a small smirk, and Hinata looked at Sasuke with new respect. She still had yet to fully forgive him for the pain he put Naruto through, but this was a leap in the right direction from him. You know, team, if I didn't know better, I'd say you're getting to be more like me. Is it my fault that your corny attitude happens to be contagious? Sasuke asked, and Hinata giggled. Sasuke has a point, she said. You do rub off on a lot of people you meet. And that is a good thing, Naruto-kun. Naruto chuckled and turned his gaze to the gargantuan machine. He held his fist out, and both Sasuke and Hinata bumped it, prompting him to use Human Path to exchange all experience and knowledge they had in forming the Rasengan and its elemental variants in preparation for what they were about to attempt, Naruto contributing the most in this case. Here goes, Naruto shouted as he made 2 shadow clones, who crowded him slightly along with Hinata and Sasuke. Naruto formed a Rasengan and began adding wind chakra, while his clones added earth and fire. Hinata bit her lip in determination and began to add water, and Sasuke started on pouring lightning chakra. Please let this work. Naruto prayed frantically while concentrating as hard as he possibly could just hold together. Please. The sphere began to bulge out in spots a few times as if it was going to go off, but Naruto, Hinata, and her Sasuke were always able to spot the deformation and correct it on time, and redouble their concentration every time. Even so, it was clear that the Rasengan was unstable, and it was all they could do to keep it from blowing up. Derek's eyes widened as his third I got a good look at just how much destructive potential this jutsu was going to have, and he directed several of his automatons to attack the group forming the jutsu, but they were hampered by Darui, Kakashi, and Celia. Come on. Naruto growled aloud as the sphere rapidly changed colors, some of the motes yellow at one time, others red, many green, several blue, and the rest brown, and always changing into another color. The ground around the 3 young shinobi cracked, and many gusts of winds flew by. The air around them was rapidly combusting into flames at random moments, though they were not hit with the flames. Water was forming on the ground, and a few jolts of electricity were visible on the ground and in the air. It's so unstable that it's affecting the environment around us. Hinata thought, slightly fearfully. This is going to be an extremely powerful jutsu, if it works. Sasuke thought with a bit of excitement. Naruto grit his teeth, and several veins in his forehead bulged with the mental effort of forming this jutsu. Finally, the elemental Rasengan slowly stabilized, and Naruto stared for a few seconds at what they had formed. The sphere itself was full of the energy motes that were all constantly changing colors, always one of the 5 colors of the elements. 5 rings surrounded the sphere, the outermost one being made of wind moving like a twister, with a few blades similar to the Raisin Shurikens spinning around it. The second ring was made of lightning, a few lances of it occasionally bursting out from the ring before dying down. The middle ring was like a whirlpool of water. Next was a ring of segmented rock with a few spinning spikes in each segment. The innermost ring was made of red fire, and wrapped in several other rings of orange flames. The noise it was making was like a mixture of the crackling of flames, the crashing of waves, the grinding of several rough stones being roughly rubbed together, the chirping of a chidori, or a raisin lance, and the bell screech of the raisin shuriken. Naruto grinned as he imagined that sound being the last some of his opponents would ever hear. Sorry to keep you waiting, Naruto shouted as he held up the completed jutsu over his head. Here is our new ultimate jutsu, elemental style, final Rasengan. To think, that is a jutsu I hope to use at some point, Felix mused as he watched Naruto rush at Kinzoku Kaijin, which Derek hastily directed to attack the blonde before he got close. The giant fired several beams of chakra, which Naruto used Sage Mode to avoid easily. More slots opened in the machine's body, and it sent several large arrows at Naruto, who dodged again. Four of the remaining automatons tried to intercept, but were intercepted themselves by A. Before a few others could try to attack Naruto, while the Raikage was occupied, Kakashi, Darui, and Celia attacked him as well. Naruto, I must question the use of this jutsu at the moment, Kurama cautioned. I doubt it will work if you try to throw it yet, and it will almost certainly kill us if you hit him with it like you in normal Rasengan. Thought of that. Naruto replied, remember how I took out Mu in the previous timeline? It took a few seconds for Kurama to recall. Oh yeah, that will do it. Good thinking. The fox chuckled. A bijou cloak formed around Naruto, the more advanced Sage Coat version, and the blonde Jinchuriki leapt right at Kinzoku Kaijin, ignoring the projectile attacks, and chakra beams fired from the smaller automatons at him, knowing they wouldn't do squat to his chakra cloak. A clawed chakra arm extended from his actual one, carrying the final Rasengan with it. The final Rasengan smashed right into the chakra barrier of Kinzoku Kaijin, and for a moment, the barrier held. Then it gave way as the Rasengan blasted through, and right into the chest of the gargantuan machine. There was an explosion of raw elemental energy that blasted Naruto back and stripped away his chakra cloak despite the distance, and he slammed painfully into the ground so hard, he bounced at least 7 times before finally getting caught by Hinata, who staggered back from the impact of catching him. Ow, ow, he muttered as he felt that several of his bones had broken, and Kurama immediately set to work supplying the blonde's healing factor with his chakra. Despite the damage to Naruto, though, he had gotten off easier than Kinzoku Kaijin. The machine's entire upper torso, except for the top half of its head and the ends of its 4 forearms, was engulfed in the expansion of the jutsu, which was constantly alternating between and sometimes combining countless minute wind blades, corrosive fire, grinding earth particles, lances of lightning, and waves of water in the area of effect, always using whatever caused maximum damage given each part and state said part was in at the given moment. The Sage Energy Shield actually served against the machine there, because the puncture where the final Rasengan penetrated it was so small it had closed right after Naruto was flung back, and the shield kept the destructive energies inside to do maximum damage. While the jutsu's blast radius was not as large as a bijou bomb's, the raw force within the radius was many times greater. After 10 seconds, the jutsu dispersed, and Kinzoku Kaijin, or the parts that weren't vaporized by the jutsu anyway, fell crashing to the ground. Silence prevailed for a few seconds, and Sasuke eventually broke it by saying, "That was totally awesome," with a small smirk. "That is by far the most destructive thing I have ever seen you humans come up with," Kurama said. "It surpasses even the largest of my bijou bombs within the area of effect." Hee hee hee, Naruto chuckled. "Next step will be learning how to do it myself, then learning to throw it. After that, I can make a giant final Rasengan, and have me and several clones pull it off at once before bombarding the enemy." Hee hee hee. Both Sasuke and Kurama paled rapidly at the thought of such destruction. Kurama actually mused that if Madara ever found himself at the receiving end of a giant final Rasengan barrage, then even the giant fox would pity the poor Uchiha. Chapter 74, Meeting the Threat. What the hell was that? Kisame demanded as the rumbling outside faded to near nothing. That was certainly a concerning amount of power, just now, Zetsu said. Whatever it was, I hope it was something Derek was able to somehow counter. It seems as though the QB brat is growing stronger than I had imagined. Raisin thought with interest. He may actually hold a candle to Zion Rikudo, my old foe by now. This is bad, Derek muttered aloud. The fact that his greatest creation had been destroyed so early was not something he had in mind. He made a mental note to not use the other 3 against Naruto for the time being. Granted, he would use them now against the blonde, since he was exhausted from using the jutsu and recovering from the backlash, but he did not have any of the other 3 with him at the moment. 2 were in his secret base as guardians, and the last was in his production base, still having the last of his seals applied to it. He drew his scimitars and charged the trio that made the final Rasengan. He had to ensure the QB was captured before its container could get too strong, and this would be his best opportunity, while the boy was still recovering from his jutsu. Before he had even gotten halfway to them, His blades shot up to intercept the arm blades of Celia. "Get out of my way," he gritted out as he pushed, trying to get a greater advantage with the locked blades. He gave a brief look at where the remaining automatons were still being destroyed by his enemies, and judged that he had a minute at most. "Not going to happen," Celia replied as a sealing matrix on her torso activated, and released a burst of lightning chakra throughout her body in an attempt to electrocute Derek through the contact his scimitars had with her blades. He countered by activating a seal with wind chakra stored and channeled into his blades, countering Celia's lightning chakra. "Blast," she muttered, before she noticed chakra gathering at the point of Derek's third eye with hers. A sealing matrix that started at the back of his head spread to said, and started overloading it with chakra. "Shit," Celia said as she jumped back, but too late to avoid the precision beam that shot from the eye and pierced her through her abdomen, leaving an eye-shaped and size hole that one could literally see, though, and she collapsed heavily to the ground, choking up a mouthful of blood. "Celia," Kakashi shouted, his eyes widening, and he immediately tried to run to her, but had four machines get in his way. "Move," he growled as his left eye warped, and he cast Kimui on the automatons, causing them to fall to the ground, minus their upper bodies. He then ran, staggering slightly, at Derek, who was just about to finish Celia off. Derek saw Kakashi coming, and also noted that Sasuke was glaring at him with his Mangekyo, just as he began to feel a little hot. Derek hastily rolled to the side, an instant before black flames filled the spot he had just occupied. Then said flames disappeared, and Derek saw Kakashi's left eye switch focus from the flame's former location into him. A Kamui rift opened, and the Amaterasu burst to life from the rift and onto Derek, who cried out in pain before he managed to activate a sealing scroll and get rid of the ever-burning fire, though he was covered in a few second-degree burns. When he saw that his small army was almost finished and that Naruto was back up and forming a Raisin Shuriken, he decided to give his task up as a bad job. A dimension door opened behind him, and he leapt back into it. It closed just as the Raisin Shuriken went into it. Derek's eyes widened as he saw that he had been too slow in making a complete escape, and he lurched to the side to avoid the spinning disc, but it was only partially successful when the jutsu expanded, and despite his leap carrying him away from the attack, both of his arms were severed by one of the blades and his torso was cut deeply. The servant of Raisin slammed heavily to the ground, rapidly bleeding out and fighting to stay conscious. "Well, look at you. You don't look to be in the best of shape," Kai said as he walked over to his comrade. He then got to work with healing Derek and reattaching his arms. "Will she be all right?" Kakashi asked Felix, who was busying himself with healing the hole through Celia's body. Luckily, the beam seems to have only nicked a few of her vitals rather than a direct hit to them, though he also took out a major artery, Felix replied. "Once again, luck is on our side a bit there, because the beam has cauterized the wound to the extent that the bleeding is minimal, otherwise she would have bled out in seconds. Of course, this injury is still life-threatening and hard to treat for most medics, but I think I can manage it. I'm no Tsunade, but medical techniques are one of my many talents outside of fighting." Kakashi nodded and looked to the remainder of the group. "You guys should go on ahead," he said as he pulled his headband back over his left eye. "We can't afford to waste any more time at this point, so the best option for now is for you guys to leave us to heal and protect Celia until she can be moved again." "All right then. Make sure you don't get ambushed," Itachi replied. With that, Rui, Nagato, Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, and him shunshined out of the clearing they were in. "Only about 10 more minutes before we are finished," Madara said, more to himself than anyone else. The flow of chakra from Yujito's body was beginning to slow. Before anyone could reply to Madara's statement, there was a loud, crashing noise, and the wall of the cave blasted inward. Naruto stepped through the dust, followed by his team. "Hey Kurama, is my chakra flow looking all right?" Naruto asked his partner. "I have healed the worst of your injuries, so you should be at about 50% right now, not including my power, which is at about 92%, Kurama replied, giving rough estimates. "That should be plenty," Naruto thought before he looked at the group of Akatsuki, all members there in either holographic images, or in Raisin and Zetsu's case, they're in person. "Let Yujito go now," the blonde ordered as he entered sage mode. "It seems that Derek was unable to repel our uninvited guests," Madara stated. "If that's the case, Raisin, it's high time you show us what you are capable of," Obito added from his image. Raisin glanced at Obito's spectral form before his gaze returned to Naruto's group, who suddenly found themselves covered in the strongest killing intent they had ever encountered. Naturally, Hinata and Darui froze up and shivered in terror, as the sensation could only be compared to having all the heat drained from your body while experiencing the crushing pressure at the bottom of the ocean and a gigantic shark-like monster circling you quickly. Nagato, Itachi, Sasuke, and Naruto were able to stand their ground, and they returned their own killing intent at Raisin. It was not quite enough to completely overwhelm Raisins, but it relived the pressure that was being put on Druio and Hinata. Both of them were panting as they sweat profusely. He could do that with just killing intent. Darui gasped. Hinata was on her hands and knees, and several drops of sweat fell from her forehead into the ground. Monster! That man is an absolute monster. She mentally screamed. Raisin seemed to consider going after Naruto now and allowing the rest of his group to finish the extraction of the Nibi, but he ultimately decided against it. The brat and his friends were good enough to potentially defeat him, especially if they could last long enough for Felix and Kakashi to show up. After all, he was already up against two Rinnegan bearers, both on the higher end of Kage level shinobi, two Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan bearers, also Kage level, and one of them actually another Kage, and two others who, while they succumbed to his killing intent, were at the very least on the same level as elite Jonin, possibly low Kage themselves. If two others who were Kage level showed up, along with the Jonin level, injured or not, even the Jinchukui Itsuri was not 100% certain of the chances he had against the group. True, he had a very good shot at it, but at the same time, it was also highly likely he would lose, or at least have one of the people in contact with the Elder Dimension escape and give absolute confirmation of the rumors that he still existed. He simply could not afford to risk it yet, not until Derek finished the project he was working on. He gazed at Naruto with his Sharingan eyes before he turned away and opened a dimension door. What do you think you are doing? Madara demanded as Raisin put a foot through the rift. We already have almost the full Nibi, and getting the final dregs is not worth the trouble of me taking that group on, Raisin said flatly. Let them have the Jinchuriki. I will not, Madara said as Obito seethed internally. You will fight them. That is an order. No, Raisin said before he stepped through the rift, leaving behind the Akatsuki group's images and Zetsu, who hastily slipped underground. It seems as though I shall have to discipline that man after we have sealed the Yanbi and the Gobi, Madara thought, already making plans on how best to demonstrate his superiority to Raisin. So Madara is already in play this time, Naruto thought. Guess it's no wonder they weren't slowed down much in their mission to extract the Bijou. Realizing that they were beaten in this case, Madara canceled the jutsu, and Yujito fell to the ground heavily. Hinata, having gotten past her initial fear, jumped forward with her Byakugan active and immediately ran her hands over the Jinchuriki with medical jutsu active. Before the Akatsuki images all faded, Haiden asked, Hey, while I personally don't care just who is in charge, if Madara is now leader, and if he is under Kabuto's control, does that mean we take orders from Kabuto now? Madara glared at Haiden and said, I am not under his control. That precious jutsu of his has a weakness, one that allowed me to break the summoning contract. I am in full control of my actions. Kabuto merely shrugged in calm acknowledgement of Madara's statement, though on the inside, he was cursing that his so-called perfect jutsu was not so perfect. With that, the Akatsuki images dispersed, and the Geto Mizo disappeared. Kurama mentally linked his mind into Matatabi's mindscape and bit back some of his more colorful curses. His fellow Bijou had had a good portion of her consciousness torn away, leaving her current state of mind in shambles. He had no idea if Matatabi would stay like this as she regained her chakra, whether she would eventually recover fully, or at least partially, or end up a raging lunatic like Shikaku. Just one more thing on my list of reasons to see Madara ripped to shreds, Kurama bitterly thought. How is she looking, Doc? Darui asked Hinata. Her chakra system is in really bad shape, Hinata replied. After having so much of a Bijou's chakra removed from her, Yujito's coils were torn in many places, and the seal that kept Matatabi within her was in tatters. If it weren't for the fact that Matatabi was so drained at the moment, said seal would have never been able to hold her. She's also very weak, Hinata continued. At the moment, she barely even has a pulse. I have her stabilized for now, but this is a job that will need even better treatment than what I can offer at the moment, if she is to fully recover. Felix? I asked. Actually, Hinata is an even better medic than Felix is right now, Naruto said. It helps when you have a dojutsu that can almost instantly recognize any problems the body has. It really is sad that the Hyuga clan thinks that medical techniques are beneath them. Pricks. Well, if she is that good, then who is better? Darui asked. Only 3 people I can think of are Tsunade and her apprentices, Shizune and Sakura, Naruto replied. Though Sakura may not be quite as familiar with the chakra system as Hinata is, and last I checked, Sakura is better than Shizune at medical stuff. Tsunade it is then, Itachi said as Naruto walked over to Yujito and picked her up. Everyone, grab a hold of me and we can flash to Konoha, Naruto said. You guys go ahead, Nagato said. I need to keep trying to summon the Geto Mizo, so I know where it is when they start to extract any more Bijou, assuming they captured any of Iwa's Jinchuriki. Take this then, Naruto said, tossing a Hiraishin kunai to Nagato. When you track down the statue and need some help, Just channel some chakra into that, and I will come running. Nagato nodded, and Naruto Hiroshined everyone else out of there. Well, I can't say that I will miss this Kami-forsaken desert, Kushina said as she and Sasuke's team exited the gates of Suna, along with Azumi, Sakura, Zabuza, and the latter two's teams. I know, it's hot as hell in there, Azumi replied. I swear, Itachi-kun had better be back in the village when we get back. I still owe him a good piece of my mind for running off like that, and telling you to tell me that the reasons were classified. What can I say? Men are just a chicken to give their significant others bad news whenever they can help it, right? Kushina said. That's for sure, Sakura chuckled. Sasuke-kun actually had the nerve to ask Akari to tell me he was going on the same task as his brother. Was. Well, men do have good reason to fear being the bearers of bad news. We have them whipped so bad. Azumi chuckled. You know, there's several guys right here that you're referring to. Zabuza deadpanned, only earning sniggers form the three female jonin. Sakura paused for a second and turned around to see Kinomaru and Akari telling Daisuke something that was clearly amusing if the hysteric laughter was anything to go by. That weird black talking fox in Naruto's was also laughing from his perch on Akari's head. Unlike most summons, Zenko didn't disappear until Naruto actually dismissed him, and the little guy had taken to Akari rather fast, which was a good thing, because he was quite literally Naruto's eyes on her. All right, against my better judgment, what did you two do this time? She asked Akari and Kinomaru, who flinched and looked sheepishly at the latter sensei. Zenko just kept chuckling. Well, sensei, can I just say that we got our little payback for the puppet show of pain? Kinomaru asked. Puppet show of pain? Kushina asked, not having been in Suna when Kankuro had delivered his poetic justice. Long story short, these two went on a pranking spree while waiting for the third exam, and one of the pranks was using Kankuro's puppets in a little show. When they were caught, he used them in a slapstick comedy puppet show. In fact, I think Kankuro was selling the tapes earlier, Sakura said thoughtfully. Well, that explains what is on this thing Sasuke asked you to hold on to for him until he got back to Konoha, Azumi said with a copy of said video in her hand. What kind of revenge did you pull? Kushina asked eagerly. Well, when they heard about Kankuro's arm, they could not resist. Tweaking it a bit for him, Zenko said with barely suppressed mirth. Shame that while leaving Suna means that it will be a good while before he can get us back. It also translates into us not being able to see the results of our good work, Kinomaru sighed. Oh well, I can imagine. For the love of Dash. Kankuro bellowed from a net he had gotten caught in the moment he tried to disarm his fake arm, no pun intended, of the booby traps that he had a shrewd idea who was responsible for. He did not know how they made some of the stuff, or even gotten their hands on the materials, but so far, he had a bruise on his neck from when Shikamaru had become like a demon possessed with the shadows. After an alarm clock built into the pinky finger and set to go off at the sound of the lazy Nara's snoring, gave Kankuro a very good idea on what happens when someone Shikamaru is not scared wakes him from one of his deeper naps and a slightly crooked nose from one recording device. Called Temari an old hag in his voice when her back was turned. There was also some weird device that sends a ton of electricity through the arm when the index finger came into contact with his war paint, causing it to go haywire as he tried to apply it with his fake hand. Chio had told him to do as many menial tasks with the hand as possible in order to get him used to it sooner. Otherwise, he would have used the other hand to apply the war paint and draw the paint all over his face. And he didn't even want to know how they managed to force the spring-up fist into the inside of the arm, or what the trigger was that caused it to shoot out of the underside of the arm and nail him in the nats. Grumbling as he plotted methods of revenge that there were no words for, he started trying to free himself from the net, and paused when he realized it was made of poison ivy. Why me? He whimpered. This is certainly unexpected of you, Minato, Tsunade said to the blonde Kaguya as she surveyed Inoki, who was currently laid out on one of the hospital beds, still comatose. It's not every day someone you know shows up out of nowhere and has a Kaguya who needs treatment. Like I said, Madara got a good shot at him with Tsukuyami, and he needs some mental treatment that you are best suited to deliver. And the sooner he recovers, the sooner he can get back to IWA, and the less people have to know he was here before he's gone. I still can't believe Madara is already back, Tsunade said with a sigh. And you say that you actually beat him? He wiped the floor with me and the other 4 last time, and I was just in the midst of trying to get them back from death's door when time was reversed on us. Yeah, but the thing I sealed him in was stolen from me by one of Kabuto's snakes while I was too exhausted to have my guard fully up. Tsunade sighed. Damn, the past few days have been nothing but headaches for me. She groaned as Shizen busied herself with getting the IVs ready for use when the treatment on Inoki's psyche began. I mean, Itachi left me in charge of the village, leaving all the paperwork to me while he was gone, and now I have a potential political situation to handle, as well as the treatment of the leader of the village in question. Only thing I can think of that would make the headache I have worse is if Naruto showed up with the rakeage and one of Kumo's shinobi who needed some treatment from me. No sooner than she had finished that sentence, There was a flash in Naruto, and the group showed up, and Darui included to ensure that Yujito had the best possible care. Hey, Bachan, long time no see, the whiskered blonde sniggered. Hey, sorry to disturb you, but do you think that you can help treat Yujito here? She had almost the full being of Matatabi ripped from her. Naruto, you're back, yeah? Minato said as he enthusiastically grabbed his son and put him in a playful choke hold and noogied him. How was training? Dad, jeer off me. Naruto protested his father's greeting after the past 2 years as Hinata giggled at him, and Sasuke was frantically searching his pockets for a camera. Tsunade's eyebrow twitched as she cursed herself for opening her mouth with such an unlikely scenario and turning out to be dead on. She then donned a fake, sweet smile that would fool anyone who did not know her and scare anyone who did shitless. She turned to Shizune, who froze instantly and sweat profusely. Shizune, after I'm done with this day, I'm going to drink all of my strongest sake until I'm passed out. If anyone, even you, tries to stop me, I will make what I did to Jiraiya that time he peeped on me look tame. Okay? It should be noted that the smile never left her face. Yes, Mom. Shizune squeaked. In a private room in an inn in the Elder Dimension, a figure wearing a black cloak that covered every part of his body except for his hands, which were gloved, and his face, which was covered in the shadow of his hood, waited patiently. His patience was rewarded by a knock at the door. Casually, he reached for a short black blade, just in case his visitor was not the person he was expecting. Come in. The door opened, and a rather lanky man in light battle gear stepped into the room. The cloaked figure set aside the blade. Good, you're the man I requested. Of course, it is not very professional for us assassins to send others to do the menial tasks. The less people we let into the loop of deals we make with our clients, the better, the lanky man said. So, who did you want me to kill? No one. I merely wish a message to be delivered, the cloaked man replied. And if the recipient does not cooperate with what I demand of him when I meet him in person, I'll kill him myself. A courier task? The assassin said with narrowed eyes. A little demeaning for one of my job, don't you think? Of course I will pay you for your services, the same amount as a high-risk assassination regardless of the job I asked you to carry out. I simply need someone discreet for this kind of job, and normal couriers are required by law to check the contents of messages in case they are rigged with exploding tags and the like. While there is nothing in this that would cause harm to the recipient, unless he gets a heart attack the moment he sees the contents, there is something that would get me instantly recognized and hunted down the moment it was seen, and I would prefer to avoid that, at least until the recipient gets the message. Yeah, so long as I get paid, it's all the same to me, the assassin said as he took the scroll. Good. One last thing, the cloaked figure said before subjecting the assassin to an enormous amount of killing intent that made the man freeze up. Now, being an assassin, killing intent was nothing the assassin had never been exposed to, but the sheer level that his client was giving him was downright horrifying. If you open the scroll, I will kill you. Are we clear? The assassin looked up at his client, whose eyes he could suddenly see under the hood. The whites were actually no, black is too light a color to describe the abyss the coloring his whites were. The pupils were dark gray, and the irises were scarlet horizontal slits. The assassin gulped the moment the killing intent was let up and said, Crystal. Chapter 75, Yujito's Treatment. It doesn't look like you will wake up anytime soon, Hinata said after the past 10 minutes of attempting to get Minato to come to after he had passed out. Naruto had just told Tsunade and his dad about his Rinnegan, while Tsunade had simply mentally decided to increase the amount of booze she was going to drink later. It had proved to be too much for Minato to once again encounter the same eyes Madara had, so soon after facing said Uchiha in his own son. So he had done a fish impersonation that would make Kisame jealous, and then proceeded to pass out. So here they were, trying to revive him. If only I could find where my assistant had put the smelling salts, Tsunade said. Seriously, how hard is it to write a few inventory documents? It isn't, Sasuke deadpanned. It was probably among the paperwork you threw out in a blind rage, since you have no patience for it. A sniggered at Sasuke's knowledge of Tsunade's temper. Wham! Sasuke was lying just outside a hole in a wall groaning, as everyone who had a smile before hastily sobered up. Tsunade, is it really necessary to lose your temper about your paperwork when you can use clones of any sort? Darui asked. After all, your yondaime told Asama the secret a couple years ago, so I think you would know how to do the drab task. What? Tsunade said with her eyes widening. There really is a secret, and no one told me? Shit. I knew I forgot something before I left for the exams. Itachi muttered, and Tsunade whirled on him, rage evident in her eyes. After Itachi was put in the exact same position as his brother and laying next to him, Tsunade kneaded her temples and said, screw doubling the amount of booze I'm going to have later. I'm going to triple it. In the meantime, how are we going to wake up Minato here without the smelling salts? We could always try one of Naruto's socks. Sasuke, said as he walked back into the room, clutching his head where Tsunade had hit him. Suddenly, Minato was up, and he said, "I'm good." "All right then, let's get down to the business at hand," Tsunade said as she looked at her medical chart. "Inoki's mind has been rather traumatized, as you might expect, but I should have him up by tomorrow." Yujito, on the other hand, is a different story. What is so bad about her condition? I asked. "Her chakra coils are a difficult, though not impossible, task to fix for me." Fu had similar symptoms when she was brought to the village, though not as bad because she was rescued a day sooner than Yujito, and she absorbed some of Karen's life force, healing the worst of what happened. But Yujito's mind is in somewhat worse shape than Inoki's is. Kurama mentioned something about that. Naruto piped up. He said that in addition to almost all of Matatabi's chakra, the Akatsuki also managed to pull out a good portion of Matatabi's mind as well, leaving fragments of what was there. That is the case. What this has to do with Yujito is the fact that said fragments of Matabi's mind are trying to pull themselves together in a way that makes sense, and in the process, they're trying to assimilate Yujito's mind into the mix. Naturally, she's fighting it, but the problem is it's straining her own mind to the point where it is close to shattering itself. How is it that what's left of the Nibi is able to mess with Yujito's head? Darui asked. Shouldn't her seal prevent that? The seal itself is a wreck, Naruto clarified. After having all of the chakra it was supposed to hold back torn out of her, it kind of broke a bit. As a matter of fact, the only reason that Yujito is still alive right now is because of how weak Matatabi is right now. If Matatabi was even a little stronger, the seal would not be able to hold her in Yujito. Even if she tried to stay in, which I'm sure what's left of her is trying to do, or odds are, the remains would be out by now. And as crazy as Shikaku, I might add. Kurama said after Naruto turned control over to him for a second. It's very lucky then, that what's left of her mind still has enough sense of self to try to preserve Yujito's life as well, Minato said. If that's the case, why don't you just fix the seal to keep Yujito's mind safe from the Nibis as a first step for treatment before we try to sort out the jumble of the Nibi's mind? I demanded. Fuinjutsu is a lot more complicated than that, Minato responded. From the remains of the seal, it is hard to tell exactly what said seal was supposed to be when it was still intact. Trying to fix it without that knowledge may result in a warped result. Putting a new seal on would also potentially cause the damaged seal to mess with the one placed over it, and we would not be able to remove the old one without removing the one placed on top of it first. And if we just remove the old one first, that would release Matatabi from Yujito before we could apply the new one. I see, he said. Unfortunately, the seal master who made the seal in the first place died in a fire that took out his notes as well. The man was getting on in years, and went a little senile 10 years ago, and likely started the fire while inebriated. So no one else knows the seal used. Not even me, because my old man was rakeage when the Nibi was sealed. And Yujito never was told what the seal was. So we have no way of knowing how to fix this then, Minato sighed. I have an idea, Naruto said. What if we suppress Matatabi's chakra between removing the old seal and applying the new one? Minato blinked before he started laughing. And my son comes up with the obvious solution. We better go find Tenzo then, Itachi said. I believe you knew him as Yamato, right? No need, Naruto said as several chakra chains sprung up and he unzipped his black and orange jumpsuit and pulled out the Shodame's necklace. Just another good thing about time travel. Things that he had broken once came back into his possession, at least after Tsunade gave him the necklace back, threatening to beat him to death if he broke it again. The chains wrapped around Yujito, and Minato nodded, knowing just what the chains were capable of, and walked over to Yujito. He then set to work on removing the seal fragments on Yujito. They're fully healed, Felix said as Celia gingerly got into a sitting position. Kakashi sighed with relief. Now let's finish this mission, Kakashi said, before Nagato came into the clearing. I wouldn't bother, the red-headed Rinnegan bear said. Our opponent ran off, so we already have Yujito. Naruto took her and everyone else back to Konoha due to the unique nature of the state Yujito was in when we found her. I'll be tracking down the Akatsuki and have a means of contacting Naruto when I locate the place they have the next Jinchuriki. Guess we had better return to Konoha ourselves then, Kakashi said as Felix nodded and opened a dimension door. Be careful out there, Celia told Nagato. The latter nodded as the group disappeared into the rift. Nagato then summoned a small bird and gave it a small scroll. He did have to let Konan know that he would not come back for a while after all. Not until he knew that there were no more Jinchuriki at immediate risk. All right then, that's the seal placed, and step 1 complete, Naruto said as Minato finished applying it, and Naruto removed his chains, somewhat glad that he did not have to resort to using the Shodame's necklace. So what next? He asked as Tsunade began to use her jutsu to try to mend Yujito's chakra network. Well, now that the more immediate danger of Yujito's mind has been dealt with, I'm going to try to fix her body. I should be done by the end of the day. As for the Nibby's mind, I am not sure how to go about fixing that. She may just have to pull together on her own after I've done what I can, Tsunade explained. I think I can help her at least a little though, Naruto said, his Rinnegan activating. Tsunade looked at him inquisitively, and he said, don't worry, Bachan, you don't have to stop healing her. I just have an idea for Matatabi's recovery. I won't be in your way. He placed his hand on Yujito's forehead and activated his human path. His soul connected with Yujito's and Matatabi's, and he proceeded to peruse all of Yujito's memories involving Matatabi. Kurama understood what Naruto was attempting, and he fed the blonde some of his own memories of his two-tailed brethren. As soon as Naruto had all of that, he turned his attention to the wreck that was Matatabi's mind. There were several misshapen flames scattered around that were of the Nibby's essence. Geez, Kurama, you weren't kidding when you said she was a total wreck right now. If left alone, with most of her consciousness gone, there is no telling what the result of how she would be pulled together would be. Madara will pay for this, Kurama snarled. I don't really care who does it, but he will be wiped off of the face of this planet one way or another. And that will be a sweet mercy compared to several of my fantasies of rending him are. Naruto shuddered, having seen some of said fantasies before, and he would not wish any of them on his worst enemy. Returning to the matter at hand, Naruto focused all of the memories he was borrowing, making sure he would only remember those that were his memories to begin with, since many of them were rather private, and they coalesced into an orb. Purple flames sprung to life behind him, and the king of hell rose up. The apparition's mouth opened, and several hands extended to grab all of the flames of Matatabi, and pulled them into his mouth, and Naruto tossed the orb in there as well. After the king of hell finished chewing the mix, he opened his mouth again, and the blue flames in the shape of a rather emaciated two-tailed cat made with bleary eyes slid out of it. Naruto looked at Matabi's still somewhat comatose and pathetic form with some pity, but hopefully once she had her chakra back and made some sense of the secondhand memories, she would have some sense of self again. Naruto exited Yujito's mindscape and looked at A and Darui. I did what I could. There was not much to work with, but I think Matatabi will at least make a partial recovery. I nodded and said, then it seems that I owe you a great deal, Naruto Namikaze, for helping Yujito and her tenant. Felix sat down on a bench and released a relaxed sigh, knowing odds were his relaxation would be interrupted soon, so he was going to enjoy it while he could. But something was nagging at him. Why do I get the feeling I forgot something? In Suna, two people were walking around in a bit of irritation. Where the hell is Felix? Isaac asked, forgetting to be insane in his frustration. He was supposed to take us to the hidden leaf village with the dimension door jutsu. Alex sighed. Even though they could both use the jutsu as well, they had never been to Konoha themselves, and while they could easily home in on Felix's chakra signature to guide where they came out due to the strength and familiarity of it, it was considered extremely rude in the elder dimension to use someone else's chakra signature without prior permission for the jutsu. About the equivalent of kicking down someone's door. I don't know, but if he doesn't show up in about an hour, we're just going to have to break one of the stricter social rules and then pummel the living daylights out of him, Alex replied. Felix continued to try to remember what he was forgetting, but then shrugged. I'm sure it's nothing. He then continued to relax. Naruto walked out on the streets of Konoha and exhaled a rather relaxed breath. It was sure good to be back home after so long. He turned his head to look at the Hokage monument and gazed at Itachi's face for a second. It looked good up there, but he could not deny that he would miss Tsunade's image up there. He turned a corner and froze. Now, this was a familiar setting. Right in front of him was a certain white-haired man, looking through the gap of the fence of the women's bathhouses and giggling perversely as he took notes. Naruto's first instinct was to yell at the perv, but then a rather evil, brilliant idea occurred to him. He made a shadow clone, who hid, and then he made the sign for a transformation jutsu. Jiraiya was just in the middle of checking out a raven-haired woman when a voice behind him made his blood freeze. Oh, Jiraiya. Tentatively, he turned around to see Tsunade standing behind him with a tick mark and cracking her knuckles. I just heard that you were back, and instead of coming to visit your fiancée, you have to go and spy on the women's bathhouses first? I thought even you were more thoughtful than that. Time to pay. No, Jiraiya screamed before he fainted and fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Tsunade cackled before she turned into Naruto with a burst of smoke. Perfect. Good thing I set up the silencing seals on the fence, so the women should not have heard that outburst, Naruto said before kicking his godfather. Oi, Eros in and get your butt up. It's me, I was pranking you. Not cool, Gaki, Jiraiya said as he got up. Using my worst possible fear on me. For shame. Naruto only chuckled. Well, it serves you right for peeping on girls. One might think you were not loyal to Bachan. Of course, I won't tell her if you foot the bill for my first ramen binge back in the village. TCH, you're fine. Just don't tell Tsunade about what I was doing. Oh, and just what were you doing? Though given the location we are at, it is not hard to guess, Tsunade's voice said, once again right behind Jiraiya. The old pervert paled again and confirmed that Tsunade was behind him. He proceeded to faint again. Hee, Tsunade said as she transformed into Naruto's clone, who slapped a high five with Naruto. The clone dispelled as Jiraiya came to again, and he was glaring daggers at Naruto. You know what they say, Erosenin. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. For a moment, Jiraiya just continued to glare at Naruto, before he burst out laughing, and he got up. You know, Gaki, I kind of missed this, Jiraiya said as they started walking to Ichiraku's. But seriously, I just got back to the village, and already I'm a victim of your pranks. Any luck finding Kabuto's trail? None. The brat is very slippery, but hopefully we will get him next time. Well, Nagato is trying to locate the Akatsuki members, and he should give me a sign if he has any luck. Naruto started, before Jiraiya grabbed Naruto's shoulders and shook him violently. Nagato? As in red hair, like your mother's, and strange purple eyes? That Nagato? Oh right, you still don't have your memories from the previous timeline, due to the fact that if we did give them back, you might have run off to aim and gotten killed, Naruto said. Again, he mentally added before he said, Look, Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya's eyebrow quirked. Naruto did not usually call him that unless something was serious, even if the old man had taught Naruto a few of his earth-style jutsu and assisted his parents with teaching him seals. Can we have this talk once you are fully brought back into the loop? It will be a much less lengthy conversation then. And we fixed the problem now, so there is nothing holding us back from restoring your memories. I'll hold you to it, Jiraiya said as he released Naruto. Oh, and speaking of holding people to things, Naruto said, and Jiraiya sighed and waved a hand. Yes, I remember. I torture my wallet to feed your addiction, and in exchange, you keep your mouth shut about what I did when I got back to the village around Tsunade. Oh really, Jiraiya? And just what did you do? Tsunade said, walking up behind Jiraiya with a freshly bought bottle of sake. Nothing perverted, I hope. Oh, for the love of Kami Naruto, will you quit it? Jiraiya shouted as he whipped around and whapped Tsunade on the head, thinking she was another of Naruto's clones trying to get him a third time. Time seemed to freeze as a killing intent so strong that the spectral image of the Shinigami appeared behind Tsunade as she quivered with rage. Jiraiya shivered with fear and turned to look at Naruto in a deadpan expression. She's the real one, isn't she? Naruto did not plan for this, but he decided he would not look a gift horse in the mouth, and just enjoy Jiraiya running screaming from the pissed Tsunade and take pleasure just knowing he had caused it. Best unplanned prank result ever. Much better than that time, when he had staggered into the academy classroom covered in soot and smoking. Let's just say that he spent too much Rio on the sulfur and not enough on the fuse. And he still had yet to tell Jiraiya about the Rinnegan. So he had one last piece of entertainment to enjoy later. Raisin, before we go through your idea on getting the bijou out of the other two Jinchuriki without interference, we need to talk, Madara said as he walked up to Raisin's current meeting place with Caius and the still injured Derek. Obito had used Kimui to transport him, despite warning Madara that Raisin was not an individual to trifle with. Is this about the orders I disobeyed? Raisin asked. I have my reasons, but I feel that I should remind you that I am in alliance with you and wear the Akatsuki cape for appearance's sake. I'm under no obligation to take orders from you or Obito. I believe that I have made that clear to him. Did he fail to tell you? You do not answer to Obito. You answer to me, Madara shouted as his Rinnegan eyes changed to his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and his gaze locked with Raisin. Tsukuyumi. Raisin found himself in a dark blue realm with no clear walls or floor to stand on. Then, before he could do or say anything, he was impaled by spears burning in Amaterasu, one through the head, another through the neck, 5 through his torso, 2 in each arm and leg, and 1 through each hand and foot, his armor doing nothing to stop said attacks. Despite the obviously fatal injuries, Raisin was not killed by this brutal assault and just stood there, no doubt feeling a great deal of pain from the impalements, though he gave no indication that the spears bothered him in the slightest. For your failure to follow orders, I will subject you to 2 days of repeating this torture, Madara said to Raisin as he materialized in front of the impassive armored man. This will teach you to remember your place. On the contrary, it seems that I will have to teach you yours, Raisin said as the spears shattered and his wounds healed, causing Madara's eyes to widen in shock before narrowing with confusion. What did you do? This dojutsu, Tsukuyumi is it? It is a jinjutsu that directly assaults the opponent's psyche, but against a foe with a psyche stronger than your own, it's practically useless, and that is not taking into account these eyes. I have taken giving me resistance to your own eyes. But eyes or no eyes, a strong enough psyche can overcome that of the jinjutsu wielders. Now get on my head. Madara suddenly collapsed to the ground and panted from the strain of being forced out of someone else's mindscape. Fine, if Tsukuyumi won't work, try this. Raisin burst into black flames, and Madara let a small grin grace his face. So now what? Those flames won't go out until a set time has passed, or until I manipulate them into doing so. Raisin said nothing as the fires licked across his armor, before a black sphere that seemed to suck all the light around it into it materialized, and the flames were drawn into it. You're going to have to do better than that, Raisin said to the stricken Madara, before he dashed at the undead Uchiha with blinding speed that defied the fact he was wearing heavy armor. Madara hastily formed the ribcage of his Susanoo and reactivated his Rinnegan, but Raisin's fist easily blasted through the aura and bisected Madara with one blow. Give up, Madara, Raisin said as the cursing man reformed. You are way out of your depth here. Madara merely glared at Raisin, who sighed and said, but if you require one more instance to prove it, Caius, why don't you show Madara here your special Edo Tensei? I still can't control him, though, Caius said in slight shock that Raisin would request that. I mean, I do have a solution in the works, but I have yet to perfect it. That's fine, Caius. You don't have to actually use him for anything. I just need you to show Madara who he is. You don't have to bring him out of his dormant state. Fair enough, Caius said as he cast a quick sign and a coffin burst out of the ground. This here is a trump card that could give Raisin himself here a run for his money. It would be deja vu, but Obito does not remember why that would be, Caius said the last part with a chuckle. The coffin opened and Madara and Obito looked at the shadowy figure inside. I don't recognize that person, Madara said plainly. How is he supposed to be an intimidating thing to me? I'm also confused as to the identity of this person, Obito said. Look closely, Raisin said. You never met this person, but I'm sure you know who he is, or at least his title. Madara's eyes narrowed as he tried to figure out what Raisin and Caius were getting at, before Obito's eye widened under his mask. You don't mean that's... I can tell that you have caught on already, Caius chortled as the coffin sank into the ground again. Where'd you have gotten the DNA for that? Madara demanded, also having caught on. All traces should have died out long before you were even born. Let's just say that Raisin and I are far older than we look, Caius said. Now, then, shall we simply drop the matter of who is superior, and proceed to ensure the Jinchuriki won't get rescued this time? Raisin demanded. Madara gave a low growl and said, very well. Consider it dropped. For now. Despite Madara's tough talk, he now knew exactly what Obito was concerned about. If one was fond of drawing breath, then Raisin and his subordinates were not ones to trifle with in the slightest. He and Obito would have to be very careful from here indeed. Brad Kokura took it aside as he took a long draught of his drink, ignoring the glares of the other patrons in the bar. It was fairly common knowledge that Brad had once been one of the higher-ups in Victor's attempted coup. Being a part of a clan that specialized in Jinjutsu, Brad had played many roles in misleading people, helping to subtly push people towards Victor's cause. But when the coup failed, Brad was smart enough to know they had lost. He went to the council and turned himself in for a lighter sentence, and even gave the council vital intel that helped expedite Victor's final loss. He had not done so out of any sense of duty or guilt, but because he did not want to die or have the rest of his life spent in prison. He had finally been let out a few years ago, and he spent that time stealing and using trickery for a living. He was careful enough to never get caught, and his Jinjutsu came in handy when it came to framing others to keep any pursuers off of his back. Even so, while no one ever had any proof that that was how he got by, it was clear from the glares he got that they suspected it of him. He felt a tap on his shoulder and turned to see a tall, lanky man wearing courier gear. I have a message for a Brad Kokuratsu Asuda. It is to be opened in private as a sensitive subject is in it. Why would anyone with confidential information send it to me? Brad asked himself, but he took the scroll anyway. The man bowed and walked away. Had Brad been paying attention, he would have noticed that the man was walking away a little faster than was natural for someone just delivering a message to him. A few hours later, he was in his private home, a sort of rundown shack, but it kept the elements out well enough. He opened the scroll, and his heart froze. There were no words in the scroll. Instead, there was one image, a print of blood in the shape of a humanoid hand, outlined by burns that were so precise that they did not show up on the other side of the paper. And there was a small trace of chakra in said burns, not enough to be detectable before the scroll was opened, but enough for the owner of said chakra to home in on it with the Dimension Door Jutsu, due to the familiarity of the chakra. Brad knew what this was. It was the calling card of sorts of one he knew about very well. Before he could react, a Dimension Door opened and a cloaked figure dashed out of it, grabbed Brad by the neck, and painfully slammed him against the wall. As the man struggled, his feet kicking uselessly, the cloaked figure looked up at him with terrifying eyes. The eyes that were darker than black where the whites should be with gray pupils and horizontally slit scarlet irises. Good evening, Brad, the man said as he lowered his hood, revealing his black hair, and his eyes reverted to their usual black color. It is high time we had a little chat. You know, for memory's sake. Chapter 76, Demons of the Past. And now, Drachmus, I'm sure you don't need to do anything too rash, Brad panicked as Drachmis roughly threw him into the side of the shack, sending him through the wall. Desperately, Brad weaved some signs for a genjutsu, but was stopped when Drachmis stomped on his back, forcing him down. "Stop sniveling, scumbag," Drachmis snarled, his hand morphing as he stepped off of Brad and kicked him, causing him to roll on his back before his hand whipped forward and grabbed Brad by the neck. Drachmis proceeded to lift the helpless man up and glare at him in the eye. "You can still save yourself, you know. But first..." Drachmis then slapped a chakra-suppressing seal on Brad and dropped him. Brad immediately tried to skitter backwards. He did not even get 5 feet away before Drachmis slammed his foot down on Brad's chest. "Stay there for a moment," Drachmis growled as he focused on creating a dimension door that would carry an unwilling passenger. As always, that took a few minutes, but the rift opened and Drachmis lifted his foot off of Brad and grabbed him by the shirt and threw the flailing man into the rift, following shortly after. Nagato was confused, truly stumped. He activated the summoning jutsu to try to bring the Geto Mizo to him, knowing that it wouldn't work, but that it should give him an idea on where it was. However, the reading he got was confusing. He could not put his finger on it, but something about the location he was trying to find was wrong. Narrowing his eyes, Nagato got to his feet and channeled some chakra into the kunai Naruto had given him. He had barely done so before Naruto, or at least a clone, stood in front of him and said, "Nagato, what's up?" "Naruto, I can't seem to get an accurate read on where the Geto Mizo is. It seems to be moving at a slow pace, and from what I can tell, it is in Konoha. How could it be there?" Naruto replied, "Let alone moving. The Akatsuki would get spotted in no time if the Geto Mizo was moving around in the village." "That's what I'm trying to figure out," Nagato said. "And there is something else odd about the reading, but I can't put my finger on it. I'll give you updates about where it should be every 6 hours, and I'm going to try to figure out where it should be. But it may take some time to solve this puzzle." "That's a given, isn't it?" Naruto responded. "At any rate, I'm going to have to search every nook and cranny for the Akatsuki if they really are in Konoha. I just hope it won't be too late to save Rashi and Han before I find them. At least they shouldn't be able to drain the bijou from them while the Mizo is on the move," Nagato said, though he still seemed troubled. "But how do you intend to find them? They could be in any hidden place in Konoha." It had been a full day since Yujito and Matatabi had been treated to the best of Tsunade's and Naruto's abilities. Naruto had checked the latter's mind after the former had woken up and found that Matatabi was still unresponsive at the moment, but stable. The two-tailed cat's memories were almost all gone, with the exception of the ones Naruto had gathered for her, and a few other shattered fragments that made little sense to the weakened bijou. Yujito was sitting in an upright position as Tsunade was taking notes on her condition. Her chakra pathways had been mended by Tsunade, so the Sannin was certain she would eventually make a full physical recovery. But Yujito was still concerned about Matatabi's mental state. "Is there really nothing else to be done, Lady Tsunade?" Yujito asked. Tsunade shook her head. "As much as I hate to say it, your tenant is almost surely not going to fully recover her old self," Tsunade said once again. "Naruto, patch her mind up, but too many pieces of the mind are missing from the equation for a complete fix, even with his extraordinary abilities. From what I have heard from Naruto, her mental capacity is now roughly the equivalent of a newborn with a disability, and her only guide to her former self is a bunch of jumbled memories that did not even come from her, but rather those close to her. I can't be certain, though, since the treatment method was unorthodox, though several other applications of that king of hell have been known to work miracles before. Only time will tell. And as for your physical state, I still insist that you get about a week's worth of bed rest before you return to Kumo. The Reikage is already headed back since he is needed back at the village, but Darui is still around to keep you company. You let that old geezer go," Yujito said. "Anoki is a different case. He also has a village that needs its leader, so I'll let Minato Hiration him back to Awadikure, though I still told him to take it easy for a while. Now, shut up and take your medicine." "I hate that stuff," Yujito muttered, though she complied. Itachi sat at his desk, a lot on his mind. Now that Minato was back in the village, he tried to give the hat back, but Minato asked him to at least wait until the promotions of the recent exams had been gotten out of the way, since the Yukiya had actually seen the fights, and Itachi had agreed. So he was stuck at the desk with 5 clones on paperwork for another week. Joy! But that was not nearly as big on his mind as a certain other thing. He pulled out a drawer and took out a velvet-covered box that fit neatly in his hand. He gazed at it for a few seconds before he asked himself, should I really go through with this decision? Who knows what may happen in the future? His thoughts were cut off as there was a knock on his door, and he hurriedly put the box back in the drawer. "Komin, Itachi-sensei," Naruto said as he stepped into the room. "Naruto, is there something you need?" "Yeah, Nagato told me that the Akatsuki may be operating in Konoha somehow," Naruto said. Itachi raised an eyebrow and said, "I see. If that's the case, then I should have the whole village searched." "That's what I plan to do. Naruto said. But I need your permission to do something first. Hello, Konoha, I'm back. Akari shouted as she leapt to the top of a building, announcing her return to the village from the exams. The rest of the Konoha shinobi who had gone to Suna for the exams, including Shikamaru, and excepting Lee and Tenten, died of the former still receiving treatment for opening the sixth gate and being unfit for travel. Just like her brother at times, isn't she? Haku asked Kushina, who seemed to think that was a good thing. Who cares about you? The future Hokage is here, Konomaru shouted as he leapt to the top of the building next to Akari. Are those two really ninja? Kin asked herself. They really are too loud for the job description. That's true, Kin, but they also deceive their opponents that way, making them underestimate them, Zabuza replied. Would you take an opponent that continually acted like that in a fight seriously? Actually, after meeting Naruto, I would, Jinyamara said. Never underestimate loudmouths. They somehow seem to be strong a lot. Unless, of course, they are just fresh genin. Yeah, they have to be tough to survive past that stage if they kept shooting their mouths off, Daisuke put in, and Kiyoshi nodded in agreement. So when is the Hokage going to call for us to promote us to Chunin? Akari asked excitedly as she jumped back down. I know I earned my promotion. Itachi should call for us at the end of the week, Kushina said with a smile at her daughter's eagerness. Troublesome. That's what it is, Shikamaru said as he took a puff of smoke from his cigarette. Until I'm needed, I'm going to go watch some clouds. Don't know why you would bother, Azumi said as she gazed dejectedly at the overcast skies. They look downright depressing to me. I was hoping to make Itachi-kun take me on a date on a sunny day that we were supposed to have. Odd, Shikamaru thought. If my memory serves, then the clouds were virtually non-existent this time of the year in the last timeline, but they instead seemed to be blotting out the sky for some reason or another. I honestly can't figure out why that would be, though. Maybe I'm just imagining things? Hey guys, Sasuke said as he walked up to them. Welcome back, Sakura. He embraced his girlfriend. Well, so nice of you to greet me first thing when I get back, Sakura said, returning the embrace. Only because you would kill the duck butt if he didn't, Akari said, causing Sasuke to shoot her a glare. What are you doing in my humble abode, young Namikaze? Danzo asked Naruto, as the blonde entered the underground bunker Danzo had established himself in. The old war hawk was heavily restricted in his activities due to Itachi being on his ass for the past 2 years, and he still had not figured a way out to continue his route program without having the whistle blown on it by the ANBU that were following him at almost all times. And he knew that just ditching them would be enough for Itachi to assume that Danzo was up to no good, and said Uchiha had made it clear he would consider such a thing an act of treason. I have some questions for you, Naruto said as the ANBU left. Naruto had told Itachi what he intended, and said Hokage had ordered the ANBU to leave when Naruto had come around. And so does someone whose life you wrecked before. Summoning Jutsu, Nagato appeared and pulled a small sliver of Naruto's dark orange chakra receivers from one of his fingertips. Hello, Danzo, it's been a while, Nagato said. Danzo's one visible eye widened, and he tried to draw a blade hidden in his cane and charged Nagato. The Rinnegan-wielding Uzumaki easily dodged despite his still somewhat weak legs and slammed his fist into Danzo's cheek. Danzo was thrown into the side of the wall and slowly slid to the ground. You should have died long ago, Danzo shouted. Rumors of my death have been exaggerated, Nagato replied. Nagato, wait for a second, Naruto reminded his sibling student. Remember what we first came here for? Right, sorry, Nagato said, stepping away from Danzo, and Naruto walked up to the old war hawk. Here goes, Naruto said, and placed his hand on Danzo's head, causing the old geezer to freeze as Naruto used human path. After a moment, he said, got it all of his shady dealings and any future plans he was contemplating. Naruto removed his hand from Danzo's head. How do you even use that path without killing anyone? Nagato said in wonder. Whenever I use it, whenever I break contact, the target's soul comes out. Simple, it's because the path requires you to literally stick your soul to the targets, as you know. And since a Rinnegan user soul is a bit more anchored to the body than others are, when you break off, their soul is the one that leaves their body before going to the pure realm. A useful part of the path. But if you want to leave the other person alive, you just need to focus inward to yourself rather than on what's in the soul of your target, and that detaches the souls from each other. That makes sense, Nagato said. Naruto stepped toward the exit, and Nagato asked, where are you going? I am leaving you to decide what to do with Danzo, Naruto said as he looked from the old man to Nagato. You need to confront this demon of your past. You know what I feel you should do, but I will leave it to you to decide what to do. Do what you think is right, and make sure it's not a decision you would later regret. And remember what you were before we met before you make your final decision. With that, Naruto walked away. Nagato glared down at Danzo, who was still knocked for a loop from how hard Nagato had hit him. Nagato thought very hard about what Danzo had done. This was the man that was responsible for Yahiko's death, and in a way, Danzo had created the Akatsuki. And Nagato only had an inkling what else he had done. Why should Nagato kill him? Desiring more information, Nagato placed his hand on Danzo's head and used human path. Most of what he saw within the confines of Danzo's soul sickened him. Seeing the extent Danzo would go to gain power, including his abuse of Kabuto and his initial plans to have Itachi slaughter the Uchiha clan so could gain their eyes, which worked in the past timeline, and partially in this one as well, because he still had enough eyes to make that abominable arm of his, and a replacement for his right eye, even if it wasn't Shirsue's. On those details alone, Nagato's choice would be easy, but there was more he could see. Despite Danzo's thirst for power, it was not entirely for power's sake, like he had seen in several nobles he had once ripped the souls from. Rather, it was due to a distrust of others to use power to protect the village he cared for. To defend the village, Danzo felt he needed more power no matter what he had to do to get it, and eliminate any threat. In a way, it was like the time Nagato once swore to protect Yahiko and Konan no matter what he had to do and no matter how much pain befell him. But then, that did not turn out so well, and when he failed to defend Konan, resulting in Yahiko's death, his world had shattered. That brought Nagato's mind back to what Naruto told him before leaving him to find closure with this man, to remember what he was before they had met. Nagato closed his eyes and realized that he had done so much harm before Naruto had saved him. But if Naruto was going to give Nagato a chance to redeem himself, what right did he have to deny Danzo the same? Nagato released Danzo's head as he did what Naruto had told him to detach his soul from Danzo's. Why? Why is Namikaze working with you? Danzo demanded. We are looking for the Akatsuki, who we had reason to believe was in the village, Nagato said shortly. I was once its leader, but I have abandoned it. But that part does not concern you. The reason we came for you is because you know Konoha's underground as well as the back of your hand, and judging from your track record with Orochimaru, it was not out of the question you were working with them yourself. But we have the intel we need to look for them, and I know that you aren't doing anything with the group. But before I go, Nagato then grabbed Danzo's neck and hoisted him up. The King of Hell appeared behind Nagato. I'm going to ask you one question that you had better answer honestly, Nagato said. All those shady deals and backstabbing you have done, did you do it for the sake of the village or for yourself as well? Even if Nagato had seen the depths of Danzo's mind before, he still wanted to confirm the truth this way. I did it all for the village, Danzo said. I won't deny that I desire the power, but I wanted to use it to preserve this village when others would have made it weak. Very well then, Nagato said as Danzo's tongue elongated and the king grabbed it. It then released it and Nagato dropped Danzo. You were honest, but now the problem is what you believe to be the truth. I wanted nothing more than to destroy this village once because of the things you have done. You think that your way will make the village strong, and maybe it would give the village more military might if your way worked, but you create so many enemies that it would not be worth it. How many others like me do you think you have created? And even if you defeated all of said problems, your methods would continue to create more, and the village itself will have its dark side shown to everyone. If that were to occur, if the village embraced that side to survive, would it even be worth protecting anymore? Nagato walked to the door and said, by the way, Itachi knew I would be here, so reporting this won't inconvenience me in the slightest. In a dark cave in a rather well-hidden location, the body of a red-headed old man slammed into the ground. Extraction of a Yanbi complete, Madara said, being one of 4 people in the cave in person. The other 3 were Obito, Kisame, and Kabuto. The remaining 4 people wearing Akatsuki rings were in images as usual, but for some reason, Caius had taken Raisin's place. The reserve member Deidara was also there, despite not participating in the battle. It was obviously a few days after Naruto had started searching for them, since they were able to extract Son Goku. Well, it seems that the task that Raisin undertook that required him to have a substitute for this is working. Seeing as we have not been interrupted so far, Kisame said as he walked over to the room that had Han restrained in it. All the same, that is no reason to delay sealing the next one, Madara stated. There is still the possibility of the enemy catching on to where we are. It'd be amusing to see their faces when they learned that we were in a direction one would hardly look for us, Kabuto said. I must say, the idea is genius to have so easily confused Nagato in trying to find our location. It is a good laugh to think we are hiding right over their noses, Zue said. No more talking, Madara ordered. We still have a job at hand. Kismum placed the unconscious Han in the center of the cave, and they began the extraction process. Naruto was frustrated as he continually felt the feedback from his clones. They had all already searched every single one of the underground locations they had pulled from Danzo's mind, and they came up empty. Hey Naruto, you were out of luck too? The voice of his distant cousin asked. Yeah, though I appreciate your attempts to help us look Karen, Naruto said as he made more clones for another sweep to search some more areas, but sensory abilities or not, he felt that it might be futile again. I just don't understand it. Karen said as she once again activated the mind's eye of the Kagura. It's like we're looking for something that is not even there. If only Yugo was not out of the village on a solo mission, he could ask the birds and other animals to search for us. Naruto grit his teeth and spoke into the comm link he shared with several others who had decided to help him search for the location the Akatsuki were at. Sasuke, Hinata, Zenko, Shikamaru, Felix, Isaac, and Alex all reported no luck on their ends either. The latter two had shown up in the village, ready to murder a repentant Felix. But Naruto convinced them to hold off until after they sorted out what was causing Nagato to sense the Mizo in Konoha. You know, Naruto, maybe we should just give this up as a bad job, Karen said. If the Akatsuki are controlling something that big, and this Nagato is sensing it moving around in the village, I am certain that we would have seen it by now. Karen is right, Naruto, Sasuke's voice said over the receiver, though Naruto could tell that Sasuke was loath to give Karen a reason to gush over him by agreeing with her. There's no way the Geto Mizo would be prancing about the village, even underground, and the Akatsuki would gain nothing from it. So there is no reason to continue to search. Naruto thought on what his friends were telling him, and with a sigh, he said, "All right, this was clearly a waste of time. I guess I'm going to have to tell Nagato that his method of tracking the Geto Mizo is no longer reliable." With that, everyone turned off their receivers, and Naruto began trying to think of another way to locate the Akatsuki. It had been nearly 6 days since Brad had been abducted by Drachmus. He was currently locked in a cell in a place he had no idea of the location of, though it was clear that he was underground. So far, he had been fed and watered only a bare minimum, as if Drachmus was trying to slowly starve him. Not much other than that had occurred, other than the part demon demanding whether it was true that Brad had fabricated a false memory that kept his real memories suppressed and fueled his anger. Brad had been too scared to lie and quickly confessed before begging for his life. Drachmus had merely growled and stormed out of the cell and did not reappear except to deliver the food and water to keep Brad alive. Now, the Jinjutsu specialist was just waiting, praying that whatever Drachmus had said could save him had not yet sailed. Finally, Drachmus re-entered the cell and glared at Brad. "I have one question for you. Your life depends on what the answer is and whether it is honest." Brad just waited, begging any god above that his life would be spared. "Can you erase the memory you put in my head? If you can't or won't, I will kill you." Shikamaru lay back on the hill where he and Choji usually watched the clouds together. The overcast clouds bugged him continually, making him think he was missing something. But he just could not put his finger on what it was, despite straining his brain. "Hey Shika, how were the exams?" Choji asked as he walked up with a bag of potato chips. "They were rather troublesome, but I am certain that most of our genin who made it to the finals will get the vest tomorrow," Shikamaru replied. "Of course, there was the fact that a group of S-rank shinobi attacked, but we repelled them. Yeah, I heard rumors that Kumo and IWA were hit too. You think that the attacks are connected?" "Yeah, they were done by an organization called the Akatsuki, but you didn't hear anything from me. Technically classified, but not something you were willing to keep me in the dark about?" Choji said as he held the bag of chips out to Shikamaru, who accepted a handful as he nodded. "You know, watching the clouds seems depressing right about now," Choji eventually said after while laying next to Shikamaru. "They just don't seem natural at this time of year, you know?" "Yeah, it feels odd," Shikamaru said. "I mean, I'm sure that the clouds shouldn't be here. It's almost as if someone is creating this. But why would they do that? Who knows? If someone did do this, it would be an S-rank jutsu that pulled that off. And what would they gain from hiding the sky from us?" Shikamaru said as he closed his eyes, about to take a nap. Before his eyes snapped open, hiding not the sky, but something in the sky, he suddenly muttered in a revelation. "And I shouldn't put it past the Akatsuki to pull something like that off. How could I have possibly missed this?" "Shika? Sorry, Choji, but I have to go find Naruto and Sasuke," Shikamaru said as he ran as fast as he could for the first place he knew Naruto would most likely be, hoping that Naruto would know where Sasuke was. "Wow, whatever it is, I bet it's big to get Shika like that," Choji said as he stared at the dust cloud Shikamaru had left. For someone who barely lifted a finger in his life, the Nara was rather fast. "So you're a Jinchuriki too?" Fu asked Naruto, who rubbed the back of his head, while Kimimaro sighed that Naruto had told Fu without any reservations whatsoever. Naruto had taken his little sister to Ichiraku's for the afternoon, and ran into Fu and Kimimaro, who had both been passing through. The latter had smiled slightly at seeing his friend and savior again, while Naruto and Fu hit it off almost instantly. "Yeah, it's not so bad. Once I actually got to know Fuzz but a little," Naruto said. "Call me that one more time. I dare you," Kurama growled. "Well, it suits you, Kurama," Chome said, establishing a mental link. "I didn't think you would actually develop a bond with your host, but I like him for his guts myself." "Shut up, Chome." "Huh, who are Chome and Kurama?" Fu asked in confusion, having heard the conversation herself. "Our tenants' names, Naruto replied before he began to eat his ramen at a rate that had Fu gaping, though the fact that the Nanabai had a name probably had something to do with the expression as well. Akari was about to dig in herself, but she felt a tap on her shoulder. She turned around to see Sasuke, who said, "We'll be training this evening, so be at training ground 14 by 6. "Sure thing, duck butt," Akari said before returning to her dish. Before anything else could happen, Shikamaru suddenly burst into the stand and clutched a stitch in his side. "Naruto, Sasuke, I just figured something out," he said. "Can we talk somewhere private?" "So what's this about?" Naruto asked Shikamaru as he handed Naruto and Sasuke comlinks. "Sasuke, could you maybe fly up into the air above the clouds and check something for me? I just have a hunch that the Akatsuki are up there somehow," Shikamaru said. "Sure, I guess," Sasuke said as he summoned Narubitori, not bothering to ask Shikamaru what led him to that conclusion, because he could see where the logic came from already himself. Sasuke mounted the large hawk, and Narubitori flew up into the air before he said, "I don't like the looks of those clouds, Sasuke-san." Sasuke did not reply as they broke the cloud cover and took a look around, almost immediately spotting something. Guys, you're not going to believe this," Sasuke said into his calm link as he and Narubitori stared at what was before them in disbelief. There, over 10,000 feet in the sky, just above the now apparently artificial cloud cover, was a massive land about the size of a small island floating in the air. In a sealed chamber on said floating island, Raisin twitched slightly, though he did not let the fact that he sensed someone's chakra signature break the cloud cover mess with his concentration, despite his weariness. After all, even for him, keeping a massive land afloat, while keeping it hidden with cloud cover, high enough to escape the notice of sensory shinobi, was a tiring task. While maintaining his focus, he reached up to his earpiece and tuned it to Madara's frequency. "We have been found. Shall I deploy Deidara and the automatons?" "Yes," Madara's voice replied. Raisin changed the frequency to Deidara's. "We have been discovered up here. You and the machines are to buy Madara, and the others the remaining 30 minutes to extract the Gobi." "Oh yeah, I get to finally show off my art again." Deidara replied with glee. Deidara stepped out of the cave on the floating island, followed by 100 human-sized bird-shaped machines that had razor-sharp beaks and talons, as well as some having machine guns and others with rocket launchers mounted on their wings. About 10 Zetsu clones appeared to guard the entrance, none of them noticing a snake hiding nearby. "Time to demonstrate that art is an explosion," Deidara shouted as he leapt off the edge of the island with a clay bird forming beneath him as he did, followed by the machines placed under his temporary command. "Shit, I've been spotted," Sasuke cursed as he spotted the small army coming right at him. "Narubu up." Narubitori responded by pointing his beak upwards and flying straight upwards. "Haha, run all you want," Deidara shouted as he sent some small birds at Saki's mount, who did some complex aerial maneuvers to avoid the explosives going off around him. "Sooner or later, you will become one of my greatest pieces." The last part was both because of his habit of saying that, and also because he noticed that Sasuke was no longer on the hawk's back. He spotted the raven-haired man diving headfirst at him just in time to feel Sasuke's lightning-conducted sword plunge through his heart. The momentum carried the bomber off of his bird, Sajuek going with him, his sword still in Deidara's heart. Deidara then turned into clay, and Sasuke was left alone in free fall. TCH, clay clone. Should have known. Even for him, that would have been too easy, Sasuke muttered as he activated his Sharingan to avoid falling for it again, and turned slightly in midair so that while he was still upside down, he had a clear view of 3 of the flying automatons homing in on him. The lead one was firing its rapid bullets from the machine guns mounted on its wings, so Sasuke drew his other sword and deflected every single shot. "Narubu, go down and give me help," he shouted before returning his attention to his assailants. The other 2 fired their missiles at the Uchiha, who activated his curse seal just as the deadly shots closed in. The missiles exploded, seemingly engulfing Sasuke in their blasts. But the Uchiha rose right out of the fiery cloud, trailing smoke in his second stage of the curse seal. Chapter 77 Battle in the Sky. "Naruto," Shikamaru shouted at his friend. "Right?" the blonde replied as he activated his Rinnegan and slapped his hand down, summoning Jutsu. The rock and the dragon that made up Naruto's flying repertoire appeared in a burst of smoke. "Get everyone that's in the loop you can find as fast as you can, and my summons will bring them up," Naruto shouted to the Nara before making a shadow clone, which ran towards the Hokage Tower at a rather fast pace. "I'll warn Itachi and go help Sasuke." Shikamaru nodded and ran as fast as he could, while Naruto focused for a second as 2 metallic wings with a few small chakra thrusters came out of his shoulders as a result of his Azura path. "Hang on a second, Sasuke. I'm coming." Boom! Boom! Several explosions dotted the sky as Sasuke weaved between each missile that was sent at him almost easily, though Deidara's smarter bombs were a bit more worrisome. Damn, if it weren't for these machines, I'd have that trigger-happy explosive freak dead again by now, Sasuke muttered as he activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and glared at Deidara, attempting to catch him in the Amaterasu's black flames. However, Deidara had gotten warning about some of Sasuke's abilities from Raisin over the comm link, and knew that there was the potential for getting roasted if he stayed in Sasuke's line of sight for too long. So he jumped off of his mount the moment he saw Sasuke's eyes fall on him, and not a moment too soon as the mount combusted. That was close. The bomber said as he sent a few more bombs at Sasuke, who was once again forced to move hastily out of the way and into the line of fire for 3 automatons with the machine guns. Sasuke sent a bolt of lightning chakra to one of them, but energy shielding deflected it. Forgot about that, Sasuke said as he used his blades to deflect all the projectiles fired from the guns mounted on the automatons, but missed one that got him the shoulder, piercing straight through and causing him to drop his hawk sword, and it spiraled to earth. He sheathed his snake sword and maneuvered away from his foes, clutching his bleeding shoulder. Whatever those things are firing at me. The projectiles move fast, Sasuke mused as he lamented the fact that he was unable to use Susanoo at the moment. The aura would simply fall away from him unless either he or were on the ground. But then, I was not stupid enough to enter aerial combat without some form of alternative, Sasuke thought smugly as a blackened Chidori burst into life on each of his hands, but then spread over his body. He was soon coated in an aura of lightning that was white in the center, but became dark as the edge was reached. Cursed Chidori armor, Sasuke shouted as his speed shot up due to the effect the lightning chakra had in stimulating his synapses. This was obviously inspired by A's lightning armor, though Sasuke had replicated it without his Sharingan, preferring to make his own version. While the cursed Chidori armor's defensive properties weren't as high as his Susanoo's or A's lightning armors, the speed of this version more than made up for it, likely making him faster than even A, at least before he uses the twin-edged storm armor. But Sasuke does not know that yet, and the offensive capabilities were also high. It was perfect for aerial combat. With blinding speed, Sasuke blasted right by 4 machines, which then fell, missing their wings from where Sasuke had struck them. He's fast, Deidara said, in slight shock. Well then, let's give him some more of my art. He made at least 50 clay bomb birds and sent them at Sasuke from all directions. 10 machines joined the assault with several missiles, and a few more fired from their machine guns, and the bullets impacted the cursed Chidori armor, only to disintegrate upon impact. The explosive projectiles closed in, and Sasuke made a quick hand sign. Chidori storm, he shouted. A lot of bolts of lightning chakra laced with the cursed sage chakra of his seal burst from his cursed Chidori armor, and each of the clay birds and missiles were impaled by said bolts, the former being cancelled out and becoming duds, while the latter just exploded uselessly. 7 of the metal birds were also impaled due to being too close at the moment Sasuke unleashed the fury of that jutsu, and their shielding proved inadequate to stop the attack. After the jutsu ended, Sasuke immediately sped away from the small army of flying automatons, trying to get some breathing room. I need to be a bit more conservative, Sasuke thought. That took out about a quarter of my reserves with that one shot alone. Deidara hastily retreated back to the floating island. I'm probably going to be promoting him tomorrow as well, Itachi was muttering as he looked over the judge's notes and reviewed his own thoughts on how the participants in the Chunin exams had done. Before he could muse any further, the door to his office burst open and Naruto's clone ran into the room. Itachi-sensei, we have a situation. But he will have problems dealing with this. Deidara said as he landed on the island and ran to a spot where he stored large amounts of his clay. Even if he continually uses his lightning chakra to make my bombs into duds, he will get tired eventually, long before he defeats the automatons or I run out of clay, Looks like he's got a large stash this time, Sasuke thought as he wove away from some more rockets before he blasted through 3 automatons. More of the small projectiles fired from the automatons impacted his armor, but did nothing but slightly miff him. He turned in time to see 2 missiles impact him, and some of the heat got through his cursed Chidori armor, though not enough to do any more damage than a few first-degree burns at most. Even so, he was a bit concerned when 12 clay birds attacked from behind, these ones slightly larger than usual. He sent a few sunbon of lightning at each one and stopped their assault, but this gave one automaton the chance to plunge its beak at him, and it penetrated his armor and drew some blood from between his shoulder blades. He whipped around and retaliated with a swift chopping motion that decapitated the mechanical bird in question. For more attacked from different angles, in addition to no less than 20 missiles and at least 30 clay birds. Knowing he could not dodge again, he cast a sign again. Chidori Storm. Once again, all incoming attacks have been repulsed by the assault. But he knew that only a couple more times of being forced to use the jutsu would cause him to pass out if he was unlucky, and he knew that that could very well be fatal this high up. He cursed as several more attacks tried to surround him. He was sure of it now. Deidara had figured out that his Chidori storm was draining and was trying to force him into a battle of attrition. It looked like he was going to have to push his speed a little. He dashed to the edge of the crowd of enemies, so he could see almost all of them if he looked in one direction, and fired several bolts of blackened lightning at his foes as they tried to catch up. 5 more machines were sent back to Earth by this, and he began to speedily fly around the mass of foes, knowing that even if maintaining his flight speed was less draining than the Chidori storm, he would have to still worry about his reserves after a few minutes of this. But he had to avoid getting surrounded, or he would just get tired quicker. While his stamina was about elite Jonin level, he simply used up large amounts of chakra with his jutsu, so his endurance was still a weak point for him. His specialty lay in finishing battles fast, which is why he had so many overpowered jutsu. Though out of respect for Naruto, he only used a few certain ones when he absolutely had to. He fired more and more blasts of lightning, and for variety's sake, threw in a few giant fireball jutsu to take out about 17 more of the automatons. This took about 1 more minute. 2 machines tried to flank him, but there was a cry of a Jura Path-propelled Rasengan barrage. The machines were shredded as Naruto made himself known, using his Azura Path wings to hover next to Sasuke after he took out the machine birds. Nice of you to show up. Sasuke panted slightly. You look like you were doing just fine on your own, but I couldn't let you hog all the fun, Naruto said in slight amusement. You say the Aura Path feels a little odd to use, but you seem to like using it plenty, Sasuke noted. Why wouldn't I? Odd or not, the abilities it has are only limited by my imagination and whether or not I have an accurate grasp on how the technology and the ideas I have would work. I lack little in the imagination department, and I can study technology quite a bit with my shadow clones, so Azura Path is my 3rd favorite after Animal and Deva. I don't see you use Deva very often, though, Sasuke said with a raised eyebrow. Well, yeah, its abilities are useful as hell, but with the cool down period, it is better to make sure I'm still able to use it if I'm backed into a corner on fast notice. Further conversation was cut off by more missiles and bullets being sent their way. They effortlessly dodged the attacks, and Naruto caught 6 machines in a Rasen Shuriken. He then proceeded to power his thrusters up to get by several machines and Deidara's attacks, trying to get to the bomber himself. Oh shit, looks like he's coming directly for me, the bomber said. Better stall. He made some rather large clay dragons and sent them at Naruto, who responded by morphing part of his metal wings to mount railguns and fired several Rasengans at Deidara from them, only for the clay dragons to intercept and explode. Deidara cursed and decided to bring out the heavy guns. He opened his mouth and a giant clone of himself came out of it, looking ready to burst. As it went off, Naruto noticed that instead of a giant explosion, a sort of cloud of Deidara's chakra that he could see with his Rinnegan was floating right at him. This is my C4. Deidara cackled. Enjoy being blown to absolutely nothing. Naruto, don't inhale that chakra cloud. Sasuke shouted, also seeing the cloud with the Sharingan, and knowing that Naruto could too. He then focused on dodging another set of missiles before he blasted through more metal birds. Do I look stupid to you? Naruto shouted, though it was unclear whether he was addressing Deidara or Sasuke with that little statement. He was already forming several hand seals. Wind-style Maelstrom Blast. An incredibly powerful wind blew through the sky, catching the chakra cloud and scattering it, as well as throwing Deidara off his feet and a few of the automaton birds out of the sky. Not good. Deidara cursed as he realized that Naruto was bearing right down on him. Raisin was watching the battle from one of the screens that were hidden in the small chamber him. The cameras were on the flying automatons. Perhaps I should lend a hand if enough time is to be bought, though I shouldn't reveal my gravity powers at the moment. But as long as I just send a shadow clone and have him only use taijutsu, maybe a few basic jutsu, and the power required to make my armor light enough to move in, I should still be able to avoid those pests going back to the Elder Dimension with absolute proof in their minds that I am still around. After all, Raisin smirked slightly. Even the hypnosis I used that Uchiha's eyes to put on so many members of the council would fade if they were faced with the evidence that would be my undoing. He then formed the familiar seal that Naruto often used, and a clone of himself appeared. Hurry, get on, Shikamaru said to Kushina, Tsunade, Kakashi, Celia, Jiraiya, Minato, and Felix. Itachi had gone to find a few others to assist in this mission, and Alex had already left with Hinata and Isaac, using his blood bats to fly them up there. The 3 mounts, Narabutori and Naruto's dragon and Rock, lowered their bodies to let passengers on to fly up to the floating island. Crap, 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 Deidara shouted as he was running from a fast-approaching Naruto, who was easily repelling the automatons that were trying to intercept him by firing his Rasengan railguns at them. Deidara got on a clay bird to try to fly away from the blonde, but he was only buying a few seconds. Meanwhile, Sasuke was doing his best to scrap as many of the automatons as he could while conserving as much chakra as possible. Seemingly out of nowhere, several exploding arrows flew right at the group Sasuke was fighting and took out their shielding, giving several blood tendrils the chance to wrap around the metal birds and tear them to bits. More reinforcements, huh? Sasuke asked in gratitude as Alex, Isaac, and Hinata flew somewhat closer to him on their bloodbaths. For some reason, Hinata seemed to be farther back than the other two, though that could easily be explained by either her skill with the bow or by Alex's apparent fear of the female gender. While Sasuke had not yet been quite acquainted with the two of the Elder Dimension inhabitants, he knew enough about them from what Naruto told him, though that Isaac character didn't seem to be as crazy as Naruto had claimed. In fact, he had a serious expression as he had a crossbow armed. Yep, so why don't we finish these lackeys off before we get to the island and get rid of the Akatsuki? Isaac asked as he fired the bolt from the crossbow. Apparently the tension in the weapon was on a high level, as it tore through the shielding and destroyed an automaton. That leaves us with about 30 more, Alex said. Now let's dash. Did you have to open your mouth there? Isaac asked as he pointed in another direction. Alex's, Sasuke's, and Hinata's gazes followed, where Isaac was pointing, and they saw about 300 more flying automatons coming at them, at least 50 of them being 5 times the size of the ones that have been fought up to now. Sorry, looks like we're not the only side to get some reinforcements in this fight. Alex apologized. Hinata put an arrow to her bowstring and activated her Byakugan. I hope some more friends show up, she said. Sasuke, you might want to go and land, Alex said. You are beginning to run rather low on chakra, and while I have no doubt that you can still fight effectively, if you wear yourself out up here and pass out, well, Naruto would kill me if I allowed that to happen. Besides, we need to focus on rescuing any Jinchuriki they have with them rather than defeating the enemy. Sasuke wanted to argue that they would need his help up here, but he decided against it and flew towards the island. Back where Naruto was, he was now only about 10 feet away from the IWA bomber, who barely managed to avoid a shot from Naruto's railguns. Have some of this art, Deidara shouted as he sent a few more bombs at Naruto in an attempt to retaliate. Naruto easily avoided them and was just about to hit Deidara with a Rasengan, when a dimension door appeared out of nowhere and a gauntlet fist shot out and caught the blonde in the face, knocking him back and causing him to skid on the suspended ground. Ow, what was that? Naruto groaned, trying to stem the flow of blood coming from his nose. That would be me, Raisin said as he stepped out of the rift. Naruto looked straight up at him and caught his gaze. Rinnegan eyes stared into Sharingan for a moment. You are that Raisin guy that Madara was trying to boss around, Naruto said a little nervously. He had no idea if this was the Raisin he had read about, the one who had gone up against the Rikudo Sennin, but he definitely was intimidating enough to be if his killing intent was anything to go by. Not going to chicken out this time, are you? The blonde asked with a brave face on. No. As a matter of fact, I intend to make an attempt towards your capture, Raisin stated as he slipped into a battle stance. All right, fine, Naruto said as he slapped his hand on the ground. Summoning Jutsu. His 5 velociraptors burst out of smoke and rushed Raisin, who easily avoided their attacks, weaving in between each attack and knocking them aside with enough force to crack the spines they grew out to try to cut him with causing them to vanish. During this display, Naruto ran forward and shouted, Rasengan. He slammed the jutsu straight into Raisin's chest. It grinded into his armor. But Naruto was surprised when the jutsu died down. Not a scratch. True enough, no damage at all had been done by the attack. Raisin's breastplate remained unmarked. Deidara, go back to fight our other enemies, Raisin called to the IWA bomber as he took a swipe at Naruto, who barely avoided the attack. Derek should have sent reinforcements by now. And remember what I told you to do if you had the opportunity. Alright, guess that the Jinchuriki won't get to see any more of my works. Oh well, it's him, Deidara responded as he flew off to continue the sky battle. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto shouted, and about 30 popped into existence behind the original. They then rushed at Raisin with Gant Raisengans ready. Ha, not bad, Raisin said as he clenched his left fist and placed his right hand on the back of the gauntlet. It was then that Naruto noticed that there was a sealing matrix on the back of the left gauntlet, though it was hard to see due to the fact that Raisin's armor was a rather solid black. In a large burst of smoke, Raisin unsealed a 12-foot-long claymore. What the hell, what kind of sword is that? Naruto demanded as he got a load of Raisin's weapon. One that will be devastating to take a hit from, even if you're wearing a chakra cloak when you do, Kurama growled. Look at it, it's bigger than he is, and yet he is holding it like it is a toy in one hand, not to mention his armor, which I have no doubt is heavy, and yet. Raisin practically vanished with his blinding speed, leaving the shadow clones behind and reappeared behind Naruto, swinging his sword at the blonde, who knew that the weapon was far too long to simply jump back, so he ducked under the swing, only to take a kick from Raisin, shattering his ribs and causing his lungs and heart to be impaled by several shards of his own bone. Naruto was sent flying and almost went over the edge of the small island. But he donned his chakra cloak and used an extendable arm to grab the ground and pull himself back to the island safely. He took a second to hack up a great deal of blood as Kurama got to work fixing the damage. Damn it, that guy hits even harder than Bachan, unless she is using her strength of a hunter technique, Naruto thought. Fortunately, Kurama was able to heal the wound in just under 10 seconds, and the clones that Raisin had been able to ditch earlier had helped buy him the time he needed to heal, though they were all easily dispelled in the process. So far, all we have seen is his taijutsu and kenjutsu, and he is still wiping the floor with us. I noticed, but don't worry, we can take him, Naruto replied. Raisin dashed at the blonde, but this time Naruto could better trace his speed. Again, Raisin materialized behind Naruto, who once again ducked the blade and then jumped over the kick that followed. Next, Raisin threw a left-handed punch at the airborne opponent, but Naruto saw that kind of tactic coming and used a chakra arm to pull himself out of the way while using a few others to add fire and earth chakra to the Raisin Shuriken he formed. Fire, earth, and wind style, blazing, solid Raisin Shuriken. Naruto shouted as he launched the attack at Raisin's left side. Raisin turned and thrust his hand out and caught the jutsu in it. For a moment, the blazing solid Raisin Shuriken grinded against Raisin's armor before it expanded, forcing Raisin back a bit. Naruto! Sasuke shouted as he flew over and hovered about 15 feet in the air above his comrade. I'll be fine against this guy, Sasuke. Naruto shouted back. You go to stop any bijou extracting they may be doing. Sasuke nodded as he headed for the center of the island, stopping as several of the automatons, two of them being the larger flying variety, moved to hinder him. Out of my way, he said. The only response he got was the big ones firing more missiles at him, prompting him to reactivate his cursed Chidori armor and try to dash past them, prompting the flyers to follow. Naruto turned his attention back to his opponent, who he doubted was beaten already. Sure enough, when the smoke cleared, Raisin stood there, looking at his left hand, which was covered in a few shallow cuts, light burns and bruised slightly, but no significant damage other than the fact that his armor had been destroyed at the point of impact, leaving his hand bare. A close look at Raisin's skin showed that while it was not as dark as the Raikage, or several others in Kyomo, it was still a color that was far from white. Man, whatever armor the guy wears it must be very tough to prevent that much damage, Naruto muttered. But if that is the case, I am just going to have to tear it all off of him. Haha, good luck with that. Raisin said as a Sharingan changed to a different design, causing Naruto's Rinnegan eyes to widen. Raisin's eyes were now in a shape similar to Shursue's Mangekyo Sharingan, only in the opposite direction and with 5 points instead of 4. This design hid the center of the other design of the eye, that of a 4-pointed Demon Wind Shuriken. Naruto was smart enough to realize that since there were 2 distinctive designs in the eyes, that meant that this was not a simple Mangekyo Sharingan, but an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Raisin then ran his right thumb along his bleeding left hand, making sure he got some blood on the thumb, before closing his right eye for a moment and looking intently at his left hand with his left eye. To Naruto's horror, the wounds disappeared, and the gauntlet was restored. What did you do? Naruto demanded. Simple. There are 4 sets of abilities that the Mangekyo Sharingan can give its wielders, 1 set per pair of eyes. There is the set that has Susanoo, Amaterasu, and Tsukuyomi, arguably the strongest of the sets due to its high power and decent Genjutsu ability. There's then Kodoa Mitsukumi, the ability to control anyone without their knowledge, though the effect loses its potency if they were to learn of being controlled or on guard for it. There is then the Kimui set, the set with power over space. These eyes I have the final set, Kamui's counterpart. They have power over time, Naruto said in realization. Exactly. This is the Omoikane and Sarutohiko set. My right eye has a power over the future, and left is the past. With Sarutohiko, I can literally revert time on anything that falls under the gaze of my left eye, though there are limits. Omoikane has an effect similar to the Mirei Akigen, allowing me to see bits and pieces of the future, Raisin explained. Now then, he cast 5 hand seals that Naruto instantly recognized, and slapped his hand on the ground, shouting, summoning jutsu. In a large burst of smoke, a crocodile easily the size of Manda or Kadra burst into being. Said beast had a kind of exoskeleton on its back, with several spines jutting out the sides. That's not good, Naruto muttered, and Kurama growled in agreement. Raisin jumped to the top of his summon's head and placed his left hand on his right gauntlet, and unsealed another 12-foot-long blade. Time for round 2, Raisin said. A fine vessel for me. Orochimaru chuckled as he got up. A corpse surrounded by the Edo Tensei, ashes laid near the corpses of the Zetsu clones that Orochimaru had slain, but there were only 9 where 10 had been. The snake Sannin had transferred his soul to a living body, and now had Hashirama's cells. Now then, I believe I still have that strange chakra signature to find out before I figure out how to get down. Why don't you just use the means you used to get up here? Sasuke asked as he landed next to Orochimaru with his snake sword drawn and pointed it at his mentor from a very long time ago, from a certain perspective. A wrecked automaton fell out of the air and landed next to Sasuke, obviously a result of his shadow clone's handiwork, which he left Bang to deal with his annoying pursuers. Sasuke's cursed seal receded, and the Uchiha was panting slightly, but he was certain that he still had enough juice left to end Orochimaru again here, at least if he fought smart. I do not recall ever giving you one of the awakening pills to give you the second stage, Orochimaru mused. Nor does it look entirely like my handiwork. I suppose that either your precious Yondaime or his wife must have tampered with my little gift. You better not try to convince me to come over to you for power again. Even in my current state, I am a match for you, and not because of what you gave me. I'm stronger than you for far different reasons, and I didn't have to pursue power for it. His Susanoo formed as he spoke. I don't doubt it. I witnessed your little performance while waiting for the element of surprise against these lackeys, which you provided for me, though it seems that I hardly needed it. Orochimaru made a brief motion to where Raisin and Naruto were currently fighting. I must say that I'm surprised that you were so liberal with that Mangekyo Sharingan. Does it not deteriorate your eyesight? No, I have gotten to the next stage with their development. I see. So that must mean you took your brother's eyes. It seems that you desire power and will go to great lengths to achieve it, despite your claims to the contrary. Kukukuku. Sasuke could not help but smirk. Sorry, but a certain friend of mine found a way to regenerate our eyes, so Itachi and I both have the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and he is currently the Godame Hokage. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, the only indication of how shocked he was to hear that. It seems that I have missed much. How long have I been dead? About 2.5 years. Now I have a few questions for you. Let's start with how you got up here and what you hope to achieve here. Not that you two are heavy or anything, but 2 people is a bit much for me to carry, Fu complained dryly as she flew with Chomei's wings towards the floating island, carrying Itachi and Kimimaro. You don't need to carry me far, just to the edge of the island, Itachi said. We'll fight our way through to where they're trying to seal the bijou. Once we have landed, you're to go back down, Fu. What? Fu demanded. I can fight too. Why are you dismissing me so readily? He's right, Kimimaro said as they landed on the edge. I did not wish to call you weak, Fu. But the fact is, your former home only had you try to harness your bijou's power to use as a weapon and refused to teach you many of your own skills. As a result, you are lacking something I have noticed while we have been training. While you have improved, you are currently only Chunin level at most, and that is if you use as much chakra as Chomei is willing to share with you. Fu deflated, knowing that Kimimaro was right. She would only give the Akatsuki another target and something else for both Itachi and Kimimaro to worry about. She was about to walk away and fly back down, but she passed for 1 second and turned to Kimimaro. What is it? The Kagaya asked, before Fu grabbed the front of his shirt and pulled him forward rather abruptly. Caught off guard, he fell forward and his lips met hers. The kiss lasted for a full 3 seconds before Fu broke it off and said, "Please be safe." Kimimaro nodded with a slight blush and turned to run to the center of the island, where he was told that the fighting was going on. A few Zetsu clones rose up from the ground and tried to attack, but Itachi blasted them with Amaterasu, allowing Kimimaro to run on ahead. Han's body fell heavily to the ground, and Madara said, "At last, we have 3 complete bijou, for if you count having all but the dregs of the Nibi." He jumped down from the Geto Mizo, which disappeared. Obito, Kabuto, and Kisame followed suit. Now then, I believe that we should thin the herd of foes before we take our leave. Kabuto nodded in agreement as 3 coffins rose out of the ground. Out of them stepped the figures of a silver-haired man with set hair and a ponytail, a man with spiky orange hair, and a man wearing metal plate armor with a white fur collar. Madara suddenly winced as pain ran through his eyes. Odd. I do not recall making a wood or shadow clone recently, so why am I seeing things from another perspective outside, on a summons that isn't mine? Madara mused. Almost there, Nagato said, having gotten a message from Naruto and in the process of hurrying to the battlefield, flying on top of his drill-beaked bird. A flash of pain ran through his eyes for a second, and he covered them. What in? He asked himself as he saw, seemingly from someone else's perspective, a dark chamber that had Han's corpse in the center, a masked man that Nagato immediately recognized as the Madara impersonator, Kabuto, Kisame, and 3 coffins rising up from the ground. The vision faded just as the lids fell to the ground, and Nagato could make out 3 different figures in the coffins, one of them instantly familiar. What? What was that? Nagato asked himself. To answer your question as to how I got up here, Orochimaru said, before ducking rather hastily as a white blade passed through the air where his head had been just an instant before. Well, what a pleasant surprise, cuckoo, the snake-like man stated as Kimimaro approached, already with another bone blade in hand. I did not expect that you would still be alive, Kimimaro. Even more shocking that you have one of the Leaf's headbands around your neck. Did you betray me so that Tsunade would cure you? The betrayal came from you, Orochimaru, Kimimaro said. You said that you were helping Yugo, and that the curse mark was merely something you stumbled upon while researching how to cure him. But in reality, you never intended to do so. You only wanted to take advantage of the power he could give you. Oh, so you have figured out then? Orochimaru said to Kimimaro. But even so, am I not the man that gave your life a purpose? Why not do you point a weapon at me over a little disagreement? I won't deny that you have, one, given me a purpose, and you to take me in when I needed it, but it was never for my sake you did so. You used and abused me just as much as the clan I so hated did. You were merely more subtle about it. Even so, I took you and gave your life meaning. Does that not mean something? Orochimaru asked impassively. That debt has long since been repaid, and the meaning that you gave my life was a worthless one, seeing as how you so easily cast me aside the moment you found out that I was too ill to serve as your vessel. The fact that you so carelessly threw the lives of people who were so devoted to you, though you did not deserve it. That is what made me see just how truly despicable you were. I saw how empty the existence you gave me was when I gave Konoha a chance at Yugo's prodding and found a place that I truly felt I belonged, where people I could call friends worth protecting came into my life. I became devoted to the bonds I forged, and they were just as devoted as I was to those bonds. You took the devotion to the bonds your subordinates had for granted, not returning a shred of it. And that is why I'm going to end you here. Wait a second, Kimimaro, Sasuke shouted as his Susanoo hand grabbed the Kagaya before he could carry out his threat. Orochimaru, you were just explaining what your agenda was up here. Sasuke continued as Kimimaro calmed down. Oh yes, Orochimaru said. You see, I was following a chakra signature that interested me, which is what drew me here. As for how I got up here in the first place, well, I was already on this piece of rock before they did whatever they did to levitate it. Of course, I did not complain when I gained the opportunity to take a new vessel and gain the Shodame's cells, though I shall miss the advantages of an Edo Tensei body. And just what chakra signature drew you up here? Sasuke asked. Orochimaru chuckled before he answered. Mine. Chapter 78, The Sannin's Apprentices. Sasuke and Kimimaro followed Orochimaru into the cave slowly, both keeping a close eye on the snake Sannin, knowing better than to let their guards down around him. Sasuke had convinced Kimimaro to stay his hand against his former master for a little while, at least until they learned what Orochimaru's current goals were. Eventually, they came to a turn-off, and Orochimaru simply made the left turn with no hesitation, following his own chakra signature. Sasuke and Kimimaro followed behind him. You figure out what chakra signature Orochimaru has been referring to as yet? Sasuke asked Kimimaro. It is almost certainly Kabuto, Kimimaro stated, remembering the moment he was retrieved from Orochimaru's base and Kabuto having grafted some of Orochimaru's body into his own. My thoughts exactly. They came into a chamber where Kabuto was hiding, bent over a game board that he was using to strategize. The snake-like man looked up at the intrusion and chuckled slightly. Well, it has certainly been a while, Orochimaru-sama. And you actually look rather well, Kimimaro. And what a pleasant surprise, Sasuke. I was planning on adding a strong, healthy young Uchiha to add to my research collection. Kimimaro flung a bone blade at Kabuto faster than most eyes could track. But then again, Sasuke's eyes did not fall under that category. Several shuriken formed the Uchiha had hit and deflected Kimimaro's rather hasty attack. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow in interest, and Kimimaro looked at Sasuke in shock. Why did you stop me? We can't risk you killing Kabuto just yet, Sasuke said as he gazed at the spy. He likely has several Edo Tensei running around that we can't leave. So we need to catch him in a Genjutsu that will allow us to force him to undo the jutsu. Thanks for the word of warning, Sasuke-kun, Kabuto said as he put his hood over his face and several snakes made an appearance. Even if I get rid of the hood, with his Sage Mode, Tsukuyumi and other visual-based Genjutsu won't work on him due to his special eyelids. So, I can only think of one Genjutsu that will work on him. Thankfully, I learned how to do it from Itachi and had Naruto give me a few things to help. Sasuke thought as he rummaged in a special pocket of his kunai pouch and pulled out a tag that had a dormant seal on it. He channeled some chakra into the paper, activating the seal. He then pressed the paper to his right eye, transferring the seal to the area of skin around his eye. Orochimaru, Kimimaro, and Kabuto then got a real shock when Sasuke plunged his hand straight into his eye socket and yanked his eye out. Despite the clear discomfort, Sasuke maintained a nonchalant expression and placed the eyeball into a small preservation tube he got from a scroll seal before storing the tube again. The seal around Sasuke's eye then steamed, and his eye literally grew back. Oh, so that is the regeneration seal. Orochimaru mused as he witnessed firsthand the use of the Uzumaki treasure. If only I had been able to open the box it was sealed in and use the seal myself. Oh, the possibilities, kuku. What is he planning? Kabuto thought curiously. Why would he need to replicate his eye and actually store the spare like he was going to need it later rather than now? Okay, so I need to fight smart here, since my reserves are at about a third of their max. And we're also handicapped by the fact that we need to try not to kill him. Though if we don't use lethal force to begin with, we are screwed. Sasuke thought, Kimimaro, I have an idea, but I need you to do the most work for me after the first exchange of blows. Orochimaru, do you plan to help me at all? I may jump in later, but I hope neither of you mind if I simply observe for now, Orochimaru said. Fine, Sasuke said as he ran straight at the hooded Kabuto and cast his signs, summoning a few hawks and snakes at once. The snakes lashed out at Kabuto's legs, and the other snake user leapt up into the air, only for a few hawks to grab his hood and yank it off. All that was to be seen, however, were a few snakes hidden under the cloak. Kabuto's voice rang out through the cave, causing Kimimaro to start looking around for him. Though Sasuke had already found the hidden location Kabuto was in, thanks to his Sharingan, and he could easily tell that the snake user was hiding inside one of his snakes. Do you really think you can defeat me like this? Kabuto demanded. Trying to capture me alive will be impossible for the likes of you. You see, you won't be able to injure me permanently due to the powers I have grafted into Dash. Yeah, I know, you took the abilities of Karen, Suigetsu, and Yugo, allowing you to regenerate, go into a liquid state, and maintain Sage mode for virtually infinite periods of time. I'm also aware that you have training from the White Snake Sage, not to mention your theft of the Sound Five's powers, Sasuke stated in a bored tone. Orochimaru's eyebrow quirked up with interest, and Kimimaro's expression hardened. A snake came out from under the ground, and Kabuto emerged from said snake's mouth. He had a surprised look on his face, and was in Sage mode. Interesting. It will be interesting to hear how you are aware of that, after I capture you, and before I do my experiments. Bring it, Sasuke said as he rushed Kabuto, with Kimimaro in tow. Kabuto laughed, and from his navel the form of Sakan appeared, before changing into a clone of Kimimaro. Bracken dance, Kabuto shouted as several bone spikes erupted from the ground, and Kimimaro and Sasuke immediately dodged the deadly assault before resuming their charge at the Snake Man. Kabuto formed a bone blade from his clone of Kimimaro, broke it off, and formed Kidora next, and tried to ensnare the two fighters within a web. Sasuke, however, burned the web away with Amaterasu, and Kimimaro ran forward with several spines erupting from his body. For a moment, he and Kabuto exchanged some quick blows, but eventually Kabuto blasted Kimimaro away with a water-style jutsu to get some breathing room. Sasuke dashed at Kabuto and got behind him. Kabuto whipped around and stabbed his bone sword at Sasuke, who blocked by summoning the ribs of his Susanoo and countered by conducting fire chakra into his snake sword and cut Kabuto on his forearm, giving him a rather deep cut. Kabuto cursed as he dropped his bone sword to clutch the wound for an instant, before his healing factor closed the cut and fixed the damage the fire chakra had been able to cause before Kabuto's liquefied body was able to cancel out the fire chakra without further issue. Sasuke jumped back just as Kabuto cast a few hand seals, his extra snake lids shutting to protect him from Sasuke's Tsukuyomi, though thankfully this would keep him from effectively using the Mirakugan. Sage Art White Rage Jutsu. A red dragon with an orb in one of its claws shot forward, and Orochimaru, who had his Mirakugan active, saw what was coming and quickly shut his eyes and covered his ears as Sasuke warned Kimimaro to do the same. A blinding light and high-pitched, keening noise sounded out, painful vibrations racking Sasuke's, Kimimaro's, and even Orochimaru's bodies. Kabuto dashed at his foes, already planning who to take out first. He wanted Sasuke alive, and it would be harder to keep him prisoner while fighting. And since Orochimaru was merely spectating for now, Kabuto went for Kimimaro, planning to use his Sage Mode enhanced chakra scalpels to cut the bone user's throat. Even if Kimimaro created a bone membrane to defend against such an attack, the scalpels would still be enough to cut his jugular. However, Kabuto met a different kind of resistance, and was forced to jump back as his jutsu wore off and Kimimaro was able to take a retaliatory swipe at him. I see. So you use your Susanoo to protect your comrade. As Sasuke? Kabuto asked. Sure enough, the skeletal hand had wrapped around Kimimaro, which is what stopped Kabuto from finishing his assault. It was not hard to figure out that Kimimaro would be your first target if you're interested in capturing me alive, Sasuke said. In a sense, you're just as handicapped as we are. Please, unlike you, I have the ability to capture you alive should I desire it. I have become the closest thing alive to the Rakuto Sennin. I have evolved from snake to dragon. The abilities I have make it impossible to stop me without killing me. Assuming you could even manage that, since I can escape from any attempts to restrain me with my shedding ability, injuries won't work since I can heal, and I have made myself immune to Jinjutsu. Tiring me out won't work either, since I can use solely the power around me rather than my own chakra, thanks to Sage Mode and Yugo's abilities. Again, Kimamaro's eyes hardened at the mention of Yugo's powers having been ripped off. I'm going to become the perfect being soon, and then I will know just who and what I am. I will have everything. Trying to become perfect is not the key to knowing who you are, Sasuke said, echoing the words Itachi had used to try to talk some sense in Kabuto. You need only acknowledge all of the things you can and cannot do. Forgive and acknowledge your shortcomings, and overcome them with comrades. And you should also not ignore your own strengths. That sounds like the logic of a loser to me. What would you, a genius who had everything, and more given to you, know about shortcomings? You think that becoming others that you admire, remaking yourself into them, will help you figure out the meaning of your own existence? Sasuke asked. You are wrong. As a matter of fact, that seems to be the best way to lose the meaning of your own existence by drowning it with existences external from you. If you attach your self-value to what others are capable of, then you will never grow as an individual. Really, that's coming from someone who is so much like his older brother, Kabuto chuckled. Surely you grew into who you are by imitating Itachi a great deal, have you not? Perhaps, but that is merely a process to help someone mature. I may have done some things that Itachi would do, and yes, I have some of his abilities both from my eyes and learning his skills, but even so, I made sure that I was set apart from him other ways, Sasuke stated. I will be honest, if it came down to saving someone precious to one of us, or the village of Konoha, Itachi would choose to protect the village and sacrifice his precious one. I could never do something like that. Even if the village was destroyed as a result of my actions, I would not be able to sacrifice a comrade to save it. But that is why Itachi is around. Because of that shortcoming, and his strength in that regard, when push comes to shove, we can save both. If you truly wish to find the meaning of your own existence, then you need to acknowledge yourself and your comrades, as well as the differences between you. Trying to become perfect is the height of folly, as much of a dead end as a path of vengeance, with nothing left at the end of the path, even if you do achieve it. Even the Rikudo Sannin could not possibly have been perfect, even if he was the greatest to ever live. Kabuto glared at Sasuke, who was internally thinking, now that I think about it, I'm trying to convince this guy that Itachi and I are strong, but different. Yet here, I'm giving him a similar lecture as what Itachi told him. Ironic, and it likely would not help my case if he knew of that, even if I'm trying to avoid copying him entirely. And he does need to hear this if he has any hope of changing. Sasuke, not that you don't have a strong point, Kimamaro said as Kabuto began to get ready for another assault. But we now need to focus on finding a way to defeat our opponent, and getting him to release his Edo Tensei. I hope you have an idea on how to do so, because he does have a good point that it will hard to win against him. Don't worry about it, Kimamaro, Sasuke said as Kabuto dashed forward with a chakra scalpel ready. I have Jinjutsu, he won't be able to counter. I have already started it. What Jinjutsu? One that has the power to put one's fate into the wielder's hands. The Izanami, Sasuke shouted as he conducted lightning chakra into his sword and clashed it against Kabuto's chakra scalpel. They jumped back from each other, and Sasuke skidded behind Kimamaro. You're on, Sasuke shouted to Kimamaro. I'm sorry, but I need to conserve my remaining chakra. So, I need you to fight him with little backup from me until I get an opening to do what I need to, so I can finish the Izanami. I understand, Kimamaro shouted as he made 2 bone swords and began an assault on Kabuto to give Sasuke his opening. Kuku, the Izanami? Orochimaru mused with interest. I am aware that it was created specifically to counter the Izanagi, but I have never figured out how exactly it did so. Perhaps I should jump in order to see it for myself. Naruto and Raisin stared at each other for a moment, and Naruto then said, fine, round 2 it is then. He slapped his hand on the ground, and his Hydra and Triceratops came into being. Both creatures rushed the summons of Raisin, and said creature lashed out with its teeth, clashing with the Triceratops' horns while the Hydra tried to bite the crocodile on the underside of its neck. Raisin jumped off the back of his summon's head and tossed his blades up into the air to free his hands for a few signs. Fire style, Devastation Inferno. A great flame easily twice the size of the Hydra engulfed it, and Naruto knew that one of his more dependable summons had already been beaten. He leapt, going right above Raisin, who had caught his claymores, and used the summoning jutsu again, this time calling forth his Mastodon, which fell, looking to squash Raisin. Rather than dodge, Raisin thrust his blades upward and stabbed right into the underside of the Mastodon. As it disappeared, Naruto shouted, Bansho Tenin, Raisin felt the gravity around him yank him right at Naruto, just as the Jinchuriki hurled his jutsu at him. Fire, wind, and earth-style Raisin rocket. Pathetic, Raisin said. While it was true that this jutsu was more powerful than the blazing solid Raisin shuriken, in terms of damage caused, but I was slower and thus far easier to avoid. But when Naruto used his Deva path, that naturally made it harder to avoid. But Raisin did not have to dodge. His left eye fixed upon the Raisin rocket, and said, Jutsu, suddenly winked out of existence. What the? Naruto shouted in shock. Raisin landed and tossed his blades up again, casting a long-range water-style jutsu at Naruto, who immediately cast his Preta path to absorb it. Raisin caught his weapons and dashed at Naruto, sweeping them in an X-slash, and Naruto was forced to Hiraishin away with a tag he had placed earlier. Why did my attack just up and vanish on me? Naruto shouted as he launched a Gant Raisin shuriken at Raisin. Raisin whipped around and looked at it, and that jutsu vanished as well. Why do you think? Kurama growled. It's that blasted left eye of his. He simply reverts time on your jutsu to the point before it existed, causing it to cease to exist. And if his right can see into the future a little, he can see any attack coming easily and be ready to counter. So how do I beat it? Naruto mentally growled. I may have an idea, Kurama said as they noticed Naruto's Triceratops get beaten away by Raisin's summons and vanish. Raisin was also dashing at Naruto, who made several shadow clones to buy himself some time, but these just vanished as Raisin glared at them. I doubt that Raisin could possibly revert time for too far into the past. He probably has a limit to just how far he can revert things, else he could just look at your seal and release me to make my capture easier, or make it so his opponents were never born in a sense. So there has to be a limit to how far he can go back. Whether it is chakra cost-based or a time-based limitation, that remains to be seen. One thing we have to do first is try to figure out that limit, as well as the limits of his right eye. If that right eye is anything like the Mirakugan, then it has to have a period of future sight and a cool-down period, meaning there are times where even the most unpredictable thing you could do will be foreseen, and periods when you can catch this jerk of his pants down. As for how to figure that out. Got it, Naruto thought as he hastily jumped over one of Raisin's swords and dashed at his foe, forming the Rasengan railgun in his right hand, and fired it at Raisin, who once again used his left eye to make the shot vanish, but then dodged the next one instead, swinging again with his other sword, which carved out a furrow in the ground as it came at the blonde, who actually jumped and landed with his feet on the flat of the sword, using the old tree walking exercise to stick to the flat of the blade, and ran at Raisin with a solid Raisin shuriken in hand, having formed it with one hand, using two elements one-handed for the first time. Judging from Raisin's seeming mild surprise, Naruto realized that Kurama was right about the right eye's cool-down period. Now, he just had to figure out how long it was and how long the other period was. Naruto thrust the solid Raisin shuriken forward, planning to use Shinra Tensei the moment it hit, stopping the backlash and increasing the amount of power focused on the target. Naturally, Raisin made the jutsu vanish again, though Naruto had expected that, and drew Seishin Horda in a blink of an eye and stabbed at Raisin's left eye, hoping to take it out, but the armored man lurched to the side, causing the tip of the blade to instead hit the forehead of his armor. Sparks rose as the blade failed to penetrate, though it still left a decent jagged scratch as it was dragged along the face of the helmet, and Naruto cursed as he was forced to leap back in order to avoid a retaliatory kick. Damn, what the hell is that armor made of? Naruto snarled to himself. Seishin Horda is sharper than the Snake Team's Kusanagi blade, so for his armor to only get a small scratch from that. You already knew it was tough from the Rasengan attacks you subjected it to. Naruto's musings were cut off when the summons ran at him with a roar. Naruto hastily shouted, Shinra Tensei, before it could clamp its teeth on him, and the giant crocodile was flung back at Raisin, who hastily dodged. Naruto then formed 5 shadow clones, which Raisin dispelled with his eye again, but a 6th that Naruto had hidden with his own body from that eye's line of sight ran from his hiding spot with a solid Raisin shuriken, leapt up above the creature that was now on its back with its belly exposed and shouted, Have a present. The clone flung the jutsu, which caught the summons in its vulnerable spot, causing it to roar in agony before the jutsu almost bisected it. The dead creature vanished. Not bad, Raisin stated. You were actually close to impressing me a little. Huh, time to show you what I can really do. Naruto shouted as he fully formed his chakra cloak, sage coat, and all, as well as gathering natural energy and balancing it with Kurama's chakra. He opened his eyes, which now had the pupils crossed, with the innermost 3 Rinnegan rings of bright orange color. Naruto then formed the seal for his favorite jutsu. Sato clone jutsu. About 100 exact clones of Naruto popped into existence, Bijou Sage mode and all. That's it, Raisin said as he fixed his left eye on the small army, and they all vanished. I expected better. What the arrogant man did not realize was that Naruto had actually made 200 clones, pairing them off, one hiding the other, while the hidden one slipped underground, not even leaving holes behind. Summoning Jutsu, Nagato shouted as he landed next to Itachi, who was still fighting a few Zetsu clones. Konan and his ox appeared, and the ox helped Itachi finish the Zetsu clones off. Nice of you to show up, Itachi said as Nagato and Konan straightened up. There was a loud roar, and they looked up to see Naruto's Dragonland, with Kakashi, Minato, Tsunade, and Jiraiya disembarked. Nagato, Konan? Jiraiya asked in amazement. So you two are alive? Yes, we're sensei, but we can talk lad ugh. Nagato shouted as he clutched at his eyes as visions affected them again. Nagato, what's wrong? Konan asked, and Jiraiya also ran forward in concern. They're coming, Nagato said as he took his hands from his eyes. This is very interesting indeed, a voice said, and the group turned to see Madara approach with 5 others, Kisame, the Master Bito, and 3 Edo Tensei. Father? Kakashi demanded angrily as he saw the form of Tsukumo Hatake in front of him. Is that you, Kakashi? The White Fang asked in surprise. Yahiko? Nagato, Konan, and Jiraiya asked as they gazed at the orange-haired young man that stood before them. Jiraiya, sensei? Yahiko asked. Nagato, Konan? You are that Yondaime Hokage that snake had us fight before. The Nidaime Hokage, Tobirama Senju, stated as he gazed at Minato, who smiled and rubbed the back of his head. Minato-sama, if you don't mind, I would like very much to test myself against one of our predecessors, Itachi said. No need for sama now. You're still Hokage until I take the hat back, but by all means, Minato said. He then gazed up at the masked Uchiha. I have business with this guy who nearly took Kushina and Naruto away from me anyway. I think I will take on Fish Face, Jiraiya said to Nagato and Konan. As much as I was looking forward to a reunion with Yahiko, the 3 of us would be overkill against him. He charged at Kisame, who leapt back as his blade's bandages unraveled. Nagato, let me deal with Yahiko, please, Konan pleaded. Go ahead, besides, there is something I need to figure out with Madara here, Nagato stated as he slipped the chakra rod from his sleeve to his hand. Just don't let your emotions hold you back. Nagato stepped up to Madara, who stood idly with his arms crossed. Count me in on that fight, Tsunade said as she smacked her fist into her other hand. Madara and I have some unfinished business. Shoo, Madara said, not even looking at Tsunade. This is a fight that you do not belong in, woman. I saw the details of our fight when I faced Inoki, and you're not even close to my level. Learn your place, for if you think that you will make even the slightest difference, then you are quite deluded and arrogant indeed. Who's arrogant? Tsunade snarled as her forehead grew a tick mark. Nagato, buy me a few minutes. Madara, why are we seeing what the other one of us is? Nagato asked the undead Uchiha. Who knows? Madara said as he pulled out his gunbai. If you can beat me, I may just tell you my theory. With that, all fighters ran at their chosen opponents. Kimimaro and Kabuto engaged in a deadly dance, Kabuto using his chakra scalpels to repel Kimimaro's attacks and send a few of his own in. Sasuke focused for a moment, and his cursed seal spread its flame-like designs over his body as he waited for his chance. Kimimaro finally managed to get a kick off on Kabuto, but his eyes widened as Kabuto's body simply liquefied and held rigid with Kimimaro's foot stuck in his chest. Swamp Body Jutsu, Kabuto grinned. A useful trick I developed over the past 2 years after I finally got a handle on these powers of mine. Kabuto then made an attempt to decapitate Kimimaro, but the Kagaya genius's foot erupted several spikes and tore through Kabuto's chest, though the snake was able to recover almost instantly thanks to his Uzumaki and Hozuki bloodlines he had pilfered. Kimimaro then swung his blades, looking to take an arm or 2 off, and seemingly succeeded in literally disarming Kabuto, but he simply shed his skin and got behind Kimimaro. Kabuto shouted and was about to drive his scalpel into the back of Kimimaro's skull, but was stopped when snakes suddenly wrapped around his arm and held him back. He whipped his head around and saw Orochimaru with his Kusanagi blade in hand dashing right at him at blinding speed, seeping at Kabuto's head. Kabuto wrenched free, just in time to avoid getting a nasty scar on his face, and his 2 right horns were cleanly cut off. He slid back and faced Kimimaro and Orochimaru, while Sasuke, who was removing his hand from the ground, having just been about to assist Kimimaro the same way Orochimaru had done before Orochimaru had beaten him to the punch. I thought that you weren't going to interfere, Orochimaru, Kabuto asked as he fingered the stumps of his horns. I have decided that this fight was far too interesting to stay out of, Orochimaru said. Not that it will make a difference anyway, Kabuto chuckled as he cast a few signs. Sage Art Inorganic Reanimation. The walls, floor, and ceiling erupted to life, and Sasuke dashed forward, activating the first stage of his Curse Seal and used Susanoo to defend him from the attacks that came from all angles. Kimimaro simply made a membrane of bone under his skin again, and Orochimaru could simply shed his skin at will to escape the damage the attacks would cause. Kabuto ran to try to kill the pinned Kimimaro, but after Sasuke glared at the general area, Amaterasu flared to life and the heat caused the cave to revert to its natural state. Just what do you mean that I won't make a difference? Orochimaru asked as he shed his skin. Simple, Kabuto stated as his navel shifted and turned into an image of Orochimaru. Because there is no power you have that I don't. You are just another part of the perfect me now. Once, I held nothing but the utmost respect for you. But you died 2 years ago, and now I have remade you into a better me. You are just imitating someone you admire far too much, Sasuke said as he lowered his Susanoo. I said that copying someone close to you is fine to an extent, but actually trying to become them is no way to ever surpass them. Or learn who you are. All of the pieces of you will become lost among the countless other pieces of reality if you try to become perfect, and the meaning behind your life will vanish. Or are you willing to forget the orphanage, the other children who are brothers to you? Or even Nono, your surrogate mother? Kabuto froze momentarily and shuddered in rage. You know what? I changed my mind. I'm going to make you suffer, Sasuke Uchiha, before I kill you. After all, you know far too much about me, and there are plenty of other young Uchiha for me to study. I believe that you actually have a student that fits the bill. Yes, Daisuke will do just fine. Sasuke twitched and said, you should not have said that. I'm going to enjoy giving you a beating that will make what I'm going to do to you all the more painful for you. Despite this declaration, Sasuke remained quite calm. Try it, Kabuto shouted as his Orochimaru snake head lashed out, but Sasuke jumped back and looked both Kimimaro and Orochimaru in the eye, and used Tsukuyomi to relay what he wanted in the Jinjutsu. Both of them nodded and cast several signs, Kimimaro activating his curse seal and going to second state immediately. Sasuke also cast hand signs and fully activated his curse mark. Wind style Great Breakthrough. Fire style Blazing Clematis Flower. Fire style Great Fire Annihilation. The wind style jutsu from Orochimaru and the two fire style jutsu from Sasuke and Kimimaro combined, and the raging inferno blasted right at a suddenly nervous Kabuto. They were not holding back anymore, knowing that even if they needed to capture Kabuto alive, they would have to go at him with the intent to kill if they were to win. Kabuto hastily changed Orochimaru into Jirobo, who cast an earth wall while casting hand signs himself. Water style, Giant Waterfall, Jutsu. He was not a moment too soon in casting the Jutsu, for the raging fireball easily blasted through the earth wall and collided with the Sage Mode Enhanced Water Jutsu. For a moment, it seemed that the Jutsus were dead even, creating a lot of steam, but eventually, the massive fireball broke through and blasted Kabuto, who cried out in agony as his body was seared by the collaborative attack. Hey, do you think we overdid it? Sasuke asked as they heard Kabuto's shriek. I was so sure he would be able to counter even that enough to survive it, but... The fireball cleared and revealed a panting Kabuto as his flesh healed, some of his ribs actually visible through the seared flesh before the wounds healed, and the medic Nin glared up at them. You will pay dearly for that, Kabuto growled as his navel changed into Kimimaro once more, the clone creating a bone flute before turning into Tayuya, who played the flute. Flaming Chains of Fantasia. All three of Kabuto's opponents found themselves bound by snakes made of fire, clearly an attempt to make them feel the pain they inflicted upon him with the fire they had just recently hit him with. Sasuke struggled and managed to look both Orochimaru and Kimimaro again and activated Tsukuyomi. Sasuke entered the Jinjutsu of both of his allies and cast a water-style jutsu to extinguish the flaming snakes, causing them to vanish. Hit me with something, the illusionary Sasuke shouted at Kimimaro before he left the mindscape he just freed his allies from. Meanwhile, Kabuto charged Sasuke with a chakra scalpel, intent on ending Sasuke, but Kimimaro beat him to the punch by shouting, Digital Shrapnel. A single bone was fired from the tip of Kimimaro's index finger and struck Sas with just enough force to sting badly, but it did the job of getting Sasuke out of the Jinjutsu and gave him the chance to duck under Kabuto's attack and kick him in the chin, sending him into the air. Sasuke then used the shadow of the dancing leaf to get under the airborne snake and began hitting him with a series of blows that sent him hurtling to the ground, before launching the final kick that sandwiched Kabuto between the ground and Sasuke's foot. Lion's Barrage, Sasuke shouted as his attack hit home, and Kabuto hacked up a copious amount of blood before he shed his skin and launched himself at Sasuke, who was saved by Orochimaru attacking Kabuto again with his sword, forcing Kabuto back. I will not fail here, Kabuto shouted as Sasuke relayed one final instruction to Kimimaro through Tsukuyomi. I will become greater than all others, invincible, perfect. You are not perfect, Kabuto, nor could you ever be, Sasuke said as he made a shadow clone and a Rasengan. Not enough chakra left, so this final gambit will have to pay off. Hopefully Kimimaro will follow through. The shadow clone began adding lightning chakra to the Rasengan, and it formed into a Raisenlance. Despite the power of this jutsu, out of respect for Naruto, Sasuke chose not to use it much, and never practiced using an elemental variation without a shadow clone. You can only be you, and if you really want to know who you are, just keep re-examining your life and come to your own conclusion. Fate has given you some bad cards, but the greatest influence there is to you is your own choices. You decide who you are. Trying to define your identity like that, however, won't cut it, and you will fail miserably. Shut the hell up, Kabuto shouted, tears actually falling from his eyes at this point. I just want to be who and what I am, and no one, not you, not Orochimaru, not anyone will get in my way. Kabuto shouted, deranged at this point. He charged Sasuke, who momentarily activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, blasted the area between him and Kabuto with Amaterasu, and used his cursed Chidori armor to get behind Kabuto, flinging the Raisenlance at his back and catching the snake off guard as it impaled him through his back and out his gut, shocking him in the process. The wound healed, and Kimimaro made a bone sword and flung it at Kabuto, as per Sasuke's last instructions. The throw seemed like a very shining example of skill, but there was a subtle bit of sloppiness in it that allowed Kabuto to catch the weapon and turn on Sasuke, who deactivated his seal and ran at Kabuto with his sword conducting fire chakra. It's useless what you do, Kabuto shouted as he tried to stab Sasuke with his new bone blade, only to be stopped once again by the Susanoo ribs, and before Kabuto could try a sound-based genjutsu to try to bypass the defense, Sasuke's fire-enhanced sword once again swept and cut Kabuto deeply into his left forearm a second time. Any time would be nice, Tsunade, Nagato shouted as he weaved signs for an Earth-style jutsu that knocked back one of Madara's wood clones in Susanoo form. The undead Uchiha had recently made 30 of them, and Nagato had only been able to take out 7 so far, including the one his jutsu just took care of. The real Madara just looked on from one of the branches of a tree he had grown for a better vantage point, arms crossed in seeming disinterest. Just a few more seconds, Nagato, Tsunade shouted, his eyes still closed. Finally, a red pigment appeared around and under her eyes, and her white strength seal ended up in the center of more of such pigmentation in the shape of a third eye. Good thing I took Katsuyu up on her offer during the past 2 years, she said. I'm ready for a rematch with Madara now. Chapter 79, Linked Eyes and a Sage. Deidara said as he flew up to Alex, who was on his bloodbath. Well, if it isn't the guy who uses his own blood to fight, I failed to capture you before, Alex said as he hit one of the flying machines with a blood bullet that hit with enough force to take out the shielding and destroy the machine with no issues. I won't be making that mistake again. You will have to defeat my art again first, Deidara shouted as he got a few clay birds ready to attack, but hastily had to dodge when his senses screamed danger at him, and he hastily flew down, just as an arrow with spiraling chakra whizzed over his head. No need to worry about me, Hinata, Alex shouted. Just keep the automatons from harming any of our comrades. Hinata, who had another arrow already prepared, nodded and turned it to an automaton which tried to dodge, but Hinata's previous miss was not a repeating occurrence, and the metal bird lost its shield, and after another shot from explosive arrow, it lost its functionality. Meanwhile, Isaac was flying his bloodbat next to the Rock of Naruto's, which had Kushina, Felix, and Celia on board. Nice shooting, Felix shouted as he sent a thundering gale slash off, hitting 3 of the metal birds and blasting them out of the sky. Thanks, this is my only long-range weapon, so I try to be good with it, Isaac shouted back as he shot another bolt from his crossbow, impacting the shielding of one of the larger machines, though it failed to penetrate due to this bird not only being bigger, but also having better seals placed on it. Celia fixed that with a chakra beam from sealing matrix on her hand that blasted the thing's head off. Not you, her, Felix shouted back at Isaac as he pointed at Celia, who had already taken out 12 of the machines, causing Kushina to laugh while she was tangling 7 of the birds and crushing them with her chakra chains, and Isaac developed a tick mark. Well, if it did not take you 30 seconds between each shot, I might be more impressed. Oh, stuff it, Isaac huffed as he finished reloading, and was about to fire his shot off when Hinata beat him to his target, taking out another bird with a Rasengan arrow in the area where the shielding was weakest. Explosions filled the air as Alex and Deidara engaged their aerial duel. Alex made a brief sign, and Deidara felt a small tingle. Darn, not enough of my blood left in his system to do much with it, Alex muttered. He then proceeded to send several tendrils of his blood at the bomber, who immediately took evasive action, sending more and more bombs at Alex. Tsunade, don't bother with blind spot attacks, Nagato shouted as Tsunade finished gathering her nature energy. He ducked under a swing form, one of Madara's Susanoos, and used the swamp of the underworld jutsu to sink a few of them. If our eyes really are linked, he could see you attacking from behind if my sight was on him. Got it, Tsunade shouted in response. She leapt into action and slammed her foot into one of the wood-cloned Susanu's, and it flew back to knock over 3 others, several cracks apparent from the point of Tsunade's foot connecting. A few tried to attack her from behind, but she easily avoided them and tripped 2 of them with some well-placed sweeping kicks. Immediately after that, she launched herself at the real Madara, who quickly formed his Susanu, as well as casting a few hand seals to cause a few wood roots to burst from the ground to slow the slug Sannin in her momentum. However, Nagato had other plans. He extended his hand and shouted, "Shinra Tensei!" Tsunade shot past the roots before they could fully form, and Tsunade blasted right through the Susanoo ribs and Madara. The undead Uchiha began trying to reform, but Nagato ran up to attempt human path. "Careful," Tsunade warned. "I think this is a wood clone, because I can sense another signature hiding in the ground and roots beneath us." Nagato nodded, and sure enough, no soul came out of Madara, though he dissolved. Both of Madara's opponents leapt back to avoid a Susanoo blade burst from the ground, and Tsunade broke it with a simple kick. Madara emerged and cast a few quick seals. Wood-style deep forest emergence. The ground ripped apart, and Tsunade and Nagato found themselves staggering all over the place to avoid each root and branch that lashed out at them. And Madara was far from done. Fire-style great fire annihilation. The resulting inferno raced all over the artificial forest. "Watch out!" Nagato shouted as he hastily cast signs for a fire-style jutsu as well. Fire-style Great Panther Blaze. Nagato's jutsu blasted away the forest in front of them and collided with Madara's. Impressive. Rather than escape form a jutsu that was bound to outrun you, or simply absorb it and leave your comrade vulnerable to what was not absorbed, you burn away to the fuel between you and my own fire to stop my own attack, Madara mused. But Nagato was not finished yet. Water-style Great Whale Bomb. A water-style jutsu in the shape of a very large whale launched forward, and Madara dodged, only to meet Tsunade, who threw a punch at him, which he blocked on his gun by this time, and was only flung back. He cast several seals again and shouted, wood-style advent of a world of flowering trees. Several roots, with flowers that began releasing pollen into the air, sprang up. "Don't breathe that stuff in," Tsunade warned, but Nagato already had another idea. "Shinra Tensei!" he shouted, and the trees were blasted away, and the pollen was blown at Madara, who was forced onto the defensive by this tactic. "Not bad at all," Madara said as he blasted the pollen away with a fire-style jutsu. Nagato took the chance to rush forward with a chakra rod, but he stumbled and fell, skidding somewhat painfully on his side. Madara raised an eyebrow. Odd. A shinobi of your caliber should not have such an easily avoidable misstep. "Damn it," Nagato thought frantically. "It seems that my legs are still weaker than I would like. Not good. Have to compensate again." Metal appeared around his legs to support them due to Nagato's Azura path, just in time for Nagato to avoid a Fuma Shuriken that Madara had unsealed and propelled at him with a gust of wind from his gunbai. That explains why he fell so easily if his legs are in bad shape for some reason. Madara mused as he sent a fire-style jutsu at Tsunade, fanning the flames with his tool. Tsunade avoided the technique and punched the ground hard enough to kick up several boulders, which she kicked right at Madara, who found himself dodging and deflecting the makeshift projectiles. "I never realized that I was so sloppy the first time I traded blows with Madara," Tsunade thought with a smirk. "I made the mistake of getting so used to easily overpowering foes with my brute strength alone, and when I face an opponent who could counter it, I get into big trouble. But it seems that 2 years of training with that guy who denies age worse than I do, and learning Sage Mode has fixed that. I'm actually putting Madara on edge here with my aim." "You've actually improved," Madara droned. "You even mastered the Sage Mode of the slugs, something only Hashirama had done before. In that case, I see little reason to hold back much more. How about I show you one of my greater jutsus again?" His final Susanoo rose around him and took on the shape of its perfect form. "Not this again," Tsunade growled. She bit her thumb and slapped her palm down. A small piece of Katsuyu appeared and hurriedly slipped onto Tsunade's shoulder. "Sorry to drag you into this, but I need an external source of nature energy," Tsunade apologized. "Besides, on my own, I still can't balance it out with this." Her white strength seal glowed and spread over her body. For a moment, slug-like antennae came out of her forehead, but with some assistance from her summons, Tsunade was able to get rid of those. "I'll do my best," Katsuyu said. Tsunade looked at the ground thoughtfully. She knew that the island could not take all that much abuse from giant creatures or armors, which gave her an idea. Nagato leapt to her side. "Will you hold still so I can shave you into shreds?" Kisame demanded as he continuously swung Samahata at Jiraiya, who was currently in Sage Mode himself, with Fukusaku and Shima on his shoulders. Sorry, but that does not seem to be your best offer ever made." Jiraiya deadpanned as he cast a few signs. "Sage Art Geomon." Fukusaku immediately cast a wind-style jutsu. Shima cast fire, and Jiraiya sent a large quantity of oil at Kisame, who snarled and swung Samehada at the incoming attack, and the jutsu was absorbed into the blade, though the handle proceeded to bonk Kisame. Well, I'm sorry if the meal this guy keeps serving you is too hot. What do you want me to do? Blow on it? Kisame demanded of his blade. Jiraiya threw a Hirashin Kunai at Kisame, and ended up behind him when the former Kirin ducked and kicked him in the back before he could respond. Kisame flew forward and flipped to his feet with a snarl. Jiraiya stuck out his tongue, serving to further infuriate Kisame, who began launching several shark bombs at Jiraiya. Minato's and Obito's clash was so far little more than a game of cat and mouse, with both of them avoiding each other's swings with ease and wondering how to approach the problem of how best to hit one another. Minato was meanwhile fighting against some of his own thoughts as he mainly focused on avoiding his opponent. He knew that Obito was no longer the student who once had dreams of becoming Hokage, and that he tried to kill Kushina and destroy Konoha. But now that Minato knew Obito's identity, he still could not quite help but see Obito's laughing face reflected on that spiral mask he was currently wearing. Even so, Minato was not letting his thoughts slow his defensive maneuvers down whatsoever, though they made him hesitate too much to think about going on the offensive. Why did Obito choose this path to bring back Rin? Minato thought as he deflected a large shuriken that Obito had warped with Kamui. He ducked under a chain that Obito then swung at him. Does he not realize that an illusion will not be her? Does it really hurt that much for him to let go? What should I say to him? It's partially my fault for this. If I had figured out who he was the night he attacked, could I have talked to him? Reached him? Could I have done something even further back? Could I have saved Rin if I hadn't been preoccupied that day? Obito paused for the briefest instant, wondering just what was going on in Minato's mind. Why was the Yondaime having such inner turmoil at the moment? Turmoil that Obito could see. His answer came when Minato spoke. Obito, I'm sorry that I let this happen to you. Obito's good eye widened before it narrowed. How did he know? He then scoffed. Well, you clearly know that my original plan to take Madara as my alias was fruitless since the real him is around, but I had no idea that you actually knew that I was your former student. Obito removed his mask and glared at his former sensei with both of his Sharingan eyes, his left being the spare implant he had reserved for one of his trump cards. Call me that if that's what you prefer. I honestly don't care. That name has no meaning for me. As far as I am concerned, that boy died under those rocks where he was left. Or perhaps he died after seeing someone he gave a part of himself to then proceed to take something far more precious, even if it was unintentional. It's too late now anyway. Nothing you could possibly say can make me change my course. I will create a world that has Rin in it one way or another. And you know that I intend to stop you, Minato stated. And with that, they began trading blows again. There were several metallic clangs as Itachi and Tobirama exchanged blows, formed their weapons, neither gaining much of an advantage against one another. Itachi finally jumped away from Tobirama and cast several fast-hand seals. Fire-style, giant fireball jutsu. This was a foolish matchup, since I have the elemental advantage. Uchiha, Tobirama said as he let his katana rest at his side before he cast a single sign and said, water-style water, severing wave. A high-pressure stream of water blasted forth from Tobirama's mouth and collided with Itachi's attack, extinguishing it and continuing to attack Itachi himself. Itachi avoided the attack and threw several shuriken at Tobirama, who easily deflected them and charged Itachi, shouting, water-style water dragon bullet jutsu. Itachi avoided the water dragon and Tobirama closed in and once again, forcing Itachi to draw a kunai to fight knife to sword again. Even with the Sharingan, Itachi knew he would have trouble keeping up for long. While Itachi was no slouch with taijutsu and fighting with kunai versus blades, Tobirama's skill was on a level far higher than what Itachi was used to dealing with. Quickly, Itachi drew another kunai and dual-wielded both weapons and managed to hold his ground a little better that way. After a few moments, Tobirama was able to grab Itachi by the arm and force him into an awkward position for the Uchiha, but one where Tobirama could easily stab him. There was one little flaw that Tobirama had not counted on, however. Itachi's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi's right eye activated and Tobirama felt the heat gathering around his body in an instant and hastily used Hirashin to move to a location he had marked, just before the flames ignited where he was before. You possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, Tobirama said as he straightened up. Good. Maybe you can stop me then, if you can avoid this. He was suddenly behind Itachi with his katana thrust forward, and a slash mark across Itachi's chest suddenly materialized. That was disappointing, Tobirama said as Itachi fell to his knees. I would have hoped that you realized that I marked you with a tag when I grabbed your arm. It was then that Itachi burst into crows, and Tobirama sighed with relief. A Jinjutsu specialist, not uncommon among your clan, and different from what Madara fought with. Before he could muse further, The crows rematerialized, and Itachi appeared before Tobarama. "I'm sorry about this, but I will have to seal you soon," Itachi said. "Assuming you can, and I hope you can. I was revived at full power, and it seems as though the one who brought me back with my jutsu is able to fully influence my movements, though so far I've been able to resist attempts to put me in mindless mode. Remember, you're still marked by my tag, so stay on guard. I would promise to warn you when I was about to use it, but my decisions are often on the spot, so I advise you not to count on that." Duly noted, Itachi said as Tobarama was suddenly impaled by the Totsuka blade, which Itachi had instantly materialized the arm for and attacked with. The Night Aim's eyes widened before he scoffed. "It will take more than that when I am an Ed." "What?" He found his very being pulled into the blade. "This is the sword of sealing, the Totsuka blade," Itachi stated. "I see," Tobarama replied before he vanished. "Blast, it looks as though he can get away from being sealed if he uses Hiraishin." Itachi cursed mentally, and he quickly ducked the instant he saw Tobarama vanish, but it was unneeded. Tobarama had instead flashed to a position close to where he had started before the fight had begun, because he needed a few seconds for his Edo Tensei body to heal. Itachi blazed through several signs as fast as he could and shouted, "Fire style great fire annihilation." The roaring inferno raced at Tobarama, but the Night Aim had already recovered enough to fire an equally powerful water jutsu right back at him. And the water jutsu overpowered the fire jutsu due to the elemental advantage, and it rushed right at Itachi with still enough power to concern most foes. But then, Itachi was not in any sense a person that could be labeled as most foes. He fully formed the Susanoo, and it weathered the attack. Itachi then lurched forward as he was impaled from behind by Tobarama, who had flashed to his location again. However, instead of bursting into crows again, Itachi exploded. Tobarama was thrown backwards out of the Susanoo with a good portion of his body missing, and the real Itachi materialized after having hidden himself with a Jinjutsu. Tobarama was then stabbed once again with the Totsuka blade, and this time he was in too bad of a state to use Hiraishin. Itachi watched as Tobarama was absorbed, but the Night Aim shouted, "Watch out, I am just a shadow clone." Itachi whirled around just in time to avoid a thrust from Tobarama, who had flashed him again. The katana passed right by Itachi's head, and Itachi grabbed Tobarama, managing to pull the Night Aim into a position where he momentarily made eye contact with Itachi, something which he had avoided up to now. "Tsukuyami," Itachi said, and they found themselves in a Jinjutsu world that Itachi had created, with Tobarama shackled to a wall, with no ability to use chakra. "Thanks for that warning," Itachi said. "If your clone had not told me, then you would have had me there. You remind me quite a bit of Kagami Uchiha with that look in your eyes," Tobarama said as he looked at Itachi. "Tell me, how are your clan and Konoha faring?" "Both are still standing, but tensions are still a little high," Itachi admitted. "A coup almost occurred, but I killed my father who was the head of the clan in the coup, and now my mother is in charge of the Uchiha clan, and she is keeping the peace." "That can't have been easy for you," Tobarama said with a good bit of respect in his tone. "No, it wasn't. But I will do what it takes to ensure the village is safe, even if its enemy is my own clan. That is why Minato-sama named me his successor when he needed to leave the village for a long period of training." Interesting, an Uchiha finally made Hokage. Indeed, that is one of the main reasons that the clan still tries to make amends with the village. But time is short, and I will have to seal you now, because the longer we are in here, the more chakra it takes to maintain, and I need as much as possible for any upcoming battles ahead of us. Of course. It had been 20 minutes since Naruto and Raisin had begun to exchange their blows after Naruto had hidden his shadow clones, and the blonde was now beginning to figure Raisin's eyes out. He had hidden 100 of his shadow clones under the ground, and they each formed a Rasengan in each hand, enhanced by Sage and Kurama's chakra. At random moments, Naruto would have his clones Hiraishin to him and try to attack Raisin, who naturally tried to use his left eye to dispel them, only to find out that they were older than what he tried to turn them back to. Naturally, Raisin was still able to dispel the clones the old-fashioned way, but Naruto was starting to get a good idea on just what made those eyes tick after several fight sequences. He charged Raisin again and made a solid Raisin Shuriken, launching it at the armored man. Again, the jutsu dispelled, and Naruto thought, at least 2 seconds. "That gives you about 4, Kurama replied, just as Naruto flung a Hiraishin Kunai at Raisin, who just knocked it away with one of his oversized swords. Naruto smirked, however, when a chakra chain emerged from under the ground, courtesy of him forming it from the bottom of his foot and sending it to one of his shadow clones, who tagged it with a Hiraishin marker. Now said chain wrapped around Raisin before he could react, and though he would normally have been able to break free without problems, the trouble was the tag, which made it so that about 50 Naruto clones were able to Hiraishin to him with 2 Raisengans each, which supersized instantly. It had been about 3 seconds since the solid Raisin Shuriken had dispelled. Giant Raisengan barrage. The small army shouted as their attacks were thrust forward at Raisin. For seconds had passed. Raisin broke free of the chakra chain and spun rapidly, trying to hit as many clones and giant Raisingans as possible before they hit him. He got hit with just over 20, blasting him backwards and causing his armor to crack in several locations, a few pieces falling out. Raisin immediately flipped and skidded back on his feet and looked at his armor, or at least the parts he could see, and the cracks and chips instantly mended, but this left him open to a second solid Raisin shuriken being flung at him. He waited 3 seconds now, Naruto thought. Raisin immediately dropped his swords and cast a few hand seals. Fire-style Inferno Bolt. A lance of fire chakra launched forward and impaled the solid Raisin shuriken, causing it to stop and expand prematurely. However, underneath the jutsu was another of the Raisin cannon, which was the result of a Raisin mace with wind chakra added to propel the Raisin mace forward, though not at a very high speed, making it obsolete for the most part to the Raisin rocket, which had fire chakra in addition to wind added to make it go faster and hit harder. However, since Naruto could now use one hand for 2 elements, but still needed assistance for 3 elements, that gave the Raisin cannon a slight advantage in this case, since Naruto used no clones at the moment. However, the slow traveling speed of the Raisin cannon did give Raisin plenty of time to dodge, only for the Raisin cannon to turn into Naruto, who had transformed himself into said jutsu and instantly formed another, flinging it at Raisin, who confidently looked at the jutsu with his left eye, knowing he could not dodge in midair. Just over 5 seconds had passed, only just under 6. It will hit me too late, Raisin thought, before his right eye turned back on for lack of a better term, and he saw what was coming and could do nothing to stop it, unless he prematurely revealed the fact he could control gravity himself, which he still couldn't afford to do. Bansho Tenin, Naruto yelled. Raisin felt a yank of the jutsu pull him right at the incoming Raisin cannon. As the two collided, the Raisin cannon exploded, and Raisin was thrown back, though he was able to land on his feet. There was a jagged hole in his breastplate roughly the size of a bowling ball, and a few superficial injuries on his chest. Perfectly timed, Naruto smirked. Raisin growled as he looked at the state of his armor. But his left eye would be useless to fix it as his right I was capable of showing him. I have a Mangekyo all figured out, Naruto boasted. Oh really? Pray tell, just how do you figure that? I noticed early on that whenever you used your left eye, you would not use it again right away. This is because you needed a cool down period for it, and the more time you turned back, the more time it would take for you to use the eye again. In fact, the cooldown period is twice the amount of time you rewound something. For example, if you undid a jutsu I formed a second ago, it would take 2 seconds for the left eye to be usable again. Furthermore, while I do not know the maximum amount of time you can revert something is, I do know you can't go any further back than the point you last regained the use of your eye. That's why your armor has not been fixed by it yet, because I was able to damage it just before you regained the power in that eye after you used it to mend your armor previously. As for your right eye, that was actually pretty easy. It only required me to pay attention to the slight, but still noticeable change in your stances whenever your right eye was in use and whenever it wasn't. That was all me. Don't try to take the credit, Kurama growled. Sorry, most people that would try to take advantage of you for your power have considered you a mindless beast for the most part, and I see no reason to let them know otherwise. Naruto reasoned as he continued. You're right, I can see as far as a minute into the future with a 30-second cooldown, similar to the Mirai-Akigen, but with larger time frames. So for a minute, you can see what happens next, but once that minute is up, you are more vulnerable for 30 seconds. Spot on, Raisin laughed. The only detail you haven't figured out is that the max time I can revert something is 5 minutes. Not that it really matters if you figured everything else out. Oh, and before I forget, the reason I actually told you what I figured out is because the explanation took just about a minute, Naruto stated, and Raisin's eyes widened. So you didn't see this coming. Naruto used 2 chakra arms on each side to rush right at the blades that Raisin had previously dropped. The massive claymores were lifted with a bit of exertion on Naruto's part, causing him to wonder just what the hell the weapons were made of and how Raisin could so casually use them. He swung the blades from opposite sides at Raisin with all his might, catching the armored man slightly off guard. Or so he thought. Nice try. Raisin smirked as he unsealed 2 more of the claymores and blocked the attacks. You didn't really think that I would not have any spare claymore sealed on my person, did you? Naruto smiled and said nope. Raisin then noticed that there was a marker on the tip of one of the appropriated claymores, and a Naruto flashed the marker with a blazing, solid Raisin shuriken ready. Raisin glared at Naruto, attempting to turn time back on the blonde and his jutsu, but when nothing changed, Raisin's eyes widened, and he realized that this was the original Naruto, and he had that 3-element Rasengan prepared for some time. Sure enough, the Naruto who had taken the claymores burst into smoke, and the real Naruto slammed the jutsu right into Raisin's exposed chest, blasting him into the ground. Shinra Tensei, Naruto shouted, blasting the blazing, solid Raisin Shuriken away from his arm and keeping the backlash from harming him, while ensuring Raisin got the full effect. The force was so great that Raisin was forced through 50 feet of the ground, and out the bottom of the island that was floating, his entire chest shredded and burned beyond repair, if he could survive that for even a second. The hole in his armor had grown much larger, and even his helmet had broken a bit, revealing his mouth. "Gotcha, you bastard," Naruto said, free-falling right above Raisin. Naruto was then surprised as Raisin smirked, and there was a loud poof as Raisin burst into smoke. "What the hell?" Naruto shouted as he frantically looked around, trying to find Raisin's chakra signature, but coming up empty, due to the fact that the small chamber Raisin had sealed himself in suppressing everything Naruto's sensory abilities could detect, even negative emotions. When the hell did he switch out with a shadow clone, and where is he now? "I don't think he is anywhere to be found, Naruto," Kurama said. "If he had made a shadow clone during the fight, you would have sensed it, and you'd be able to find where the real one was by now. So you must have been fighting a shadow clone to begin with." "What?" Naruto shouted in rage. "You really mean to tell me that this whole time I was being played with?" Rage later, "You're still kind of in free fall here." "Oh, oops," Naruto said, realizing he was already past the artificial cloud cover. Seriously, was he really so pissed that he did not notice passing through literal floating water and getting soaked? He shook his head and formed his Azura path wings and flew back up. Raisin smirked as the memories came back from his shadow clone. So that brat was pretty strong after all, but he was still too weak to put up much of a fight against him if he fought seriously. Even without his eternal Mangekyo, Raisin was absolutely confident that if he used his powers over gravity, then he would not lose to Naruto at all. And Raisin had even more plans to increase his power to help ensure that he remained the strongest piece on the board for now. "Raisin, you are powerful indeed, but do not underestimate the brat," the familiar voice of the Shinju stated. "He may have yet to tap his full potential, but it is there. It is unfortunate that you can't afford to expose yourself fully just yet, but make sure you employ every other method to capture him before he gets too powerful." "I am aware of that, and I already am putting some effort into his capture," Raisin replied. "Do not worry. We will reach our goal in due time, and a brat who does not hold a candle to Zion won't get in our way." Yahiko dashed at Konan with his blade prepared to cut her, but she simply split into several pieces of paper, and she reformed behind him with her paper wings active. She immediately sent several paper shuriken at him, but he easily avoided them, though she also sent a few regularly shaped pieces of paper at him, some of them with exploding tags mixed in, forcing Yahiko to get creative to avoid them. "Water-style water wall," Yahiko shouted, and a burst of water rose up and blocked the majority of Konan's attacks. Yahiko had not finished yet. "Water-style wild water wave." Konan flapped her paper wings and avoided the surge of water. Yahiko then appeared behind her and swung his sword again, but this time she folded her wings and dived out of the way before she sent more paper bombs at the airborne Yahiko, this time hitting home, but only getting the splash of water that revealed him to be a water clone. Again, Yahiko attacked with his blade, but Konan was able to avoid the swing, and paper from a spot she was standing unfolded from the ground and exploded, catching Yahiko in the blast. He fell to pieces from the blasts, and just as his body was about to regenerate, more paper floated around him and began wrapping him up like a coffin. "You've gotten stronger, Konan," Yahiko said with a smile, "and it seems that you were able to anticipate me enough to finish this quicker than I could have hoped." Konan sadly gazed at the man she once loved, tears running down her face. "I'm sorry that we had to meet again like this," she sobbed. "I still love you, you know." "That's fine, but can you do something for me?" Yahiko asked as all, but his face was covered. Konan nodded. "Don't dwell on me. Find someone else who loves you as I did. I cannot ask you to replace me, Konan, but..." Yahiko was in tears himself at this point. "Keep a spot for my memory in your heart, but let someone else have a place of their own." "Yahiko." "Konan, I want you to be happy. So please move on. Don't forget me, but don't deny yourself happiness." Konan gulped and nodded as the final sheets of paper covered the rest of Yahiko, and a few sealing tags made from Konan's own paper attached themselves to the coffin, and Yahiko was dealt with. Konan then knelt and once again mourned for her lover. Both Kakashi and Tsukumo traded blows, feeling each other out. Tsukumo cast several seals and shouted, "Lightning style live, wire jutsu." Kakashi jumped just in time to avoid the deadly jolt that ran from the white fan to the wires that were strewn on the ground. He then had to worry about the kunai that his father launched at him, enhanced with either fire, wind, or lightning chakra. Kakashi immediately drew his own kunai and channeled lightning chakra into it, deflecting each of his opponent's attacks. It was not easy considering how fast they had been launched and how many there were, but thanks to Obito's Sharingan, he managed. Tsukumo then used the Shunshin to get behind Kakashi and thrust the kunai with lightning-enhanced chakra into the back of his son's head. only to find out that it was a water clone, and he got shocked himself due to getting wet from the attack. He recovered fast, though, and easily kicked aside Kakashi before he could hit him in the side with Raikiri. Sakumo then whipped out a few shuriken and threw them at Kakashi, once again enhancing them with his 3 elements. He whipped throw several signs and shouted, "Shuriken Shadow, Clone Jutsu!" At least 1,000 enhanced attacks came at Kakashi, and his eyes widened. His father usually only used this kind of attack when up against several strong opponents at once, due to the chakra requirements of replicating chakra enhanced weapons. But since Sakumo was an Edo Tensei, he did not have to worry about that. Kakashi had almost no hope of deflecting or dodging all of them, unless he went underground, but he knew that his father had a lightning-style jutsu specifically for that, one that easily destroyed the ground by using all iron particles or other conductors in the ground, and all that was in the ground. The one problem was higher chakra requirements if there were not that many conductors, but again, Edo Tensei. Kakashi only had one method of surviving this. His left eye swirled and reformed into its Mangekyo form, and a vortex appeared, sucking the vast majority of the attack into it. Sakumo could only look impressed at this. "Not bad, son," Sakumo said as he then drew his ever-famous Tanto. Kakashi paled slightly. The White Fang proceeded to channel fire, wind, and lightning chakra all at once into the blade, a skill that was almost impossible to do for the best of people, and it gained a white aura of his old Tanto, the White Light Chakra Saber. Sakumo had made that blade by infusing that chakra into the metal, giving it the deadly white streak that accompanied each and every swing. But when the White Fang actually used his own chakra to produce the effect, it was far greater. It sliced through things that would stop even the Kusanagi blade. Kakashi gulped slightly at the thought of facing his father with that ability in play, but he got into a battle-ready stance all the same. Sakumo ran at his son and cast a seal. "Shadow, Clone Jutsu!" Sakumo shouted as 2 clones appeared, and they moved to surround Kakashi. Leaf-style crescent moon dance. Not good. Tsunade roared in exertion as Madara's Susanoo blades descended from his final Susanoo, one chakra sword in each of the frontal arms. She reached up and literally caught both blades, one in each hand, and stopped them, thanks to the strength she possessed when using both Sage Mode and her strength of 100. Nagato then cast his Earth-style swamp of the Underworld Jutsu, causing the final Susanoo to sink about 20 feet into the ground, almost to the bottom of the area of the small island. "This won't hold me for long," Madara shouted as the rear arms of his Susanoo launched several Yasukamegatma beads at Tsunade, who threw the swords to her sides, the gashes on her hands already healing, and jumped over most of the beads, though one carved out a good portion of her right side, though that regenerated. "It doesn't have to." Tsunade roared as she cleared the top of the Susanoo, and Nagato flew right above her, causing Madara's eyes to widen as he saw what was coming. "Shinra Tensei!" Nagato shouted as he blasted Tsunade straight down at Madara. She shouted, "Heaven Kick of Pain," as he blow connected with the face of the final Susanoo, and the whole construct was forced down the rest of the way through the floor of the island, and Madara found himself in free fall right above the forests above Konoha, his Susanoo fading. "Was that a wood clone?" Tsunade asked as she dismissed Katsuyu, and her Sage Mode faded, along with her mark receding, and Nagato shook his head. "I'm only seeing from one other perspective, so we should be good." "Good, then summon that bird of yours so we can get down there fast, and have you extract a soul before he can reform from his landing dash." She got no further when a bony Susanoo hand burst from the ground and grabbed her, throwing her into the hole she had made, so she fell off the island. Madara then emerged himself, his back to Nagato. "What, how did you dash?" Nagato demanded. "Simple," Madara said as he turned around and opened his tightly shut eyes. "While I was falling, I closed my eyes, made a wood clone to divert your attention, kept my eyes closed, and used a few wood style coils to catch the bottom of the island and pull myself up and into ground above me. It was only a matter of using your eyes to guide my next attack." Nagato growled at how easily Madara had used the link between their eyes against him and Tsunade. "Now that pest is out of our way, care to have some more fun?" Madara asked as several wood clones formed. Naruto leapt off the edge of the island and used his chakra thrusters to head for the area where the automatons and his comrades were still fighting. He had already made a few shadow clones to enter the cave on the island and sent them to find any Jinchuriki that may be inside. He arrived to see Deidara in a battle with Alex and several of his other friends fighting the machines. He immediately got to firing a few Razengans from his railguns and destroying a few of the metal birds. "Nice of you to show up," Felix shouted at Naruto. "Couldn't stay away," Naruto replied. "Perfect," Deidara smirked as he suddenly broke away from his fight with Alex, using a few of the cannon fodder machines to stall Alex. He sent several bombs at Naruto, who easily blasted them away with a few seals that led to a wind jutsu. But that was what Deidara expected. Naruto heard a scream, and his blood froze as he turned to see Hinata unconscious and falling, the blood bat she was riding destroyed. Glad Raisin told me about that blind spot of her pretty little eyes, Deidara boasted, having blindsided her with a few more maneuverable clay bombs while Naruto was distracted. Hinata! Naruto screamed, and he shot down after her. Bansho Tenin! He shouted, and she was yanked up to him, and he caught her in his arms. Bon voyage! Deidara shouted in a bad pun as he sent a few bombs around the falling pair, and Naruto's eyes widened. He did not have enough time to cast seals for a wind-style jutsu to repel them. He couldn't use Shinra Tensei yet, and if he used Predapath to absorb the blasts, he would take Hinata's chakra too, which could kill her in her current state. There was a massive blast, and Deidara was laughing about his art, while the others were horrified, and Kushina looked downright pissed. Felix, however, exhaled with relief, for his sage mode let him sense that Naruto and Hinata were unharmed. When the pair exited the smoke cloud, Deidara's eye widened as he saw skeletal dark orange chakra surrounding Naruto, and said Blonde was glaring up at Deidara with hate in his eyes. Very big mistake, Naruto growled at the doomed bomber. Chapter 80 Falling Skies. Naruto formed a shadow clone and handed Hinata to it, before he used his own chakra thrusters to fly up to Deidara, though this caused the Susanoo to fall away, since there was no solid ground or methods of suspending it. He remedied this by summoning his 5-element dragon and landing on its back. After a moment of focus, his Susanoo once again formed. The entire upper skeleton of his new tool in his arsenal was a sight to behold. The ribs and spine looked fully human, but the head was that of a fox skull, and the face of a human skull on top of the forehead. Its hands were clawed, similar to a fox's, and at the joint where the hands were bonded to the wrists, there were skeletal human hands on the undersides. The coloring was of a dark orange, and the entity radiated malevolence. Figures his chakra would take on an orange color, Isaac said, but Felix had a drop of sweat running down the side of his head. This is not good, Felix muttered. Why not? The thing looks badass, Isaac replied. That is the Susanoo, a power that comes from either the Rinnegan or the more powerful Mangekyo Sharingans, Felix said. Naruto, and I read a bit about it while trying to help him master the Rinnegan. So what's the problem if he's using one of his dojutsu's powers? Because the trigger to first unlock it and make it evolve is hatred, Felix stated. And using the power during the awakening and evolution stages messes with the mind of the wielder, making them more susceptible to making decisions based off of rage. That's why both Naruto and I agreed that he should try to avoid unlocking this. There's no telling what he may or may not do right now. That's bad then, Isaac clarified. Felix was about to make a snappy retort along the lines of you think, when Naruto fixed his gaze upon Deidara, rage still evident, before he inhaled deeply through his nose as he closed his eyes and exhaled out his mouth. The Susanoo flared up and began to flesh out. It gained the muscle and skin of a fox, though a slightly malformed human face was visible on the top of the head. No fur appeared, but dreadlocks erupted from the back of the Aura's head, which upon further inspection, there were 9 of, and it seemed that Naruto could control them at will. The fox hands each held a sphere, the one in the right hand bright yellow, and the other one scarlet. The human hands underneath went a little bit up to sink into the spheres before lowering again, with weapons in them. The fight hand held a short for the Susanoo's size, tri-pronged blade, and the other held a katana. Both weapons were attached to chains that were coming from the energy spheres. Felix sighed with relief. Never mind, he is actually in a good state right now. What do you mean? Celia and Kushina both asked. He has only let the rage overcome him for the briefest moment. Now he is calmer, and he is actually channeling it to make his jutsu evolve faster, with perfect control of his own actions. He's still mad, pissed beyond words as a matter of fact, but he is not letting it blind him, Felix explained. So what if you have a new fancy armor? Deidara shouted as more bombs were flung at Naruto, who just stood there, and his Susanoo lashed out with the katana in its left hand, releasing the handle and grabbing the chain to get longer reach. Each of the bombs were intercepted with ease, and Deidara growled as he created a C2 dragon, which did not fare any better. The Susanoo threw the tri-pronged blade that resembled a Hiratian kunai at Deidara, who immediately moved his clay bird to the side and once again tried to retaliate. But the bombs just exploded rather harmlessly on the Susanoo, and as the kunai passed the bomber, the 9 dreadlocks that resembled Kurama's tails thrust themselves into the red sphere that the katana came out of and re-emerged from the kunai, assaulting Deidara before he could react. A space-time ability, with the linked space being between the spheres and the weapons, Felix guessed mentally. When something enters one of the energy spheres, I'm guessing that it can re-emerge from the other sphere and anywhere along the chain or the weapon that comes from the other sphere. Dead useful, that ability. Deidara, panted with blood coming from his mouth as his side, was impaled by one of the tails, though no vitals were hit. One tail was wrapped around his neck, another two on his arms, and two more for his legs. The remaining three tails had shredded his mount, and were now poised to attack Deidara. The chain and Hiraition Kanai had seemed to freeze and go rigid, allowing the tails and the bomber to remain suspended. I was expecting to have to hold you down and shout some sense into you before you did something you would regret, Kurama snorted. Even though I would like to see that idiot get destroyed by you, I seriously doubt that you would forgive yourself for a while. Believe me, there's nothing I want more right now than to erase Deidara off the face of the world, but that would be giving in to hatred, Naruto replied within his mindscape. Whereas left, I had the outermost rings turn black and the three innermost red, clearly him channeling his darker self at the moment. But it was clear that Naruto was in control. Outside, he was glaring at Deidara with visible rage, but was well under control. I was about to make a comment that you were getting more like Sasuke with the Susanoo and all Naruto, but Felix started as Naruto's rock flew over. Even if Sasuke has improved, if this guy pulled the stunt he did on Hinata with Sakura, he would be less than a stain on the ground right now, Naruto replied. That was fast, Alex said as he escaped some of the remaining machines and sent a portion of his blood into Deidara's body, once again subjecting it to his control. That's a pretty scary ability there, you know that, right? Celia asked. Thank you, Naruto, Alex, and for some reason, Isaac replied at once. It was understandable, considering that Naruto had just developed the Susanoo. Alex could control another person's body by injecting his blood into their own bloodstream, and Isaac was just crazy enough to think she was referring to him. All three gave each other looks, and Isaac simply shrugged. Then the little humor moment was over as the remains of the automaton brigade came around for one final assault. Is it really over? Kimimaro asked as he stared at Kabuto, who was simply standing motionlessly, not paying the slightest attention to the other three in the cave. Orochimaru was simply looking amusedly at the man who had implanted so much of others within himself. Interested in the effects of the Jinjutsu he was apparently under. Sasuke stood in front of Kabuto with his right eye shut. Yes, the Izanami comes at the cost of a single eye, but its effects are potent. So that's why you made sure to regenerate the eye beforehand, so you could replace it later. Kuka. Orochimaru chuckled. So, tell me, when did you cast the Jinjutsu? The first time Kabuto attempted to stab me, before I blocked his attack with my Susanoo, before cutting his arm with my fire and hand sword. But why did it take so long to take effect? Kimimaro asked. The Izanami works like this. You basically take actions from your opponent and yourself and record in your mind. Then you need to recreate the same conditions, which triggers the Jinjutsu. Between the repeated instances, you also need to keep track of events that occur before then, and use them to basically create an infinite loop. So he is trapped within his mind, reliving this battle over and over again, starting with the incident I mentioned, continuing with his attempt to take you out, with myself defending you with my Susanoo, my attempt to talk some sense into him, a clash of blows where I state the Izanami's name, my request to you to take point, your brief clash where he puts you in a bad situation, Orochimaru jumping in and severing two of his horns, Orochimaru and Kabuto talking trash, me losing my temper for a second before we hit him with that inferno, where I got a little bit nervous that we killed him, my lines barrage, more words between the two of us, him getting impaled by my raisinlets, before we finally redid the first event, and the loop starts again, and no matter how he tries to alter his actions to get a different result, he will continue to suffer the same fate. That's downright cruel, even for me, considering what we put him through, Orochimaru chuckled. Having to repeat that torture for all eternity. Harsh. Not quite, Sasuke said. If he accepts his fate and stops trying to get a result that suits him, he can escape the Jinjutsu. If he realizes his ideals are flawed, and that he should accept the original outcome of his actions, he will be back. That is just another reason this is a Kinjutsu, in addition to losing an eye, because it's risky to use such a costly jutsu with an escape route built in. It was made to reprimand those who used the Izanagi unwisely. And why would you use such a jutsu on him? Kimimaro asked. Because he can still choose a different path to take in life, Sasuke said as he took the glasses from Kabuto's face. I know more than you would think about his life up to now, and how it was ruined by Danzo when he actually had someone close to him. Danzo tricked him into killing Nono, the woman who had taken him in, putting him through severe emotional distress. But even so, he could have recovered if he had someone to help him through the pain, but instead, all he had was Orochimaru. Sasuke gave the Sannin a pointed glare as he said this, and Kimimaro seemed to comprehend what Sasuke was getting at. Now then, it's time to undo the Edo Tensei, Sasuke said as he forced Kabuto's eyes open and glared at them with his good eye. After a moment, Kabuto listed which signs were needed. Since though Sasuke remembered them, he wanted to keep the fact that he knew the release signs from Orochimaru. Kabuto then weaved the signs and released Edo Tensei. Kakashi and Sakomo were standing several feet from each other, the former panting with exertion, while the latter was preparing another jutsu. You would have already won since I would have long been suffering from chakra exhaustion if it weren't for this blasted jutsu, Tsukumo said as some of his last signs were weaved. You would have fought differently had that been the case, Kakashi panted. True, Tsukumo said as he started to cast his last sign. Then he was suddenly coated in a white glow. It seems that someone stopped the jutsu that holds me, Tsukumo said as he lowered his hands. So it does, Kakashi said. Father, I want to apologize for believing you to be trash after you killed yourself. I was so bitter. Because you disgraced yourself, you, one of the greatest shinobi, by breaking the rules and putting your comrades above the mission, and left me alone in this world. But now, I realize that you did what you feel was right. And I couldn't be prouder to be your son, Kakashi finished, using the same words he had when he and his father last parted. It was ironic now that the last time Kakashi had reconciled with his father when he had died and briefly visited the afterlife, whereas now Tsukumo had come to the land of the living, and they reconciled again. Tsukumo's eyes widened before the light brightened, and his image began to fade completely. Thank you, my son, Tsukumo said. Thanks to you, I can move on completely. When it is your time, I will be waiting with your mother, who I can finally see again. The light faded completely, and a nameless corpse collapsed with the exit of Tsukumo. Kakashi closed both of his eyes, and tears poured out of them. But Kakashi knew that he could mourn later. He immediately dashed in another direction, and after a few minutes, came to where Minato and Obito were fighting. So far, the battle seemed dead, even with neither fighter able to so much as touch the other yet. Minato knew that Obito had removed his Hiraishin tag long ago. Otherwise, he could have simply flashed to Obito's location to either try to talk some sense into him or take him out. But without it, and being unable to put another one on him thus far, Minato was merely being evasive for the time being, hoping he could find an opening to hit Obito and put another tag on him. Likewise, Obito was having problems laying a hand on Minato, due to him being in Sage mode, and thanks to that nature energy seal, that was not going away anytime soon. Minato-sensei, Kakashi shouted, getting his teacher's attention. Use a Rasengan on Obito now. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. Minato looked at Kakashi and nodded, running right at the scarred man with a Rasengan in hand. Obito narrowed his eyes and thought, so Kakashi was aware too. What was he planning? I had better be safe rather than sorry. He cast a few signs before he charged the incoming Minato with his chains ready to attack the moment after he phased through his former teacher. Kakashi fixed his left eye upon the Rasengan in Minato's hand and thought, Kamui. Just before it could hit Obito, the jutsu winked out of existence, causing Minato to widen his eyes, just before there was a blast right in Obito's gut. Arf! Obito cried as he was flung back by the attack. Kakashi fell to his knees, panting with the effort of using that jutsu when he was already running low on gas. Another use would probably kill him unless he got some more chakra in his system, perhaps as a loan from Kurama again, as he remembered from the previous battle before time was turned back. But for now, he just had to hope that their efforts at least drove Obito off. How'd you do that? Minato asked Kakashi. Simple, since our eyes are part of the same set. Our ability uses the same dimension. When he seems to become intangible, he is really transporting parts of him into the other dimension, leaving behind only the image of those parts. But since I sent your Rasengan into his dimension, he took the hit regardless. But I don't think I'll be doing it again anytime soon, Kakashi explained. What a shame, Obito said from behind Minato, before the Yondaime was run through from behind with a blade. But I am too strong for you to defeat, even if you could use Kamui more, Kakashi. Before Obito could gloat further, Minato was engulfed in smoke, and a log was where he was before. What? Obito demanded, just as Minato slammed a Rasengan into his back from above, almost exactly the same as the day of Kurama's attack. Ugh! Obito groaned. It was easy to sense your approach in Sage mode, Minato reminded his former student, when Obito faded and reappeared next to where he was laying before, and his left eye closed. That's twice you would have had me if it weren't for the Izanagi I used my spare eye for, Obito cursed. That jutsu, huh? I've heard of it, Minato said, having been warned of a few of Obito's capabilities by Naruto and Felix. Minato focused for a second, but when nothing happened, he knew that the Izanagi must have also been good for removing the Hiraishin tag he had just put on Obito. Darn. Oh well, at least he would not be able to use it anymore without sacrificing his remaining eyesight and losing his ability to use Kamui, but still. It seems I will now need a replacement for my left eye again, Obito mused. Perhaps I should simply take my old one back. He gazed at Kakashi for a moment as he stated this. Sorry, but you're not the same Obito who gave him the eye, Minato said bluntly. Only that Obito would have any right to ask for it back. And you're not going to take it by force on my watch either. Yeah, Kisame was shouting as he fell. A result of Jiraiya throwing a Hiraishin kunai over the edge of the island, placing a tag on Shima's tongue, having her lash at Kisame with it, and flashing to the location, grabbing Kisame. And well, the rest is kind of obvious. You're not a nice person at all, Jiraiya boy, Fukusaku said in a deadpan tone. Couldn't waste too much more time. We have more enemies to fight, Jiraiya replied. Although I get the feeling that Kisame will be suffering worse after the landing for some reason. It had to be done. With that, he walked away and towards where Nagato and Tsunade were fighting Madara. Damn it, I'm pissed. Tsunade growled as the last of her broken bones healed from her landing. Just when I thought that I was able to hold my own against Madara now, this has to occur. Gore, if only there was another Akatsuki member around I could pummel. That would cheer me up. A drawn-out scream was heard and Tsunade looked up to see a black, red, and blue streak fall through the sky a fair distance away. Huh, fancy that, Tsunade said as she ran in the direction of her new victim. All right, let's get him out of here, Sasuke said to Kimimaro before slinging Kabuto's arm around his shoulder. Kabuto's features had already returned to normal because Orochimaru absorbed the chakra that was originally his from Kabuto. Orochimaru, just what do you plan to do after this current battle anyway? He asked the snake Sannin. For now, once we get back down to the ground, we will have to part ways, Orochimaru stated. I still wish to finish catching up on events that occurred while I was gone. And if you try to stop me from leaving, well, are either of you two up to that? Neither Sasuke nor Kimimaro answered, though the latter looked about ready to try. Sasuke would have had no problems if he was fresh, but his chakra was at an all-time low at the moment. If a fight did occur, there would be no telling what would come of it, so all parties were smart enough to avoid one for now. Damn it, Naruto's clone said as he took in the room that the Geto Mizo had been in recently. There was no sign of any Akatsuki members at the moment, but there were two prone bodies, one in the center, the other on the side. The former was Han, and the latter Rashi. It seems as though my brothers have already been pulled out of them, Kurama stated in rage. It seems that way, Naruto replied, shaking with the same emotion. He quickly checked both of the Jinchuriki and said, it's too late for Rashi. His soul has already moved too far on to revive with the samsara of heavenly life. He's been dead too long. But if we get Han to my original or Nagato fast enough, we should be able to save him. Get to it then. For now, I'm just going to withdraw into your mindscape and come up with horrific ways to kill Madara for what he is doing to me and my brethren. Don't you ever do anything else? The clone deadpanned and only got a growl from Kurama in response. The clone then made another, and they then focused on getting the bodies of Rashi and Han out of there. I honestly expected better from the one who I gave my eyes to, Madara said as he gazed at Nagato with slight contempt in his eyes. Nagato was on the ground panting, but he still got up. What do you mean? Nagato demanded. When I first awakened the Rinnegan, I was too old to put the eyes to their proper use, so I decided to give them to another descendant of our common ancestor. The Rakuto Sannin, Madara explained. When you were merely a child, I implanted my own original eyes into you. I had hoped that you would be groomed successfully by my student of sorts and use your power to resurrect me. But it seems that you have thrown your lot with a useless ideal. Is that why our eyesight has been linked? Nagato demanded. It would seem so, Madara replied as he brought his gun by to bear, only to hastily use it to deflect something that was thrown at him from behind. It was a bone blade. He turned to see Sasuke, Orochimaru, and Kimimaro exit the cave with Kabuto carried by Sasuke. That wouldn't happen to be my reanimator, now, would it? He does look a little different, but he still seems to be Kabuto. Did you kill him? No, I used a Jinjutsu on him, Sasuke replied. Interesting, he already shown that he was virtually immune to most visual Jinjutsu by blocking his eyesight. But there's one I know of that would have worked. Madara gazed for a second at Sasuke, and continued, judging by the way you have an eye shut, I would say that I'm accurate in my guess. You ought to be far more careful with your eyes, even if you have spares. Using them on garbage like that is a waste, and since the contract between us has already been broken, it was pretty much pointless. I actually have all the spares I need, courtesy of the clan of one of my more idiotic friends. Sasuke smirked. You ought to be more concerned for yourself, right now. Shinra Tensei, Nagato shouted, throwing Madara to the side for a moment, right into several clay bird bombs and a raisin shuriken. Only activating Preta Path saved him there, only for him to take a crossbow bolt through the face. He staggered back, and Naruto's chakra chains began wrapping around him as the blonde began to activate a sealing formula. But there was a shattering noise as the air broke, and Raisin stepped out of the rift. He glared at the chains, and they vanished, allowing Madara the chance to recover. I suppose I owe you my thanks, Madara stated as he rose and dusted himself off. Sorry, Raisin, Madara, I can't control my body right now. Deidara shouted. It is high time we retreated, Raisin said as he looked at the rock and its passengers, along with Isaac and Alex. We are outnumbered, and the automatons have clearly all been beaten. Obito warped next to the other two and said, in that case, I had better get Kisame. You really think we will let you run away? Minato asked as he high-shinned to where they all were. Itachi and Jiraiya showed up a few seconds after. Try to stop us, Raisin said. And by the way, you may want to do something about this rock we are on, considering that once we are gone, we will take what we used to levitate it in the first place with us, and considering that it is right above your precious village. And added to this as well, Madara stated as he formed forward clones, and said to Minato, you were able to stop this jutsu once, but what if it was 5 times stronger? The wood clones and the original then formed a Susanoo and all 5 cast signs along with their Susanoos. Stop him, Minato shouted, rushing at Madara, Naruto also running alongside his father frantically. Too late, Raisin said with a smirk as he grabbed Madara and pulled him into a dimension door, just before they were reached. The sky immediately began to darken and the entire party looked up, just as the ground beneath them started to fall. This is very, very bad, Naruto shouted. With 2 meteors per use of that jutsu, and this island falling, 5 times 2 plus 1 equals very fucking bad. Minato did not answer. He just rammed a Hiraition kunai into the ground and cast a sign, causing a barrier to open up, and the island disappeared into it, forcing Naruto to make shadow clones to catch everyone who was unable to fly by themselves. Minato then hurled more kunai at the sky and cast the barriers again as the kunai reached the meteors. Unfortunately, he passed out from chakra exhaustion after only warping 2 of the meteors away, leaving 8 more to handle. Naruto gave some thought and turned to Itachi, who was suspended by one of his clones, and said, Itachi-sensei, I need you to get back down to the village and get as many people out of there as you can, and tell every shinobi who can use Earth Style to create as many pillars as they can, and also get as many people who can cast barriers as you can to put several over the village. And get everyone else who can do something, anything that could slow these things down by even a fraction of a second to do so. Itachi nodded, and his clone used Hiraition to get him back down to the village. I'm going to slow these things down as much as possible, Naruto said to everyone else. Anyone who can aid me in any way, do it please. Without waiting for a response, Naruto said in his mindscape, Kurama, juice me. Got it. Naruto focused with all of his might and shouted, Shadow, Clone, Jutsu. Using all of the Sage Chakra he could gather, and all of the Chakra Kurama gave him, nearly 3,000 clones burst into being with Azura Path wings. Each of them was in Sage mode with a minimal amount of Bija Chakra. Go! Naruto shouted to his army, and they all flew up to try to stop the meteors. Chapter 81 Mass Panic. Naruto, why don't you just Hiraition the meteors away? Kurama asked his host. After all, you do have more than enough chakra for 8 of even masses of this size. Not an option, Naruto replied, as 300 clones for each meteor flew up and used their Azura Path thruster wings to push up against the falling rocks. While Dad had several kunai stored in places that were very isolated from civilization in case he needed safe houses a good way from the nations, the farthest from civilization I have any are in the Pedo's old bases, and those are close enough that I would be killing at least a few hundred people if I did that, and that is not going to happen. The remaining 500 shadow clones flew to the sides of the meteors, and under instructions from the original, they all formed giant Raisingans and smashed them into the giant rocks, grinding about 2 tons worth into dust per hit, though that was barely a drop in the bucket. Most of the clones ran out of chakra after that, but about 150 that were on weight reduction duty could still manage a few hits with regular-sized Raisingans, averaging about 100 more pounds per clone reduced to dust and harmlessly setting in the air. The 8 meteors began to slow, but it was taking Herculean effort on the part of Naruto and his 2,400 remaining clones. Note to self, if you get out of this alive, get Gigi Tsuchikage to teach you the light and boulder jutsu, Naruto thought with his teeth grit. Another clone flew up and summoned his Hydra on the side of a rock, and used Shinra Tensei at full power to crush the creature and spill its acidic blood to melt into the meteor and reduce some of the weight into a gas. It was a good thing that his Rinnegan summons, with the exception of Zenko, were soulless and regenerated over time when they were no longer summoned. Otherwise, Naruto would have had moral issues over doing such things. Meanwhile, Alex was controlling Deidara into blasting more chunks out of the rocks with his clay bombs, but he knew that the IWA bomber would run out before much progress could be made. He himself was using his blood tendrils to carve out large chunks and toss them far into the forest rather than on the village proper. Conan was blasting a meteor with a seemingly endless supply of exploding tags, and more large pieces fell free. But Nagato spoke up, being suspended by Conan. Conan, fly me above the meteors, I have an idea. Conan nodded, and they flew up, though she did not let up her assault with the tags. They spotted Felix, who jumped off the rock, and used elemental infinity to stab a meteor and form a dragon ruler of all elements, which clung to the rock and began ripping out large pieces of stone and flinging them away, while its creator stuck to the rock with his chakra and hacked away with his sword. Celia was focusing the last of her chakra to blast a few fragments away as well. Kushina had been high-rishined by a Naruto clone back down to the ground to set up a barrier. Isaac had jumped to another rock and started using all of his chakra to apply Hover Seal's left and right to try to pull the boulders up. Jiraiya had stuck to the side of one and began carving chunks out with a few giant Raisengans. Nagato and Konan made it above the meteors, and Nagato took a deep breath as he formed a few seals. Chibaku Tensei. A trickle of blood ran down his nose, and he panted as a black sphere formed. Nagato. Konan said in worry. I'll be fine. It's not like I am channeling enough chakra to make this from a distance. Nagato replied as he sent the sphere to a point where it would have an influence on each boulder. The sphere began to pull up on the rocks, and several pieces tore free and moved to the planetary sphere. The meteors slowed, not by much, but a noticeable amount. At this current rate, it looks as though the rocks will be hitting the village in about 10 minutes. Not enough time. I need to enlarge the sphere, Nagato stated. Another trickle formed, his other nostril ran down as he put more chakra into his jutsu, and the meteors slowed a bit more, and several more chunks broke off at the top of the meteors. That bought about a minute more, Konan said, worried that Nagato would once again pour more chakra into the sphere. But Nagato seemed more focused on simply maintaining it for now. In Konoha, things seemed to be a relatively peaceful day until Itachi had suddenly been high-rishined in ANBU headquarters, causing a group who had been in the midst of playing poker, which is a lot harder than it looks because of the whole mask thing for them, to straighten up in an instant. Hokage-sama, what do you need, sir? One of them asked. Listen, I need you to round up every shinobi you can find that can either cast a barrier or use Earth Style and get them to the center of the village. Itachi shouted. Spread the word to all other shinobi, and I also want all the exploding tags we can find, and fast. I also want all Akimichi capable of fully expanding their sizes put on standby. Evacuate all of the civilians from the village as well. You have 5 minutes to get as much of this done as possible. The ANBU, while not knowing why this was necessary, understood the need to hurry if Itachi would not say why he was giving the orders, and hastened to carry them out. The Naruto clone ran out of the tower as well, and said, I'm going to fly back up there. I should have enough chakra to assist for a little while. Good, but tell your original and the clones try to slow on the rocks to abandon the first one to break the cloud cover, and focus on the other 7. I can probably seal at least one of them with my Totsuka blade, though with something that massive, I would not count on me sealing another. The chakra requirements would be too much. In that case, I had better simply dispel and get the news to the boss that much sooner. With that, the clone dispelled and let Naruto know that he should abandon the rock that was closest to the ground, since that would be taken care of and focus on slowing the other 7. With Sasuke and Kimimaro, they made it to the ground the same way Itachi had done. Only Naruto took them to Sakura's home. Another clone had taken Kabuto elsewhere. Sasuke, Kimimaro, Naruto, what are you 3 doing here? Sakura asked before noticing Sasuke's tired condition. Sasuke, are you alright? She demanded. Sakura, there is no time to explain, Sasuke said as Kimimaro leapt from the window and headed for the center of the village. I'm going to need you to give me as much chakra as you possibly can with your medical ninjutsu within 30 seconds, and then we go after Kimimaro. The village is in great danger, and you'll have to get your instructions from Itachi. Okay, she said as she set to work. The Naruto clone cast a few seals and summoned Zenko. Hey, I need you to help get Akari out of here, Naruto told Zenko. Can you do that? Yes, Naruto-sama, Zenko replied. This is seriously troublesome, Shikamaru said as he flew on Narabutori's back. He had not really been a part of the main battle yet, but he now knew he would have to play a decent role in this matter if there was to be any hope of keeping the meteors from crushing the village. So he landed in the plaza just in time to notice that a few of the villagers had noticed that the sky had darkened and that a few rocks of varying sizes, the largest being the size of a human head, were falling from the sky. And when they looked up and saw the first giant meteor break the cloud cover, that's when all hell broke loose. The civilians looked shocked and then started to panic about the potential end of the world. Shikamaru sighed and pinched his nose. Yep, crowd control is going to be the most troublesome task of all in this crisis. Damn that sage and his annoying tricks. Kisame growled as he got up, all of his bones healed by the sharing of chakra from Samahata. That was one of the dirtiest stunts ever pulled. When I get back up there, I'm going to dash, wham. Kisame was sent flying by a kick to the side of his head that sent him through a few trees. With a snarl, he got up as his wound healed just in time to swing Samahata at his attacker, who jumped back in time to avoid a brutal hit. Tough luck being the second person to fall off of that sky island, because I'm just as pissed about it as you are, and I feel ready to take it out on something, Tsunade stated. She was already in sage mode at this point. Fine by me. I was thinking about venting myself, Kisame replied as he merged with his weapon and began casting a few hand seals. Tsunade got into a battle stance, and they faced each other for a few seconds when the sky darkened, and she looked up along with Kisame and spotted the enormous boulder break the artificial cloud cover. What the hell? Tsunade shouted. Kisame gave a small whistle. Well, looks like Madara-sama wants to take out Konoha quite a bit. I would stay and continue our fight, but I would rather not be anywhere near the area of effect of that thing. And I'm sure you want to help save your precious village. So see ya. With that, Kisame fled, and Tsunade ran in the direction of her home, praying that she wouldn't be too late. You all see what is coming down right now? Itachi asked the assorted crowd of shinobi in front of him. They were staring dumbstruck at what was before them. A meteor capable of crushing half the village, not counting the shockwave of its landing, was about to descend on them. There are 7 more behind it, and none other than the Akatsuki have summoned it. Yes, I'm talking about the criminal organization that there have been rumors about. I have a plan to stop the first, and the other 7 have been slowed, but I need all of you to work to at least save as many lives as we can if we are unable to stop these things entirely. The first priority is getting as many people out of here as possible, but we will leave that to those who can't do the other priorities. Second is to hit the other 7 boulders with all the tags we have as they come down, until they reach a certain point, which is when we will cast as many barrier ninjutsu as possible over the village, though we will leave a few tunnels so evacuation can occur regardless. Kushina here will cast the main one. Everyone else who is capable will cast backups. Once the barriers are broken, every shinobi who can use Earth Style to the extent needed will make as many pillars as possible to slow their descent. But once those are broken, I expect every Akimichi here that is capable to grow to full size and try to catch the boulders. Any other actions that may help would be welcome, but I ask you to consult me first if you can. Are there any questions? No, Okafe-sama, rang throughout the crowd. Good, now we need to begin planning immediately. Itachi shouted as the second of the meteors emerged from the cloud cover, more to the side of the village than the first, followed closely by the third on the opposite end. The first was falling at a quicker rate, which was a sign that Naruto had truly abandoned that one for Itachi to handle. Itachi cast the cross sign, and 10 shadow clones came into being. Consult with my clones on your positions. Everyone who can cast a barrier jutsu on this one. Earth-style users are divided between these 7. The remaining 2 will assign crowd control duties and tag gathering. Once I've dealt with the first meteor, I will personally take suggestions for how to help deal with the others. With that, the clones were almost mobbed due to the need for haste in this. Itachi focused and formed his Sito, which drew the Tatsuka blade, and when the meteor was about 100 feet above the village, Itachi thrust the blade upwards, and it extended to cut into the rock, and after an agonizing second, it began to absorb the large piece of stone. For about 30 seconds, there was a bit of struggle, but the massive meteor was finally absorbed and sealed. By then, Sasuke and Sakura had arrived. Itachi, I think I can cast Amaterasu on the barrier and control it to burn the meteors as they impact it, but not the barrier itself, Sasuke explained. The panting Itachi nodded and then looked at Sakura, who had Kakashi come up next to her, and asked to be healed. I think I might be able to warp one away with Kamui if I had the chakra, but after that, I doubt my body could handle the strain, Kakashi explained to Itachi. Sasuke summoned a messenger hawk and sent it up to Naruto to inform him and his clones to abandon the second of the 8 meteors when Itachi approved this plan. Fu walked up finally and stated, Hokage-sama, Chome has agreed to let me assume full Bijou form for this, but since you said to keep my status as a Jinchuriki as secret as possible, do I have permission to expose the secret? How would you stop the meteors? Itachi asked. Chome could blast a few Bijou bombs and disintegrate at least a few craters out of one as it came down, and when it got close enough, we could fly up and try to stop the remains, Fu explained. Itachi closed his eyes as he considered it. While there would no doubt be a good amount of flying debris form the first stage of that plan, it was almost sure to be better than the whole meteor hitting the village. So the question was a slightly better chance of saving the village worth Fu, potentially blowing her cover, as a Jinchuriki worth it? Itachi did not even need to think. If you are willing, that does sound like a plan, Itachi said. But make sure Chome understands that I can force her back into you with my Mangekyo if she tries to take you over. Fu nodded. Orochimaru rose as he shed his skin. Once the battle had ended, he had simply leapt from the Sky Island and let his modified body take the impact of landing, before using his advanced substitution to avoid the damage. Now, where to go from here? The Snake Sannin asked himself as he dared to glance back at Konoha. The meteors were still coming down, but he witnessed one of them vanishing into a certain point, as well as a red glint, though he was too far away to see clearly just what had occurred. Something stirred within Orochimaru as he felt that his former home was doomed, but he simply could not place the feeling. Was it regret? Absurd. He had washed his hands of any feelings about the village long ago. He had even tried to destroy it himself once, though he had failed. He had felt nothing then, but he was fighting the Yondaime at the time after all, which likely distracted him. But now, with the seemingly inevitable destruction of the place he was born having his undivided attention, could he really feel an emotion he thought he had long ago gotten rid of? Ridiculous, Orochimaru mused. Even if I did not want to see the village crushed, what could I possibly do about this? That Madara, he is certainly a force to be reckoned with. I doubt I'd be a match for him. He turned to flee, and then ran into a certain familiar face. Kakuku, it has been a while, Tsunade, Orochimaru stated. While I would love to chat, or beat the living hell out of you, preferring the latter, Tsunade growled. In case you haven't noticed, the village is about to get crushed. Well, in that case, don't let me keep you, Orochimaru said before he dashed away. Tsunade gave a dirty look in her fellow Sanin's direction before she turned to head for the village, hoping to help save it. Okay guys, Meteor number 2 is about to be sent away with Kamui. One Naruto clone on said meteor stated after hearing it form Sasuke's hawk. Time to help slow the other 6. The clones nodded and left the rock to fall at a normal pace. It disappeared 10 seconds after in a vortex of the space-time jutsu. 5 down, the original murmured to himself. We morons all just calm down. Zabuza shouted to the civilians that were running about in a panic. He had already knocked out over 20 of them, and Haku was busy using his son Bon to put a few others out. They're never going to escape on time if they just keep riding like this. Zabuza told his apprentice as he made several water clones to help get the unconscious civilians out of there. We have to be patient, Zabuza-sama, Haku replied. I am close to panicking myself, and it is only your training that is making me refrain so far. Kin and Jinyamaru have the easy jobs, Zabuza grumbled. Kin gets to use Jinjutsu on the crowds to get them to calm down, and Ginyu gets meteor demolition duty, while we baby-sit the hard way. I would not have thought you to be a winner, Anko said as she had a few of her snakes tie up some of the more rowdy crowd members. You are a lifesaver, a bruised Ebisu said to Kurenai, who was guiding over 100 civilians who had mobbed him when he had tried to restore order away with her Jinjutsus. I try, Kurenai said. Pick a smaller crowd next time, one you can handle. Next time? Ebisu groaned, not liking the idea that meteors could be dropped on the village again anytime soon. Isn't this a fine mess? Ino said as she and her father used their Yamanaka jutsus to control the weak-minded civilians' bodies to get them to leave the village in an orderly manner. Do you think we can evacuate these people in time? We have to try, Inoichi said. Shino and Shibi said nothing as they used their beetles to herd the panicking crowds towards the exits being made with tunnels. Keep the civilians moving. Mikoto ordered the Uchiha clan, who had mainly resorted to using Jinjutsu cast by their Sharingan to keep the crowds manageable. Azumi and Daisuke were no different there, doing their absolute best to stop the chaos from getting out of hand. Daisuke looked up and said, Aunt Azumi, how long until those rock hit? Azumi followed her nephew's gaze and said, I would say that if nothing slows them further, for minutes. Not enough time to get these people to safety, but we have to put our faith in Itachi to buy us enough time. Be safe, she mentally added about Itachi, though she had doubts that he would survive. With Guy and Lee, let's just say that after they started shouting about the youthfulness of saving lives, the civilians got a more productive kind of panic and ran for the exits for the sake of avoiding the incoming spandex wearers. Akari, wait, Zenko demanded as Akari ran to the village center where the effort to stop the meteors was most based. Your brother told me to make sure you were out of the village. Just what does he take me for? I can help with this, and you are not going to stop me, Akari declared. I'll go find Suigetsu and use my mind's eye to help evacuate stragglers. Karen told her cousin as they split off. She would have tried Yugo too, but he was out of the village on his mission. All throughout the village, there were countless people panicking, and a few shinobi in that mix as well. But fortunately, the majority of Konoha's forces were able to keep their heads on straight and were working together to try to keep things as under control as possible. It was not the easiest task, far from it, but it was doable. Soon, more and more people were headed for the exits. Time for you to do your part, Fu, Itachi stated to the green-haired girl once Naruto's clones had abandoned the third meteor. Fu nodded and channeled Komi-Ai's chakra, taking on her tenant's form. This nearly caused yet another panic. But the moment the seven-tailed beetle took off and fired its bijou bomb at the meteor that was now closest to the ground, the people could not help but be relieved that a bijou was on their side. After a few more bijou bombs, the remains of the boulder were now past the point where the barrier would stop it. But Fu immediately flew to the top of it and grabbed a hold of the reduced meteor and strained to pull it away from the village, finally managing to make it come up instead of going down. At the cheers of the Konoha shinobi, Fu carried the rock to over the forests and dropped it, causing a loud crash, but not enough to do more than shake the village a little. The remaining 5 meteors were still approaching, but with nearly 500 Naruto clones on each one, they had slowed considerably. Itachi had sent a message via Sasuke's hawk to give the signal to Naruto to abandon Meteor number 4 and migrate to the other 4. Demolition teams, ready. Itachi shouted to the assorted Hyuga, Inuzuka, Naras, and wind users. This is going to be troublesome, but less so than letting those rocks crush us, Shikako said to his son as the 4th rock descended. Several crates were placed next to the entirety of the Nara clan, who opened the crates and used their shadows to grab the kunai that were tagged within them. And after each Nara had about 50 each, they waited. Tenten stood to the side with a scroll ready. Begin, Itachi shouted to the Naras, who then launched the exploding projectiles at the incoming rock. Tenten assisted with the kunai she could throw as fast as she could. Now, Hyuga clan and wind users. Itachi continued. Said groups, all prepare to do their jobs as commanded. 8 trigrams air palm, shouted Hayashi, Hizashi, and Niji, along with all the other Hyuga. The jutsus hit the kunai and propelled them at the boulder, where they blasted it. Wind-style great breakthrough. Asuma and Jinimura shouted with a few others who could do the jutsu, fanning the flames of the tags and causing more rock to be obliterated. This pattern continued twice more before Itachi turned to Kushina and nodded. Her chains burst from the ground and formed a perimeter around the village, a barrier being made. Irika and Kiyoshi, who had started dabbling in barriers, slapped down tags, and another, slightly smaller field sprung up below the first. The other barrier users threw theirs in as well. Sasuke, who was on a hawk now, and this above the barrier, cast Amaterasu at the point the meteor would hit the barrier. The flames caught onto the rock as it crashed into the field that had been erected, and the meteor began to burn as it also ground itself into dust. However, it was still a good portion of its size when it crashed through, so Itachi gave the command for the earth pillars to be erected. Akari had shown up then, and along with Yamato, contributed a pillar of wood, and the meteor was stopped, suspended by the pillars. Naruto then sent the clones on the 5th meteor to stop the remaining 3. Itachi shifted his focus on that one as it broke the hastily re-erected barrier after a moment of struggling to stop it, and more pillars rose to meet it, but this one did not wish to be denied. Choji and Choza took their cue to run underneath the massive stone and use their super expansion jutsu along with a few other Akimichi, and they caught the boulder as Kiba, Tsum, and Hana used the Man-Beast transformation combo with other Inuzuka and blasted chunks out to lighten the main moss and give the Akimichi a better shot at holding the boulder up. But it seemed like it was about to be futile, and a good portion at least of the village would get crushed until a familiar kunai thumped into. The boulder and the meteor vanished. Eyes turned in the direction the kunai came from, and they spotted an exhausted Minato being powered by a slightly panting Tsunade, who had barely made it back to the village before the barriers had been raised. Itachi breathed a sigh of relief before they turned their attention to the remaining 3, or 2 actually, because Fu had reduced another one to a size where she could fly it away, leaving 1,200 Narutos on the 2 remaining, which had slowed to a crawl, until they stopped. After the efforts of everyone else in the sky to reduce the weight and the size, 1,200 clones was enough to stop each of the remaining meteors. There was a massive cheer as the clones began to move their burden to dump them in a place where no people would get hurt, mainly the forests outside of Konoha. Ha! Take that, Madara. Looks like our home is still standing. Naruto laughed. We did it. Nagato panted, and the original Naruto flew up next to him as he whistled at the size of the Chibaku Tensei that had helped so much. What did you want to do about this? Nagato asked Naruto as he gestured to the mass, and Naruto grinned. Kurama was able to gather enough spare chakra for me to help you out a bit, if you want to add to another's creation, Naruto replied. Nagato smiled, and Konan carried him under the massive rock he had created from parts of 8 others. Shinra Tensei! Naruto and Nagato shouted at the same time, and at the push of both Uzumaki, the round rock was pushed at a high speed, until it broke through the atmosphere and continued on a collision course with the moon itself. That was one awesome feat we just pulled off, stopping 8 meteors, Naruto said. Meh, that's nothing compared to my father's deeds, Kurama said. That doesn't count. Naruto shouted mentally. He had the Juubi's chakra in him when he made the moon, even if he had gotten rid of the body. And you have me. So you have no excuse to fall short of his deeds, other than incompetence. You said it yourself that you were nothing to the Juubi. I deny ever saying that, and if I ever did, then you should have gotten it in writing. Arg, Yusa Kurama. Drachmus clutched his head as he stepped out of the dimension door with Brad in tow. I told you it would be painful to remove the memory if you wouldn't let you put me under for the procedure, but you didn't listen, Brad stated as he saw Drachmus rub his temples. It's because you wouldn't trust me not to place you under another genjutsu while you were out that your head hurts now. Don't make me laugh, Drachmus replied as he stopped showing indications of pain. Do you realize how much pain that memory has caused me? and how much it made me cause others. Compared to that, you could pour boiling lead into my skull. It wouldn't even come close. This is nothing. Fine, Brad said. But now that the memory is gone, I am now capable of feeling exactly what you and Victor robbed me of, Drachmus continued as he whirled on Brad, who stumbled back in surprise at the sudden movement, but not enough to stop Drachmus's hand from closing around his throat. Brad choked as Drachmus light him up. And the more I remember the times I was happy before you did that to me, the more I want to kill you for what you caused. Brad desperately choked out, you said. That you'd spare me. If I removed the memory. Which I did. Which is the only reason I haven't killed you, but you will not get off easy either, Drachmus said before he held up a file. What is that? Brad asked. One of Victor's old war records, one that details all of the crimes that some of his underlings have committed, some of which I doubt made it to your trial, due to the seal on your mind that kept everyone but you from accessing your memories and your attempts to cover them up. But those won't influence my life at all if they are made known, Brad said with a small smirk. There is the fact that they happened too long ago to be judged in court, and I already have my trial and my penalty for my involvement in the coup. Except for one thing, Drachmus stated. There's a loophole in that law, one that says that cases can be reopened in the event that new evidence says that you lied about a part of the case in the past, regardless of how long ago they were. I wonder how it will influence your past judgment when it turns out parts of your involvement that you blatantly denied and that couldn't be proved are brought to light with this evidence I have right here. But you said that you would let me go if I dash. Correction, I said I wouldn't kill you, making you pay for your crimes through the justice system. That is an entirely different matter. Fine. So what is it you want for that folder? Money? Or another favor? Nothing, Drachmus replied with a smirk. As Brad looked up shocked, he continued, there is nothing you can offer me whatsoever that will stop me from turning you and these files in to the authorities of this dimension. Anonymously, of course, as I'm still wanted myself. I only informed you of this, so you would get to know what was coming to you. Are you that bent on revenge, that you will do this to me even after I just tried to atone? Atone? Don't make me laugh. You would not have removed the memory if your own hide was not on the line, courtesy of my threats. And giving you over to the authorities isn't revenge. If I was after revenge, I would simply tear out your throat and be done with it. But letting this world's legal system handle you, that is justice. And what about you? Brad asked, trying and failing to smirk at what he was about to say to Drachmus. What about your justice? Do you really plan to keep running from that? I can't face justice for what I did, Drachmus admitted. Not yet. I have too much unfinished business. But once that is settled, I will return and face whatever judgment the system feels I deserve. Neither of us is innocent. But unlike you, I hope to correct at least a few of my more recent mistakes before I face the jury. Drachmus put his cloak over his head and grabbed Brad before opening the dimension door he had prepped earlier and dragging the man through. You wanted to see me for something? Madara asked as he entered the private abode of Raisin through the dimension door that Derek had opened for him. Derek stepped through after him and stood to the side with his arms crossed and a bored look on his face. Now that there is no longer a pressing need to seal a bijou, I plan on taking you for a little trip, Raisin stated. To the elder dimension itself. Why? Simply put, there is something there I will be needing, something that was locked up by the great Princess Kaguya herself, and can only be unlocked by a full set of Rinnegan eyes. Ergo, I would like you to open the seal for me. And just what do you want me to unlock for you? Madara asked as he crossed his arms. I will not be telling you that until it has been unsealed. Then why should I do as you ask? Because, Raisin said, I can offer you, and should you wish it afterwards, a Beto, something that you were only able to get a piece of before in second hand. Madara considered for a moment before he seemed to comprehend what Raisin was getting at. So, Raisin continued, smirking under his helmet. Do we have a bargain? Chapter 82, Ancient Secrets. Drachmus sat in a meadow, deep in thought. He remembered how after the death of Victor, he had become a wanderer, not really having a road to follow anymore. He had even contemplated taking his own life several times because of how empty his existence was. He had met Raisin only a year after his disappearance. Flashback. What do you want? Drachmus had asked the armored man as he approached from behind on the beach. Drachmus had wandered to the edge of a large ocean in a dimension far more primitive than the Elder Dimension and had sat down to watch the waves. Nothing, I just came here to watch the ocean, the man in armor stated as he sat a fair distance away from Drachmus. A bit of sappy thing for a warrior, isn't it? Drachmus asked, without taking his eyes off the water. Perhaps, but even the most battle-hardened man can enjoy a certain beauty. She did once too. Raisin murmured that last statement at a tone that Drachmus almost did not hear. All oceans are among the more powerful forces of nature, a very large mass of water, shaping the world with every wave, big or small, Raisin said. In fact, the oceans of each world play a huge role in the shape of the world. It has that much power. You and I are like oceans ourselves, Raisin continued. Oh, Drachmas stated. We both have the power to shape the world around us. I can tell that you are incredibly strong. Raisin turned his head to Drachmas. And yet I can see that you are unsatisfied with how your actions have turned out. You misplaced a few of your waves, and they left you with a bad result. Am I right? Where are you getting at? I've had my eye on you for a while now, and I would like to give you a new purpose in this life. Raisin turned his dark blue eyes to gaze at Drachmas. I plan to mold all of the dimensions into a greater world, one where hatred and disdain ceases to exist, where lies are not told to gain loyalty and trust. You have a similar background to me. Will you accept my offer? Drachmas looked at Raisin and at his extended hand. For a moment, he hesitated before he finally reached his hand forward and took Raisin's. In flashback, ever since, Raisin had been like a surrogate father to Drachmas. He was ruthless in his goals and in battle, but he had a kind side to him as well. He sought an ideal world, and he was prepared to dirty his hands to get it. What Raisin intended, or what his full history was besides what was written in the history books, was something Drachmas had never figured out, but he had never cared to. He did know that in order to achieve the perfect world, Raisin was after the Juubi, but beyond that, he had no idea what the final goal of his surrogate father was with the power. Raisin did hint, however, that he had seen quite a bit of himself in Drachmas, which was part of the reason he took him in, and Drachmas had soon found himself Raisin's official right-hand man, despite the longer service of Caius and Derek. Raisin did, of course, hate incompetence in his underlings, as he demonstrated after promoting that fool Drek, only for the man to fail his first important task and lose an arm in the bargain. And he was harsh when dealing discipline, and he was arrogant in combat. But Drachmas had always felt that Raisin was fighting for the greater good, a better world reshaped with his actions once he gained the power of the Juubi. But after finding out that his surrogate brother had never betrayed him, and having the fake memory removed, Drachmas was able to remember the happiness he had felt as Marcus and Felix's friend. Happiness so great that when he thought that it was a lie, his world had practically shattered. It was a brotherhood that had meant everything to him. For a while, he was torn between serving his surrogate father or helping his surrogate brother. What ultimately decided him was one simple fact. Raisin had surely known about the fake memory and had never told Drachmas. After all, Raisin had made sure to be very well informed about the affairs of the world. And since Caius had made Victor an Edo Tensei, and Caius had the habit of taking knowledge of these affairs from the minds of his undead slaves, so there was almost certainly no chance of Raisin not knowing. And the fact that Raisin never told him meant one simple thing. He took advantage of Drachmas with a false memory himself. Such an action made Drachmas boil with rage. He still felt some affection for Raisin, but he still could not forgive him keeping such a thing from him. And even if Raisin was working for a better world, was the end truly worth the means? So Drachmas decided to help Felix, though he would have to do so from behind the scenes. After all of the things he had done, he could not be accepted in any main force, of that he was sure of. So he would assemble a small squad and work outside whatever chain of command that would be established if the Shinobi Alliance was formed in this timeline as well. He would also try to find out exactly how Raisin intended to change the world with the Juubi's power. Fortunately, he already had a few people on his list for this squad. He could probably go with the four-man version that is so popular in the world of Shinobi. He opened a dimension door and stepped through. Hinata groaned as she got up in the hospital bed. She recognized where she was immediately and sighed with relief, though for some reason there was a small draft. She looked up and saw a hole in the ceiling, as if something heavy had fallen through the roof, and a small crater in the floor right beneath the hole. Finally awake, I see, Yujito said in the bed next to her as she wolfed down her hospital dinner, despite the supposedly low quality. You were hit pretty bad by an explosive force from what I've been told, but that blonde bombshell was more than capable of fixing you up. Why is there a hole in the ceiling? Hinata asked. Apparently, a bunch of huge rocks were coming down on the village, and a few fragments hit regardless of the whole village, stopping the main mass of the meteors. Matter of fact, there is such a mass panic that the whole hospital is rather full of people who were injured during the chaos, whether by others getting carried away or by a stray rock fragment. So that means that we're roomies until the place discharges a few people, and they're even using the damaged rooms. It's not like it's raining, so a hole in the ceiling shouldn't bother too many people, if other rooms got hit anyway. Let me tell you, it was quite a turn I received when the rock blasted through the roof of this room while I was still recuperating. Yeah, Madara sent quite a challenge for us all to stop. It was rather frightening just what he was capable of, but thankfully no one was killed, a small miracle there. A voice that nearly made Hinata jump said, and she looked under her bed where the voice had come from and saw a smiling Naruto. And Naruto-kun, Hinata asked, what are you doing under my bed? Visiting hours are technically over, so I had to hide to keep from getting kicked out. Naruto replied as he slid out from under the bed. I wanted to be around when you were awake, because I not only did not want to leave your side, but I also just knew that you would likely beat yourself up for being a liability to me again considering what happened. Hinata lowered her head, and Naruto continued, Hinata, you are not a weak link in this group. You're just the link that is most targeted, which is a mistake on the part of most enemies. You were just caught off guard this time, and I was able to bail you out without too much trouble again. You shouldn't have had to bail me out in the first place, Naruto, Hinata murmured. If I had only been more cautious of attacks from that angle. Hinata, you can't defeat every problem by yourself, and neither can I, Naruto replied. We've had to help each other a few times over the past, and there is nothing wrong with that. I know that, it's just that. You've had to help me so much more than I've been able to help you, Hinata said. Are you kidding? Naruto replied. You're the one who kept me from giving up when I was at my lowest, right before we turned back time. Naruto, Hinata said, giving a glance at Yujito, who waved her aside. It's okay. I already know, Yujito replied. With Matatabi's mental state, and with the fact that I may still play a large role in the events that are soon to play out, that Felix fellow decided to restore our memories, hopefully giving Matatabi more material to work with in coming to terms with her current condition. That reminds me, how is she doing right now? Naruto asked, noting that Hinata was reassured at least for the time being. So, shifting his focus to Yujito. Thanks to you, her mind has been patched together, as well as the remaining pieces could be patched anyway, but her mental recovery has been going slow, replied Yujito. She's trying to communicate with me, but she can't really string two words together without Herculean mental effort anymore. Looks like the part of her mind that controls her ability to remember language is one of the pieces that got taken by the Mizo Naruto cursed. At least she isn't as crazy as Isaac or Shikaku, right? I sure hope not Shikaku. And who is Isaac? Yujito asked. Both Naruto and Hinata shuddered. A guy who is barely sane enough to be considered for active duty in the Elder Dimension. And in some ways he is worse than Guy. Hopefully, you will never have to meet him while in the village. He likes to deliberately piss people off, even the people who are capable of pummeling him. What the hell do you think you are doing in here? Visiting hours are over. A familiar pink-haired girl shouted as she slammed open the door. Naruto paled and said, Crap, I'm caught. See you, Hinata. He leapt out the window and ran for it. Did you have to scare him off? Hinata asked with an edge of irritation in her voice. This is a hospital, and even if I could say that you didn't need your rest, there are still others in nearby rooms who do, and a hub caused by unauthorized visitors is not good for them, Sakura explained. Hinata sighed, seeing the Pinkette's point. Was it really too much to ask for one of those rocks to destroy my office, and thus this paperwork? Itachi groaned as the large piles, even with shadow clones taken into account, seemed to laugh at him. It seemed that a large amount that had piled up while he had been at the Chunin exams had just recently been remembered by his secretary, very close to their due date no less. So now Itachi was being overwhelmed, shadow clones be damned. Now he knew Kushina was not joking when she told him that Minato once went to see a Yamanaka for therapy after he started to have hallucinations of the piles, turning into rabbits and reproducing at an alarming rate. And he knew that more would be coming in after this recently averted crisis. Then he chortled as he remembered that after tomorrow, he would have named the genin that were getting promoted and given the hat back to Minato, so he would have to deal with most of this. Despite the recent crisis, Itachi saw no real reason to postpone anything major, since nothing too bad had happened. Then he sobered as he realized he still had another dilemma that would come the moment he stepped out of office. He pulled the same velvet box he had taken out of its drawer many times over the past few days and gazed at it. Should I or shouldn't I? He muttered. This is a life-changing decision, and in the previous timeline. He trailed off, once again failing to come to a decision. He slipped the box into his pocket, since he would be giving the office up soon. The next day, all 9 of Konoha's genin that had made it to the finals of the Suna exam stood in front of Itachi and Minato, along with several jonin. All 3 of the jonin sensei were also there, looking with pride at their students, though Sasuke was almost late due to having disappeared into the forest to try to find his dropped hawk sword. Luckily, it was now safely back in its sheath alongside the snake sword. Let me start with getting the obvious out of the way first. So let's go with Zabuza's team, Itachi said. Haku Yuki. Haku stepped forward. For what I could tell, you deserved this promotion long ago, Itachi said as he gave a pointed look at Zabuza, alongside the glare Zabuza was being given by Kin. Zabuza merely shrugged. You easily won your first match, and your second with only a minor leg injury, and displayed incredible levels of speed, and you could react at the same level as well. Your skill with Senbon and your ice style has also made you stand out very well. Congratulations, you have earned your vest, and I recommend that you take the exams for Jonin as soon as you are eligible, unless you can convince Minato to promote you himself, since these promotions are my last act in office. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Haku said as he accepted the vest. Jinyamaru, you have shown incredible feats of durability and strength, and the judges have said, and I quote, that you seem to be an absolute monster in close quarters combat, and you are adept in long range as well. Your skill with wind style is also at a high level, and you were creative with that exploding tag vest. Your promotion is well earned. Kin Suchi, you displayed skill with Sunbon and lightning style. Not only that, but you also displayed a good deal of talent with a rather unorthodox weapon in the fight, and attacked your opponent's hearing with devastating efficiency, if it weren't for the fact that she manipulated wind style to a high enough level to blot out some of the noise. Though you lost your first match like Jinyamara did, you earned your promotion as well. Yay! Suck it, Zabuza-sensei! Kin shouted. Meh, it took you long enough, Zabuza said, causing Kin to develop tick marks and try to murder her teacher, only for Jinyamaru, who was used to this by now, to hold her back by the back of her shirt. Akari Namikaze, Itachi said, choosing to ignore the scene in front of him. You have won all your matches, except the last one, which ended in a tie, and showed a good deal of strategy against foes that were more experienced and stronger than you in many ways. Your wood style is also strong enough to change an entire field to your favor, as evidenced by how efficiently you kept your distance from Jinyamaru. Your reserves, monkey contract, and your ability to use Rasengan are not to be sneezed at either. You are Chunin now, at a slightly younger age than I was when I made the rank. As such, you should remember that a lot will be put on your shoulders as you grow older. Thank you, Itachi-sama, Akari said, polite for once. Daisuke Uchiha, you also won all of your matches except for the one that ended in a tie and showed efficient use of your Sharingan, as well as excellent Kenjutsu abilities for your age, and your fire style is top-notch. You can also cast signs for a substitution jutsu so fast that it almost always catches your opponents off guard. You have also made Chunin. Kiyoshi, you have a good aim with that one-handed crossbow of yours, and have shown the ability to surprise your foes fairly easily with Jinjutsu, and your skill with lightning style is not to be ignored. You can also track opponents that are faster than you well enough that I almost thought you had Sharingan. Your promotion is well earned. We tied, Sasuke said to Zabuza, who chortled and nodded. But since you've had yours longer, I'd say I win. Zabuza glared at Sasuke as Itachi moved on to Sakura's students. Kanemaru Sarutobi, your skill has been noted in many ways, and your use of the Shadow Clone Jutsu and Monkey Summoning was well in your favor. You also had some good shots with your fire style, and that unorthodox tactic with the pepper juice was. Well, it showed that you were certainly not afraid to fight dirty. You also showed that you could use the Rasengan, and further impressed the judges when you showed that instead of hitting Daisuke with it, which would have done enough damage to potentially endanger his life, you instead used it to create a distraction, though that likely cost you the match, because odds are if you attacked Daisuke and hit him with the Rasengan, you would have won. The fact that you put a comrade's life over the match, even if you had a little beef with said comrade, shows that you are ready for Chunin. Your vest has been earned. Unfortunately, you are the last of the people who have been promoted. What? Why? Moegi shouted. Udon simply sniffed. Because you both, while what you have shown was impressive, you showed too little to give the judges a very accurate reading on your abilities, Itachi said. However, if you both train hard, I see no reason you won't get the promotions of the next exams, which are being held here, so you will almost certainly get the chance to compete, provided you find a third genin for your team, since Konohamaru is no longer going to be on the team. Now, you're all dismissed. After the entire group left the office with the exception of Minato and Itachi, Itachi sighed and took off the Hokage hat and said, glad to get rid of this. I hate being stuck behind a desk. Same here, but I'm glad for the chance to defend the village as its leader, Minato said as he sat back down and put the hat back on. Now, time to relax and enjoy before the paperwork comes in. It's already in, Itachi said with an evil smirk, and he released a hidden seal that caused almost the entire office to get flooded with paper. What the? Minato shouted as he was pressed against the wall. Itachi had managed to escape to where the door was. Itachi, did you slack off on the job? Maybe a bit, Itachi said. I let all the paperwork that was left over from the exams and from the crisis that almost got us yesterday sneak up on me, and I decided it was to quote the Naras, troublesome to get started. Damn it, Itachi, even with shadow clones, it's going to take ages to get this all done, since while I'm doing this, more is going to come in. This is what happens when you ignore it for even a little bit when it's coming in at such a fast rate. Yeah, well, it was my last day in office, Itachi said. What were you going to do? Fire me? Laughing evilly, Itachi left Minato to his fate. Minato sighed and muttered, I swear, Naruto has been rubbing off on him a bit too much. He then proceeded to Hiraition out of the mess and try to figure a way to clear his office and get all the paperwork done. In Sunagakure, Hikaru had just given out the sole promotion for his genin this year. A little miffed knowing that Konoha almost certainly had more than Suna getting promoted from Suna's own exams, though the fact that Konoha and Suna were allies lessened the blow. Matsuri was ecstatic to be given her vest, as it meant that she and Gaara would be less frowned upon when they started to officially go out. Hikaru then froze and thought odd. I was just slightly irritated at the Hokage, yet I suddenly feel like pitying him. Huh. He just shrugged and decided to move on to another matter. Gaara was in his office with him, and it seemed that Gaara had something on his mind. Well, that was natural. After all, he was just about to be made into a Kage, so there was nothing strange about being deep in thought. So Gaara, I was thinking that I could officially coronate you in 3 days, but if that time is not convenient, then dash. Gaara raised a hand. It actually isn't, Father, Gaara said. I hope you weren't hoping to get rid of your hat so soon, but I was just given a message that will delay me stepping into the office. The hawk that had it took it straight to me. Oh, Hikaru asked, intrigued. And just what was the message? It came from the Raikage. He has given me an offer to train with his brother for an undetermined period of time, and he already sent another of these messages to Konoha for Fu. I trust that you understand what I'll be trained in. I see. If it is acceptable, I have decided to accept the offer. Do you really need to have that training? Naruto asked Fu as she showed him the letter. I mean, since I already saw you use Komiai's chakra. That was one freebie, Fu replied. Chome will only let me use her chakra again if she feels as if I have earned her respect. So I plan to accept if your father allows it. All right then, I will see if I can get him to accept the Raikage's offer and send you to him, Naruto said as he took the message scroll from Fu. Maybe Kurama and I will tag along. I mean, if Gaara accepts, we will have quite a Bija gathering. But first, Mom, Dad and I have business in IWA. His face fell as he said this. Really, what kind of business? Fu asked. It's returning Rashi's body to them, and Han will be going back as well. Fortunately for the latter, Naruto still had enough chakra to use the Samsara of heavenly life, and he was revived. Though thanks to Naruto being a little low on chakra by standards, he likely parted with more life force than usual for the jutsu, about enough to cost him about 6 months of his life, though it was going to be a rather long one with his Uzumaki longevity and Kurama enhancing said longevity. At least twice as long as he was careful with his life force. It was a bit of a depressing thought that he would outlive so many people he cared about, though, including Hinata, though he was looking into a way to share some of that extra life force with her, shortening his life by a good bit, but lengthening hers to match. We also want to hand that idiot Deidara over to them, since he is from their village, and Dad wants Mom and me to look at a seal that's on someone. And after we're done there, I'll be taking Erosin into AIM for a meeting with a few old friends. And at any rate, Felix wants to see you, so you may want to pay him a visit sometime before we go to Kimo. Why would he want to see me? Fu asked. He'll tell you when you meet with him, Naruto said. Madara knelt at the edge of the largest crater he ever felt that he would see, and stated, I can see why they call this the Doomsday Pit, Madara said. Indeed, Raisin replied from behind him. No one really travels to this area, because the inhabitants believe this pit to be cursed. Hard to blame them, because this is where the Juubi emerged after I released it from the corpse of Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the firstborn son of Kagaya Otsutsuki, in the very core of this world. Hagoromo, the Rakuto Sannin? Madara asked. Yes and no, Raisin stated. Madara turned a quizzical look to Raisin, who then said, Have you not noticed several inconsistencies with the Sage's tablet and the information of the Elder Dimension? That is for good reason, but we'll talk about that after we have gone down to unseal the prize. With that, Raisin literally jumped into the pit. Madara's eyes widened. He couldn't even see the bottom, though supposedly Raisin possessed the capability of flight, so Madara supposed that Raisin could get away with it, and since Madara was an Edo Tensei, he jumped down too. Raisin stopped his descent after a full 30 seconds of falling and lowered himself gently on the bottom of the pit. Madara crashed to the ground a little afterwards and regenerated. This is the core of the world, then? Madara asked. If it was, then this pit would be many times deeper, Raisin stated. The reason it isn't is because the hole filled in with magma that cooled after the Juubi ripped its way back to the surface. It took me 10 years of almost to safely dig to the center of the world and find the 2 chambers that were created at the core of the world. On that held the remains of Hagoromo Otsutsuki, and the other holding the remains of Kagaya Otsutsuki. I was able to unlock the chamber that held the former's remains, though he and his mother combined locked her burial chamber tighter than he could lock his own. So hers is a nut that I need the full power of the Rinnegan to unlock. That's where you come in. A torch was lit by Raisin using fire style after using memory to guide him to a bracket where one could find the torch. Now then, after my created tunnel was destroyed by the Juubi returning, I made another one. Here we go, Raisin stated as he removed his gauntlet and cut his hand with a knife. He then smeared his blood at a point on the ground, and it glowed before it melted away, revealing a spiraling staircase. Shall we? Raisin asked, healing his hand with his left eye and replacing his gauntlet. He was no longer sure how he got along without a Sharingan. It was a useful tool, and all of the Mangekyo abilities had their uses. Oh, and it may take several hours to go down all of these stairs. I once brought Derek down here to see if he could find an alternative means of opening the door, and he still shudders in distaste after seeing a set of stairs sometimes. And I can't use the dimension door jutsu. This whole pit is sealed with several designs that keep it from being used for coming or going, so we're hoofing it. Matter of fact, Derek is still trying to study these seals for a special project that will remove complications, but that's all I am saying on the matter. Madara grabbed a torch of his own and lit it, and they descended down the staircase. About 5 hours later, Madara, despite his fairly decent level of patience, was ready to wipe every stair off the face of the planet. We're here, Raisin said finally, and they came into a circular room that was in disrepair. Not very impressive, is it? Unless you look at the location, Raisin said. But that's what happens when you have a rampaging beast released from a room that is underneath all that rubble over there, trying to escape and get back to the surface. Only a seal I had placed beforehand kept the room from filling with magma. And here's the door I want you to open for me. They stopped right at the set of giant stone doors with a design that looked exactly like the Juubi's eye. You need only activate your Rinnegan and look into the eye there, Raisin said, and Madara nodded. His Sharingan morphed into the Rinnegan, and the eye on the doors glowed momentarily before dust emerged from the line between them, and the doors swung open. And to think a Quasar had no effect on something that could be opened by something like that, Raisin mused. Madara turned a quizzical look to Raisin, who explained, my most powerful jutsu, and one that could kill a bijou in a single shot if I so desired, though only temporarily. It's also immune to your Predapath as well, because not all of its power is solely chakra-based. I see. Know that the door is open, and my cooperation is no longer needed. Do you mind telling me exactly what we are after, and then restore my memories as you promised? Gladly. You read the Sage's Tablet, correct? Then you know the legend of Princess Kaguya and of Hagoromo Otsutsuki, her firstborn son? Indeed, but you said yes and no when I stated that the son was the Rakuto Sennin. What did you mean? The Rakuto Sennin is not a single person, but rather a title, one that has had more than one bearer already. You fancy yourself as the Nidame Rakuto Sennin, but if you really did claim the title and could get others to acknowledge it, you would really be the Sandame. Hagoromo Otsutsuki is the Shodame, and was the first Jinchuriki of the Juubi. But that's not all there is to the story. When Princess Kaguya ate the forbidden fruit, the Shinju, or the God Tree, was furious that a human had dared to eat its fruit and began a process to create a new form that allowed it to move freely so it could reclaim its power. Though it took 20 years to take on the form of the Juubi, once it created this new form, it could switch between them at will. The process also caused several ruptures in the fabric of reality, though they repaired themselves over time, although this is what resulted in there being more than one dimension. All of the ruptures caused fragments of reality to split off from the elder dimension, and they grew into their own dimensions. At any rate, by the time the Juubi was born, so was the Shodame Rakuto Sennin and his 7 siblings. The elder 6 were sextuplets, and rather than getting the same eyes as their older brother, they each got one of the 6 paths, albeit stronger versions of each one. The bearers of the stronger Deva path became the Gunshukwetsuri clan, my clan. The Shikokyo clan are the bearers of the Naraka path, though the King of Hell only answers to Rinnegan bearers or the Shikokyo clan head, so they have some of the King of Hell's powers themselves, rather than calling upon him. The only other clan that still has living members that I am aware of, and I am aware of much, is the Kagosei clan, the bearers of Predapath, allowing them to absorb chakra, and unlike the actual Predapath, they can absorb other forms of energy as well, except for a few. The rest are lost to history, and not even I know what became of the other 3 clans or even the names. What about the 8th child, the youngest of the siblings? Madara asked with interest. None of the paths, or the Rinnegan, but had the potential to master all 5 elements, and the founder of the Yashoryu clan. At any rate, when the Juubi was born, it unleashed devastation, and all 9 humans who could wield chakra faced it, and ultimately managed to defeat it. But this was not easily done. In order to make the beast more manageable, Kaguya herself was able to strip the mind from the Juubi, reducing it to a beast that was barely sentient, and sealed that within her own indomitable will. The Shodame Rakuto Sennin was then able to seal the nearly mindless beast into himself, ending the threat for the time being. But the mind of the Shinju was not easy to keep subdued. A few fragments were able to slip through the cracks of Kaguya's mind, and they would hibernate for a while before latching onto other sentient beings. In order to prevent this from continuing, Kaguya sealed herself in the chamber we are heading for now, and Hagoromo Otsutsuki created the door you opened, which only a bearer of his eyes, thus his descendants, who christened themselves the Rakuto clan, could open. I once tried to convince the Nidame Rakuto Sennin, Zion Rakuto, to open this door, but he refused. Which brings me to my next question, Madara asked. How did you live for so long, if you knew the Rakuto Sennin and released the Juubi from this ancient place? How did you cheat death? If I told you that, then you would know one way to stop me, Raisin said. But you are correct, I have been alive for a total of over 1,500 years. At any rate, it was Zion who was the second to gain the title of Rakuto Senin, after freeing the Elder Dimension from the tyranny of my clan by rallying most of the Elder Dimension forces against them. Zion Rakuto was also my closest friend in those days, not unlike your relationship with Hashirama. I helped him to overthrow my clan, though I lost many close to me then, friends, comrades, and Alexis Yashoryu, my lover. Raisin paused at his own mentioning of his love's name, but shook it off. I ultimately gave into despair and tried to destroy the world by releasing a force that had enough power to do so. The Juubi, from the corpse of the Shodan Rakuto Senin, who had mastered a seal that would keep the Juubi at bay after his death as long as it was not tampered with. I then faced Zion in a death match, where we pushed each other to our very limits, and then some. I almost bested him, but he threw one final shot at me, one that I was not expecting. It was an act of desperation on his part, but it worked, and I was struck down. I'm still here, though, and I will not tell you how. But after that battle, the Elder Dimension's army drove the Juubi out of the Elder Dimension and into yours. Zion followed it, taking the Rinnegan from this dimension to yours. The rest you know. The reason Zion had made himself and the Shodan Rakuto Senin to be the same person on that tablet, and omitted several other details, was in order to keep the Rinnegan from ever finding its way back to the Elder Dimension. He wrote that tablet to honor his ancestors' accomplishments along with his own, but also made sure his descendants would never learn about the Elder Dimension. The reason? To keep the very same door I brought you to from ever being opened. But wait, if there are two Rakuto Senins, and you had access to DNA from both of them then, Madara exclaimed with wide eyes, but Raisin chuckled and shook his head. A reasonable assumption, but not correct. The DNA of the Hagoromo was unusable by the time I reached it, and the same no doubt goes for Kaguya, so her DNA is not what I am after. Madara narrowed his eyes then. Then don't tell me that your real goal is. It's as you think, Raisin said. I'm going to collect the mind of the Shinju from Kaguya's grave. Chapter 83, Gathering Allies. Madara shivered as Raisin led him into the burial chamber of Kaguya and began to undo several seals on the corpse, which was mummified in a way that almost perfectly preserved it. Raisin then unsealed an orb made of solid diamond with several seals on it, and drew a glowing aura that Madara presumed to be the main mind of the Shinju from Kaguya's body and into the sphere. Raisin then locked the seals on the sphere tightly into place before he announced, "We are done here." Madara nodded before he asked, "Just what is it you want with the Shinju's mind anyway?" Easy. The Shinju is essentially a god, meaning it has great knowledge about the world, as well as the pure realm, how chakra works, etc., etc. I will be needing some of that knowledge in order to achieve my own goals. And what are your goals? I thought I already told you, but I will not tell you that, as you do not need to know, Raisin said as he wrapped the sealed mind in a cloth before resealing the sphere he had it in. Madara wanted to argue, but he knew that it would not be wise to. For now, Raisin's and his own goals were going along the same path, as it was clear that they both needed the Juubi for whatever they desired. So Madara would play his game for now, but once the Juubi was awakened, all bets would be off. At a small shrine, a man that was in his early 20s and kept his eyes closed for some reason stood in silent contemplation. The shrine was to no god in particular. It was merely a place for personal meditation on one's ideals. The man had his dark orange hair tied back in a ponytail and was about 6'1" tall. He had a lean frame that was well muscled, but not overly so. He wore a somewhat thin white robe that was not very baggy. Without opening his eyes, he said in a rather average pitch tone of voice, "I knew you would be coming to see me, Marcus. My eyes tell me much, so I knew you would be here, and I know why as well. I heard a few things about you," James Shunkenshaw, Drachmis said in a no-nonsense tone. "You are one of the stronger warrior monks of the world, pondering the meaning of life and nature, and of the ideals of the Rakuto Senin. I also heard that you unlocked the full power of your Mirakugan before you learned what the price was, and paid it fully. Not many of your clan do so, not until they are aging old geezers or hags, depending on the gender." "You are correct, Marcus," James said with wisdom far beyond his age. "You know much about the Yajin Mirakugan. The power to see into the far future, instead of simply the near future, is a valuable tool, should you use it carefully." He turned to face Drachmis and opened his eyes, which were indeed the Mirakugan, though they seemed a bit unfocused and settled behind the golden X that was the iris of each eye. There was a sky blue cross. However, it is hard to use effectively, due to that fact that piercing the veil of time is generally beyond the sight of normal eyes, and eyes are not normal. The Mirakugan can't go any further than a few seconds, and only for 10 seconds at a time. But if you do unlock these eyes' full potential, then you can pierce the veil for years into the future. But such visions are vague, very vague, almost useless, since you don't always know what choices led to the result you see, for good or ill. And the price is very heavy indeed. Permanent blindness, since your eyes become so focused on these fleeting sights that the near future and the present have ceased to be for the dojutsu, and it is permanently active. I paid a very high price for not listening to the downsides of this gift once it was unlocked. I merely wished to gain greater strength. I have learned the value of patience since then. And yet you still have a reputation for being able to fight well despite having such a handicap. I am assembling a team to try to prevent what may be a bad outcome for all worlds. Many. Great change awaits the world, several possible outcomes bad. As it stands, the odds are heavily in favor of your former master winning this upcoming war. Even I cannot see beyond that point. Due to my dojutsu's limitations, whenever I see the outcome of a certain scenario, I cannot see past the point of my own demise in said scenario. That means that whether or not I get involved, and Raisin wins, my death is inevitable. That may mean that he will simply be indiscriminate in the destruction he would cause, since I have no clue as to why he would come for me specifically. So we have to stop him then, before he gets to the point of inevitable loss, Drachmus muttered. What is Raisin planning to do? If his ideal world wasn't a lie he made up to convince me, then how does he plan to bring it about if the future he would cause if he won involves so much destruction? However, if we do join forces and engage in guerrilla warfare along with the other two you had in mind, that would create more scenarios where Raisin would be stopped. Of that I am certain, James said. But I won't guarantee victory if that you manage to convince them. There are still more possible outcomes that lead to a victory for Raisin. Much else would depend on several other things. But once again, the sight is vague, so I can't tell exactly what will happen and when. So you will join me then? It can do little else but increase the chances, so very well, I will fight alongside you, Marcus James said. Then let's get going, Drachmus replied. And another thing, he said as an afterthought. Call me Drachmus for now. I don't want to use that old name that I cast aside for a while. Not until I feel that I have left Drachmus behind. Fine, Drachmus, but I think that Marcus suits you better. The part demon did not respond as he opened a dimension door. James knelt near a few bushes and picked up his weapon, a double-bladed katana, with a foot-long handle and a 5-foot-long blade with the sharp side facing opposite directions of their counterpart, on each end of the handle. He then ran through after Drachmus. So how long do you reckon the trip to IWA will take, Naruto? Nagato asked as he lay on the ground panting. Nagato had noted that his leg strength was still slow in recovery, so Naruto had introduced him to Guy and Lee. Both of them were now halfway on to the other side of Konoha, screaming about youth and having yet to realize that Nagato had collapsed on him. Naruto had walked up to the panting Uzumaki, who wheezed out a revenge scheme for even thinking of putting him through that. It will probably take a day or two. The granddaughter of the Tsuchikage apparently has a complex eel that took her bloodlines from her. Ma, I want to take a thorough look at it. If I can figure out what makes that thing tick and where it came from, then we may well figure out a bit more about the guy who used it, Naruto explained. I heard the seal seemed like it was an Uzumaki design, Nagato said. That's part of the reason that Dad wants to take us to take a look at the seal. We might recognize it. Ma thinks she heard of a seal that matches the description of what was used, but she wants to check it before she jumps to any conclusions. Who else will go with you? Well, since we're taking an S-rank prisoner back to IWA, we are also being accompanied by 3 members of the Konoha military police force. I just hope that at least one of the Uchiha in that group is not a total prick. A lot of them still blame me for some of the discrimination that the clan has to suffer from the village. Because of Kurama, you know. At least they did about 2 years ago, but I do not know how they feel now. You did just play a huge role in stopping a few rogue meteors from crushing the village. So many villagers are starting to think differently about you. And especially Fu, since she was actually seen using the full extent of her Bijuu's power in protecting her new home. I know what you mean, Naruto sniggered. Kimimaro is stuck with a week's worth of D ranks because of the extreme measures he used to scare off a few fanboys from what I've heard. At least his bones protect him fairly well from Tora's wrath. Don't leave me for too long. Conan is back in aim with that kunai you gave her before I dismissed the summoning I used on her. So once you get back, I want to go straight back. A few days of these extreme workouts are about all I can take. Youth. A familiar pair of shouts rang out, and Nagato paled as he looked in the direction the shouts came from. Hide me, Nagato begged as he looked back at Naruto, only to find that his clansmen had ditched him, leaving behind only the sound of maniacal laughter. Nagato twitched and swore he would not rest until he learned hidden secrets, cursed Naruto, and called Tsunade old while standing in one of those designs Haiden needed for his curse. Then his revenge scheme was left forgotten when he was dragged along by the 2 spandex wearing taijutsu users, who were lecturing him about if his legs would not work anymore, he should run on his hands instead. Then he focused on praying to any deity that had not been offended by him playing God before. We ought to find Janice somewhere in this town, Drachmus said. This next addition to his team was another one of Victor's victims, and once had a romantic interest in Drachmis while they both served Victor, and he was also somewhat interested in her. But that had changed when she had found out that Victor's civil war was based on fabricated and staged evidence, and made to abandon the war and give the Elder Dimension Council vital intel that helped turn the tide of the war. Victor had sent Drachmis to stop her by any means needed. When Janice had tried to resist Drachmis's attempts to persuade her, and failing that, capture her and drag her back, Drachmis had snapped. He resorted to lethal force, and she now had 3 scars on the right side of her face, one of them to the left of her right eye and passing her lips, the other 2 paralleling it on the right side of said eye. It was fortunate that a few elite soldiers of the Elder Dimension had shown up in time to prevent Drachmis from finishing off his former crush. Under most circumstances, Drachmis could have easily handled them, but Janice had put up more than a decent fight against him and dealt a few debilitating injuries that made him decide to retreat. While Janice had been somewhat love-struck with Drachmis, she was far from a fangirl that could not be dependent on Koff, early Sakura, and Inokoff. She was a part of the Kyosei Symbiosis clan. They were a clan that had an agreement with a species known as the Kokoro Nusumu, mind-stealing parasite. This species looked like pure, black, 10-legged spiders with 5-inch-long tails. The main body was about the size of a quarter. Instead of pincers, they had a sort of scalpel-like fang that they used to burrow into the flesh of their victims. They generally latched onto the spinal cord of any vertebrates, and then used chakra to destroy the part of the brain that holds the personality of their hosts, thus taking it over themselves. They then secrete chemicals that enhance the body, better suiting their tastes. They used the host to live among the species, and siphoned spare chakra from said hosts and stored it within their own bodies, capable of storing enough to cast several S-rank jutsu without tiring their host bodies. They used this chakra to sustain themselves in emergencies, and once their host died of natural causes, they would abandon the bodies and bring the chakra to the queen of the hive they came from, and then fill the eggs that had been laid by the queen over the years with all of the chakra they had hoarded, dying in the process. These eggs could lay dormant for as many as several centuries before dying, and would only hatch if given chakra by another member of the species before then. Because humans were so heavily preferred as hosts by these parasites, the Elder Dimension government decided to issue an order to exterminate the whole species over 5 centuries ago. After 20 years, there were only a few hives left, so the Kokoro Nusumu, which were as intelligent as any human, pled for a chance to be spared, since they only followed their nature, but were willing to try to change to better coexist with humanity. As a result, a clan, the Kyosei, was formed to assimilate the species as willing hosts, and the Kokoro Nusumu would refrain from erasing the minds of the host, instead sharing the body until its death. After 5 centuries, the pact had yet to be broken, and all of the Kokoro Nusumu parasites that lived in the time where erasing their victims' minds was still a practice were long gone, so none these days ever matured with the temptation. Janice was one of the stronger members of this clan, and Drachmis had learned this the hard way after trying to kill her, and that was why he was going to try to enlist her, and he also hoped to try to atone to her. He doubted that any feelings of love were still there in her, but that was fine with him. Regardless, he felt he had to try to earn her forgiveness, even if he couldn't have her love again. Drachmis would not admit this anytime soon, but after being recruited by Raisin, he had discreetly checked up on her and found that she never really settled down. Despite earning a pardon in the eyes of the council, she felt as though she was a pariah and just wandered among several small towns and villages, doing odd jobs and the like to make ends meet. Drachmis had borderline stalked her for several years while not doing anything for Raisin, making sure she was still doing all right, due to his guilt for what he did to her while he served Victor. As a result, he had a general idea of her movement patterns and figured he and James would find her here. In response to Drachmis's words, James nodded and said, "I can still see future outcomes where she has joined us. And once you made the decision to check here, many of the outcomes where she has not have disappeared, so the idea she is here is quite likely." "You can't see anything earlier than a week, right?" Drachmis asked, and James nodded in confirmation. "Then I suppose it would be too much to ask for you to try to see where exactly we find her. Even if I could see as early as a few minutes, I can't exactly control when and how the visions come. So I just have to sort the visions out as they come and file them away for future reference, no pun intended, and make sure that I do not let a sudden vision distract me from any task in the day," James admitted. "So I couldn't do that task regardless." "Well, let's see if we can find her if we just search town for her for a little while," Drachmis sighed. "Let me know if you get a higher percentage of visions where she has not joined us, because that will mean we're doing something wrong." "Janice, I sense that presence again, and it seems that someone else is with him," a voice said in the mind of a woman in her early 30s. What is not commonly known about the Kokoro Nusumu is that they can sense chakra signatures rather easily, especially when they have hosts with intact minds, freeing up more of the parasite's mental capacities. Janice was not by any means unattractive, even considering the scars on her face. She had a decently filled-out figure, and her hair was a dark, almost brown blonde. Her eyes were a very attractive shade of violet. Thanks, Emerald, Janice thought to her roommate. The names of the parasites that her clan had an agreement with tended to be the same as many rocks in the world, and only Queen class ones got names based on precious stones. So Emerald was one of the symbiotes with the potential to start her own hive after leaving Janice's body, rather than using the chakra gathered to feed dormant eggs. You want to just ignore him as usual and let him be around, or is this time going to be the straw that broke the camel's back? Emerald asked Janice. Let me know if he gets within 30 feet, and if so, then it will be the latter, Janice mentally replied. That dumb prick has been stalking me for far too long. I would have thought he knew it was overdue to the fact that he tried to kill me. Perhaps he simply feels remorse and wants to fix things between you two. After all, what happened 20 years ago. Perhaps he has been wanting to apologize, but never worked up the nerve. And he is now within 25 feet, far closer than usual. Though I don't think he knows where we dash. Emerald did not finish, because Janice drew an alarmingly large knife and left the bar with absolute rage in her eyes. Any loss of scenarios where she has joined us? Drachmas asked. No, not too many, James said. As a matter of fact, more scenarios where she hasn't have gone. Though I feel obligated to warn you that no scenarios that involve you in a full body cast for a few weeks have gone away yet. Drachmas shivered as the implications set in his mind. To be honest, I would be more worried about Janice's common sense if they... The last part was shouted out when Janice blasted out of the door of it and they had been about to check, and left at Drachmas, planting both feet into his chest with enough force to blast a person through several walls of another building, if the fact that Drachmas had been blasted through several walls of another building was any indication. You must be Janice and Emerald, James said rather dryly as his head turned to the woman, who ignored him and moved closer to the rubble that Drachmas was now a part of with her knife, primed for murder. Hi. Hey Janice, it's been a while, hasn't it? Drachmas asked as he pushed a few planks off of his body. Luckily, the building was marked for demolition anyway, so he would not have to pay anything for damages. Hopefully, while he had a lot of money, he did not really know how much he would need in the future. Don't give me that bullshit, you asshole, Janice shouted as she threw the knife with rather uncanny accuracy, and it landed right between Drachmas's legs, almost hitting a very uncomfortable spot. Last time we met, you almost tore my face off. Or did you forget how I got these? She demanded as she pointed at the scars on her face. I swore to murder you the moment you dare to show your face again. And here you are. And don't think I don't know that you've been stalking me either. Drachmas gulped as James muttered, Yep, some of the outcomes are continuing to disappear, and the percentage of outcomes that result in hospitalization is increasing at a rather worrying pace. Janice drew another of those knives and Drachmas sighed, feeling resigned to his fate. Then go ahead, vent all you want on me. I will have earned every single hit you land, and then some. As if I needed convincing, Janice growled as she slammed her fist into Drachmas's cheek and sent him sprawling. She then proceeded to stomp on his chest violently, no doubt cracking several ribs. Emerald was meanwhile secreting several chemicals into Janice's bloodstream and enhancing her strength as a result. Not only that, but when they melded their minds toward the same goal, that effectively doubled the electric signals that were sent to the muscles, resulting in far stronger blows. After about 10 minutes of being pummeled, Drachmas was looking like he had seen much better days, and Janice had yet to even start breathing heavy. Drachmas's left eye had swollen shut, and both of his lips had split in at least 3 different places each. More bruises were scattered over his body, and at least 5 ribs had been cracked. Yet Drachmas stood up, not showing any further indication of pain, and not changing the look of regret in his eyes. This only served to anger Janice more. It won't matter how much I hit you. I will never forgive you, Janice said angrily, not calming down in the slightest. I don't care why you are here. I won't do you any favors, so whatever you are here for, just leave. If you don't, I'm going to just keep on pounding you until you are out cold. I'm not going to ask you to forgive me, Janice, Drachmas replied, spitting out a tooth as he did so. The demon he was merged with would ensure he would grow it back. While his healing factor was not nearly as good as Naruto's, it did speed up healing a little bit and allow for a few benefits that most people did not have. I don't deserve it, nor do I think it ever will. However, there is something I want to ask of you. Save it. I don't want to hear it, Janice shouted as she drew the arm with her knife back, intending to use it for the first time. Then she felt an iron grip on her wrist. That's more than enough, James said coldly. I get that what Drachmas did to you is traumatizing, but it was 20 years ago. You have to move past that, and at least hear him out if he wishes to apologize. Janice turned her glare to James and narrowed her eyes as she took in his, and noted that he did not really focus on her. Why don't you shut the hell up, you blind fuck? She demanded as she wrenched her arm out of his grip. This is between me and him, so stay out of this. I have only recently met him, but I know Drachmus truly regrets his actions and wants to repent. And not just his actions towards you, but several other things he had done as well. That bastard does not deserve the chance to repent. I will send him to hell, she shouted as she launched a kick right at James' soft spot, only to find herself flying upside down through the air and into another wall of the building as James launched a swift counterthrow. What in? She asked herself as she got back to her feet. My kick was too fast for him to react without seeing the incoming attack. So how did he counter it? He should not have been able to sense it at all. Perhaps he is a sensory type? Emerald asked, though she doubted it. Her kind was able to give a chakra signal that jammed most sensors' abilities to detect chakra. Just dumb luck, Janice decided as she threw her knife with enough speed and force to punch through a foot of steel. James lazily tilted his head to the side, and the knife flew right by it, not even getting a strand of his hair. Without making even a sound, Janice shunshed in behind James with a fist drawn back and thought, "Since this, you dash." She was then on the ground with the arm she had tried to hit James within an iron grip. Now what? Janice asked Emerald. I did not make even a sound. And even if he was going by scent, you had enough chemicals put into me to confuse that for him to detect me that easily. Trying to take advantage of my blindness won't get you anywhere, James stated. You may be faster, but I can sense any attacks you launch at me despite my handicap and react to it. Janice simply snarled and rushed James, and launched a barrage of blows that he easily deflected. Having hand enough, Janice began weaving signs for a jutsu, but suddenly found herself unable to move. What the hell did he do to me? Janice thought frantically. Not him, me, Emerald said, having paralyzed Janice. You need to calm down right now, before you do something you will come to regret. Damn it, Emerald, let me go, Janice mentally shouted. For a moment, she struggled against Emerald's hold, before she focused her chakra to that part of her body Janice had taken residence in, thus forcing Emerald to relinquish her grip on Janice's movement. But it was too late to stop James from punching Janice in the gut, and caused her to fall to the ground panting. Now, if you'll calm down, James said as he put a foot against Janice's gut to keep her from rising. I will explain things a bit. Janice was grumbling a few hours later and shooting dirty thoughts to Emerald. Not that kind, you perverts, for betraying her in the middle of the fight. But James had made her listen to Drachmus's little request, and she had to admit that the return of Raisin was worrying enough to prompt a temporary truce. It also helped that Drachmus offered closure and the fact that Janice would never have to work another day in her life by allowing her to turn him in for the bounty on his head after this was all over. Drachmus did still feel he would need to face justice after this conflict had ended, and Janice would get to kill two birds with one stone. Plus, Emerald was nagging at her to take the threat of Raisin seriously. Even the Kokoro Nusumu had legends about that man, and none of them filled Janice with warm, fuzzy thoughts. So who is this final team member we need to recruit? She asked darkly to Drachmus. A bit of a mercenary, Drachmus replied as he opened the next dimension door. A man who does odd jobs that involve fighting, though he never accepts morally bankrupt tasks. Raisin tried to recruit him a few years back, but was turned down. His name is Zane Kagosei. Thank you for your report, Zachary, Minato said as he looked over the papers given to him by the Shikokyo and his revenant. So, there were no complications? None really, except it took us a good while to get the Mizukage alone so we could restore her memories without trouble. That's why we have been gone the past 3 months, Boris explained. Well, if that is all, I need to leave for a few days, so you should report to Itachi for now, Minato said as he flashed away. Something tells me that he and Itachi will be juggling that hat for a bit, Zachary muttered. How are you feeling? Naruto asked the large man in red armor in front of him. Still a little stiff, but thanks to you, I could be worse off, Han acknowledged. Now, I am ready to return home. I wonder how things will be different for me, since I no longer have the Gobi within me. In a way, I envy you. You still have your demon within you, but I can tell that you are getting respect from your village regardless. I now have hope that I can do the same, even if I am a former Jinchuriki. You just have to prove those idiots wrong, and failing that, pummel them, Kushina said, causing Naruto and Han to sweat drop. Oh look, the idiot who threatened my future daughter-in-law and his escort are here. I know idiot him, Deidara shouted in a rage, but Naruto ignored him a look at the 3 people with him. Sasuke was part of the group, having accepted a high-ranking post in the force once his entire team made Chunin. But the other 2, or 3, made Naruto gape. Neji, Kiba, Akamaru, what are you 3 doing here? Naruto asked. Isn't it obvious? Kiba asked. We're here to escort a prisoner to a nation that we are returning him to. Arf. No need to say who that was. Well, yeah, but I was expecting. Naruto trailed off. We are members of the police force, Neji said with a small smirk. Good to see you again, by the way, Naruto. Wait, I thought that unit was for the Uchiha clan members only? Naruto asked with a look of confusion. Itachi has been tearing more than a few walls between the village and my clan down. Naruto, Sasuke said with a smirk. Anyone Chunin rank and above can sign up now, as long as they meet a few other requirements. So you made Chunin then Niji? Naruto asked with a smirk of his own, knowing that Niji had made Jonin by this point in the previous timeline, but having a part to still play. And it should be remembered that Kiba actually made the rank already before Naruto was absent. Jonin actually, Niji said, unable to hold in a grin of his own. The rest of the Konoha 12 besides me and Sasuke are either Chunin or Tokubetsu Jonin. Kiba, Shino, Tintin, and Sakura are in the latter. No way. Ass Breath got another promotion? Naruto demanded, pointing at Kiba, who developed a tick mark, and Akamaru's sweat dropped. Hey guys, are you ready to go? Minato asked as he flashed to the area and took in Kiba, attempting to strangle his son. All right, which of you two idiots started this? He asked as he pinched the bridge of his nose. He did. Naruto and Kiba both roared at once. And he's the idiot, not me. So don't compare me to him. Huh? What did you say? Why you? Niji, Akamaru, Minato, Kushina, and Deidara all sweat dropped at the fact that Kiba and Naruto were shouting the same things at the same time. Kushina then growled as Naruto and Kiba disappeared in a cloud of smoke, the sounds of them beating each other up evident. These two have just met again, and they are already at each other's throats. She cracked her knuckles menacingly, and Akamaru decided to act like his master was not in mortal danger. Smart dog.